Okay.
Okay, good morning, everybody. The first order of business is that you had essays due today. Yes. You hear about who you most admire, the leader you most admire? Claire gave it to you yesterday. Exactly. That's right. So we're going to be expecting those at the end of the day. You all are going to talk a little bit about those today with Dr. Clarke. As you can see, we have someone here with us. This is Dr. Henrik Clarke. He's someone who I've learned about all my life. He basically started my father off on what he does today. He has a perspective about Black history and so much knowledge in his head that you wouldn't believe it if you just sit at his feet and listen. The things that this man says are just, you wouldn't believe it. He's going to talk a little today about role models and leaders. Now, what's the problem? Everybody's laughing at the camera? Okay, yes, we're on the camera. Everybody get it all out. Let's all laugh right now. Okay, good. Everybody got it out? No. This is their first time on camera, so they're very excited about this. They're seeing themselves on the TV here, so they're very excited.
This is old stuff to me.
He said this is old stuff to him. Okay, everybody got it out? So everybody can pay attention now? Okay, so I'm going to put you into the hands of our guest today, who is Professor Henrik Clarke. And we'll expect that everybody will go by all the rules that we usually follow here. Okay? Okay.
I want to speak for about a half hour. Then I want to give you time, adequate time, to ask any question you want to ask. You can ask questions about the essays you're writing, about information about the leader you have chosen as models, and you can ask information about models itself and about images itself, because the world is controlled to a great extent by images. A people will do for themselves to the extent of what they know about themselves and to the extent of what they accept about themselves. You are a mixture of a lot of people in the African world and in the Caribbean world that is an extension of the African world. And we have not been accustomed to not only thinking of the Caribbeans as an extension of the African world, but the place where the African had a new and cruel and tragic beginning again away from home. And what he did away from home, especially in Jamaica and in Haiti, what he did away from home rescued the economy of Europe and pulled Europe out of the Middle Ages, the lethargy of the Middle Ages. You think you're not significant. Your significance gets higher and higher as I explain this to you, except for the Caribbean islands. Europe came out of the Middle Ages, people poor, land poor, resource poor, where they made the money to build the ships, even making money on slaves to build new slave ships, was the Caribbean islands. And I'm not just talking about the English-speaking Caribbean, I'm talking about all of them. We've forgotten the Dutch Caribbean. We know the Spanish-speaking Caribbeans, but we sometimes do not include it in our consciousness when we say Caribbean. Cuba's a part of the Caribbean. Now, whether you like the government in Cuba or don't like the government in Cuba is not the issue. Cuba is a part of the Caribbean. And when you're talking about the Caribbean, you have to talk about what happened in Cuba too. Because not only a cruel set of slavery started in Cuba, the first organized revolts against slavery also started in Cuba. Now you see Cuba's importance becoming important? It doesn't matter whether you agree with Castro or not. Cuba becomes important because of the role it has played in sugar, in the transfer of those commodities that made Europe whole and gave Europe the arrogance to dominate most of the world. We use the word arrogance on purpose because no one has the right to dominate another people. And once you learn the art of doing it yourself, you don't let other people do it to you. So your first mastery, your first thing that you have to regain in nationness is command of yourself. And you are not going to gain control of command of yourself until you like yourself. You look in the mirror and say, you're a nice fellow. Like that guy. He's going to go out today and change the world. He can do it too. God looks and says, I'm going to change the world. The child I produce might be the new Jesus Christ. Who knows? Who can tell? Who knows what Mary was going to bring forth? Her chances of producing a new Jesus Christ or a new doctor who can cure the common cold or AIDS, better find a scientist and a researcher who can understand that AIDS was an invention, invented to annihilate the people. All right, now we're going to talk about role models, because a man who never saw a train would have a hard time making a train, because the concept of the train hasn't reached his mind. But a man who's seen a train, there's wheels, there's a whistle there, he said, well, maybe I can make one of those things myself. This is exactly what the Japanese did. They take the role model of a train, they broke it down, pointing to their scientists and their technicians. You make the wheel, you make the whistle, you make the motor, you make this, and you make that. And then when they finally duplicated every piece of it, they put it together. At first, they didn't think it would run. When they pushed down on the lever, if it ran for white, it would run for them too. In the same way they made a gun. A gun is neutral. A gun has no opinion. Depends on if your hand can pull it faster, you can outdo white up. You can go faster. And if he outdo you, it's because he's got more confidence in himself. And if you start practicing, sooner or later, you'll be just as good as he. What am I talking about? I'm talking about when you oppress a people, you have to take away from them the role model of nation. You have to convince them that they never ruled a nation. And even when they become free, they have to think the only way to rule a nation is to model the nation after the people who used to rule me. This is where the Caribbean islands went wrong. This is where Africa went wrong. This is where India is going wrong right now. And this is where China could go wrong if it continues on the present course. If they want to buy a piece of our democracy, then that means they don't understand it, because they don't understand we don't have any. Now, when you choose a human being as a role model to inspire your life and who you want to be, who in Africa are you going to choose? And as much as there's so many thousands of people you're going to choose from, when you look to Africa, what is the role model? Many times a role model must inspire you, and you don't necessarily have to be like the role model, but you must do something comparable or do something to improve yourself and make yourself a better human being. The first personality that emerged in African history was a genius, a multi-genius, Imhotep, built the step pyramid. The first doctor who lived, he was the first doctor, he lived 2,000 years before the Greek was called the first doctor. He started the intellectual gathering of scholars that resulted eventually in the great lodge of Luxor, the first educational institution of higher learning that we know of. Now, I'm not saying you have to be Imhotep. This man was so talented he could do 10 or more things with correctness and left his stamp on the world that he was the forerunner of a deity. For years, people worshiped at the shrine of an Imhotep. What you need to know the possibilities of a commoner becoming advisor to a king and leaving something that changed the world for all times to come. His step pyramid gave man the idea that he can build a house that had more than one story. Because that's all the step pyramid is. He began operation, the science of abdominal medicine, the opening up the human stomach and fixing something inside of it. That you don't have to stand outside of man to fix him. If something goes wrong physically inside of him, you can open him up and fix it. This man began medical operations. Now, you can take his life and say that, well, if he did this in medicine, I'm going to do the same thing in engineering. I'm saying that you don't have to be like the role model, but the role model is supposed to inspire you to be something of significance. And when we look further into African history, further down, remember now, he's from the third dynasty. The third dynasty is from the first to the sixth dynasty. This is the pyramid building dynasty. From the sixth to the 12th was the temple building dynasties. The Hebrew entry into Africa came in the 13th dynasty. My main point is that the greatness of Africa had occurred before they even had visitors, let alone invaders. And they'd already built the pyramid, they'd established religion, and they'd done something man is still arguing about today, that the African had balanced the society to the point where if you had a king, if you had a god, you had to have a goddess. Female equality built into the culture. And that man was a counterpart of women. And that a man without a woman was half of a man. Now, once he joins with woman, he becomes complete. And he did not debate as to whether he was superior to woman, because man did not debate whether he's superior to his mother. That is no debate for an intelligent man. Mama remains supreme. Which does not mean that you got to go through your life bowing to women. The Africans did not. But the Africans believe in the equal importance of women. And what she did was of equal importance. And he gave the same attention to what she did. Now, Western man, in the three major religions, now we won't discuss that today because it takes too much time. Judaism, Christianity, and Islam are all male chauvinist religions, male-oriented. The male is always up front. The woman is behind the scenes doing the work. The woman is the workhorse of all these religions. The man is the glamour boy of all these religions. Now, can you identify the women behind that faker? Because I think most evangelists like Jimmy Swagger are fakers anyway. I choose him because some of you might know you know what I'm talking about. But the women behind running that church, counting that money, a lot of men are stealing it. But you don't have to go that far. You just go to your own church. So who's behind the scenes, who's keeping that church together? Woman. And do you think those deacons would elect a new pastor without consulting his wife? He'd fly to the moon first. And he won't go home. But my main point is that there are models in all these societies. Now, Africa was invaded soon after the Hebrew entry. People call the hit songs, Shepherd Kings. And once that invasion was overcome, the 17th dynasty, the 18th dynasty, let's talk about the 18th, because at the top of the 18th, you have a female model that you need to look at. A female head of state, Hatshepsut, out of a family called Totmes. Her father was ill most of the time. He had spent most of his time fighting to drive the foreigners out. And he willed that she be declared Pharaoh, not queen.
Her name again?
Hatshepsut. Read J.A. Rogers' World's Great Men of Color. You find a short biography of her and a picture of her. Now, after Hatshepsut, she had to push her brother, Totmes III, because he wanted to come to power when he was only 12 years old, and he didn't know how to handle power. So she shaved his head and sent him to the temple. And for 21 years, she had him trained. When finally he came to power, he was one of the greatest pharaohs ever did. He never forgave her. This might be the first male-female fight. It's always misinterpreted anyway. But it wasn't a male-female fight. It was a fight between two royal people over power. The important thing, again, about the 18th, that you find about the third of that dynasty, about 1360, you find the emergence of a sickly boy, Amenhotep IV, who will emerge in the world as Akhenaten, didn't want to come to power. And finally, when he came to power, he thought so much of life he would not crush a flower. He outlawed warfare, and the people who were under Egypt could break away if they wanted to. They didn't have to fight. He strengthened the Egypt of that day with alliances other than war. We're talking about Akhenaten. Don't ask me to spell it. Look at J.A. Rogers' World's Great Men of Color, Volume 1. That's him and his picture. I don't know what a Negro is supposed to be, because I don't even believe there's such thing as a Negro. I don't even believe in the word, because there is no such thing where people are concerned. but he had the stereotype features assigned to people they call Negroes. Thick lips, broad nose. He was married to one of the most beautiful women of the world of that day, reported to be Asian. If she's a model at all, she's a model because he gave her equality and room. But the woman you need to look at, if you're looking for a female model, is his mother, the great Queen Tai, wife of Amenhotep III, who didn't agree with his religion, but also didn't agree with his enemies. A lot of people give the Jews credit for introducing monotheism. A lot of people give Imhotep credit and give Akhenaten credit for introducing monotheism. They're wrong. They're wrong both ways. All Akhenaten did was to restore to people what they had already. Monotheism was already there. And all the Jews did was to hear of monotheism and talk about it and tell about it and write about it. And their writing became so well known, people think they introduced it. But Akhenaten is the perfect example of a humanitarian royal person who refused to use war. He was a believer in nonviolence. And if you say that he was the forerunner of Martin Luther King, you would be correct, because the antecedents of Martin Luther King is deep in African history and in African thought. Now, there's no one else in this. Thutmose III was a good role model because he restored the state after his sister. He consolidated the forces. He conquered Western Asia. At the end of the dynasty, there's a misunderstood boy, touched an armor called King Tut, who achieved absolutely nothing. So not even good for a role model. The next role model will come from the 19th dynasty. This would be a king who's Ramesses II, whose bloodline ran through the next 5 dynasties. He was a great builder. He restored the concept of building. This is for his dynasty. It's called the Builder's Age. The age when Egypt began to build great temples again. So many statues were made of him. You don't know which one's him and which ones are just similar to him. So there's a lot of statues in Egypt we call the Ramessean statues. Ramesses could have looked like this, but a lot of people who never saw him just put up a statue in his honor. And one statue was so big and so heavy and carved out of stone that was so durable. The statue fell. And it was so heavy nobody was able to lift it yet. And it is still in Egypt, falling down. And if all people see it, they just built a little museum around it. So you can go on the ledge of the museum and look down on it. The great Thutmose. The Arabs call him Egypt's greatest egomaniac. Because he puts his name on everything. Africans don't even sign their name. They produce art better than Michelangelo. Never sign their name. Thutmose's name is on everything. Not me, Ramesses. He was all over the place. Well, he might have well been an egomaniac, but he left his stamp on a nation in such a way that he got across the idea that he can pick a fallen nation up after they have been invaded. And while the 18th dynasty consolidated Egypt again, Nile Valley civilization, it was the 19th that started them back on the road to building. All right, I'll choose just a few more, then we're going to go to the Caribbean and the United States. We're going to stop and let you talk, because I'm more anxious for you to talk and for you to question, and you to feel no hesitation about it. A teacher that produces fear in his student is not much of a teacher. The main thing, I want you to be bold and uninhibited and realize there's nothing about me you need ever to fear, because a teacher is nothing but a servant. And a servant is supposed to be, you can address a servant with respect, and a servant can serve with respect without either one of you losing regard for the other. All right, now, after the 24th dynasty, Egypt was weak, and 3 role models came out of the 25th dynasty: Castor, Pianki, Taharqa. They went up and conquered Egypt and showed their cousins how to rule the nation one more time. And after that, Egypt's 3,000-year walk in the sun was over. The next 7 dynasties were mixed with bastard dynasties, mixed foreigners, and etc. This brings us down to the period of Cleopatra, who came out of one of the mixed dynasties. Okay, now we've held Africa before Christ. But the preface to the period of Christ was the Greek invasion that set up North Africa for the Roman invasion, Roman taxation that made a whole lot of people question old laws and turn to new laws and new gods and turn to their folklore. And out of their folklore, they began to create an image of expectation that led to Christianity. They had been told about a coming Savior for years. They said, well, now with the Romans taxing them and being treated, well, maybe he'll come now. And when someone came that even resembled that, they declared, well, that's the one. Now, don't think I am godless or disrespectful when I say that all gods are man-made. They're not less gods because they are man-made. Because if a circumstance didn't present itself, they couldn't be man-made. And man brought into being new gods and religions to accommodate different things at different times. The Romans killed Christians for a number of years and finally joined the Christians, became Christians, and messed up the religion to such an extent that a camel boy, who's another role model you need to look at, a common camel boy who couldn't read. Remember, the Prophet Muhammad could not read and write. Most of the gods of the world could not read and write. A common camel boy who couldn't read called for reform. Failing to get reform, he called for a new religion, and that new religion was Islam. My main point here is to let you know everybody in this room right now, everybody, and I don't think there's a single exception, every one of you got more education than the Prophet Muhammad started with. And all he had is what you still got. 2 hands, 2 eyes, a brain, about the same way. My main point in emphasizing this is that who told you that you too can't change the world? That you can't make the world better by beginning to make yourself better? Who told you that you can't make yourself into a role model? You can take a role model and create a role model. All right, now, Islam created a lot of black role models, North Africa, the conqueror of Spain, an African. People who took Islam down into West Africa. People who built 3 great independent states in Africa that lasted 1,000 years. Africa, good role models, each ruler. I'm saying there's so many role models in so many different places that you'd be hard pressed to favor one place over the other. In addition to J.A. Rogers' World's Great Men of Color, Volume 1 and 2, there's a book called Great Negroes Past and Present by Russell Adams that will also give you a lot of role models in the sciences. In the 14th and the 15th century, Europe began to come out of the lethargy of the Middle Ages and created the slave trade that gave her the economic mainstay to become the leader of the world and to expand throughout the world. But this greatest expansion was the Caribbeans. We have not studied the Caribbeans as well as we need to because there's so many role models from the Caribbean. And the ironic thing, the paradoxical thing is that nearly every great mind of consequence in the Caribbean have to leave the Caribbean in order to get a hearing. These islands have a way of producing men whose talent is so expansive. They got to leave home to find the kind of stage that fits their talent. Nearly every great Caribbean thinker had to get out of the Caribbean to get a hearing. Edmund Blyden left the Caribbean, the Virgin Islands, went to Sierra Leone, to Liberia, found a college, was the greatest black thinker of the 19th century. Good role model, educator, world traveler. I'm starting early now. Prince Hall left Barbados, came to the United States, found the Black Masons. He called the African Lodge. Another Caribbean figure, Russ Wam, edited Freedom's Journal. Another one, Robert Campbell, went out to search for the settlement place in Africa with Martin Delaney. The Caribbean people not only played a major role in our civil rights struggle, they played a major role in the struggle in the Caribbean, setting slave revolts in motion, because the most successful, the most extensive slave revolts were in the Caribbean. And just some of their leaders, Kofi, Kojo, led the Maroon Revolt in Jamaica. People written so much about the Maroon Revolt in Jamaica, you think that there were not Maroons throughout the whole New World, including the United States. But the one in Jamaica is so well known, we think that the Jamaican Maroons was the heart and soul of the Maroons. They got attention. But Kofi, who led a revolt in Guyana when it was under the Dutch, called the Babis Revolt. This revolt was before the American Revolution. Africans who led the revolt in Brazil, Palmeiras, created an inter-African state away from home, lasted 110 years. Another state, Bahia, a black state, still a black state, mostly white rule, but still a black state. That didn't last 110 years, but it lasted quite a while. I mean, black people were in revolt throughout the whole world. We said, why did we let this happen to us? We didn't. We stood up and we opposed it in many ways. In the Caribbean Islands and in South America, we produced role model after role model. The extended revolts were in Jamaica. The revolts in Jamaica was more extensive than those in Haiti. But the revolts in Haiti came over a 20-year period. The revolts in Jamaica came over a 100-year period, and they were destabilized in between revolts. So each time revolt was over, you had to mount the revolt and the incentive all over again. The circumstance of history, Jamaica did not become independent. But Jamaica had the same kind of problem that Haiti had, that Jamaica still got, the mulatto problem. Things were hush-hushed about. We're going to have to talk about it honestly and resolve it. And one thing, the people among us who are neither black nor white ain't got no place to go because whites have not agreed to accept them. The white man never makes room in his space in the world for his offsprings by non-white women. It's not my trait, that's his trait. And it's consistent. Now, if one day we get honest about this whole case of rape and teenage pregnancy, we're going to transfer the onus of guilt where it belongs, because he started it. Now, this is no excuse for what we do or fail to do, but as a matter of historical fact, he started it. I'm saying that you can choose role models from the Spanish-speaking Caribbean, Arthur Schomburg, who referred to himself as a Puerto Rican of African descent, and many others from Cuba, several outstanding Cubans of African descent. From the French-speaking Caribbeans, several outstanding militarists, including some fine politician, Gratian Grandis, who was chairman of the budget for the French Navy, Gaston Mondeville, who was vice president of France under 3 different administrations, and he's still alive and about 90 now. So there's no place in the world where we've been that you can't choose role models. Go to Asia, go way over in Asia, to India, you can choose role models over there. The river Ganges was named after an African general. There was another African general who was governor of Bengal. Part of this is in a book called The African Presence in Asia, and another of it is in another book, more recent book called The Africans in Early Asia. In this country, most of the role models you know about, the women role models were mostly pioneers in education. The 3 B's, we call them. Bethune, who built Bethune-Cookman College. Charlotte Hawkins Brown, who built Palmer Institute in the Carolinas. Nanny Burroughs, who built Cheney. There were other black women in education, other outstanding black women who did a whole lot of things other than educate. Ida B. Wells, a great black woman journalist who investigated lynchings, was driven out of the South. Mary Church Terrell, who started the whole concept of picketing and sitting down in Washington, D.C., and she was a rich black woman. She really did not have to do it, because she's not only rich, she was light-skinned, rich, and boy, light-skinned is premium in Washington. So she could just been a socialite. Instead of being a socialite, she was out leading the picket line. We tell you something about responsibility is not on any one basis, because all of us have shown some responsibility in liberation. You look at men, David Walker, who started his famous appeal. Look at the 3 leaders of massive slave revolts: Gabriel Prosser, Denmark Vesey, Nat Turner. The aftermath of the Civil War, leaders like Frederick Douglass coming and going, leaving behind a whole literature. Booker T. Washington in education, W.E.B. Du Bois extending education a little further, making way for the eventual emergence of men like Martin Luther King. Now I'm going to end right here because I want you to have some kind of a dialogue. And thank you very much. someone will field the questions for me, because in the glare, I may not see the hands. So you speak up and don't think that you got a silly question. Anything you honestly want to know, I respect.
Garfield? Can you hear me?
He says Latin America.
No. No, speak up, Garfield. Come on.
Say what country you're from. I said I'm Jamaican. I'm in the United States for 2 weeks. But I noticed that the United States is calling for a black president. Has this taken place in any other nations with the same economy as the United States? And what would be the impact for it?
What would be the import of
The impact, according to history.
well, calling for a black president and getting a black president, two different things. I'm glad that Jesse Jackson went out there and ran, because he proved to young people the possibility. You have a right to do it. You have a right to take these chances. And he was just as qualified as the others, and more so than some. And he has established the fact that it's not just whites alone with this qualification. I think there's a lot of things we can do politically in this country, short of being president, that will give us some power. We can pay more attention to local politics, pay more attention to state politics, pay more attention to who goes into the cabinet, pay more attention to decision-making posts, pay a great deal of attention to education and who's in charge and who's writing the curriculums. There's a whole lot that we can do. And if you're from Jamaica, you have to understand that you came from a strange country and you came into a strange country. That is an enigma and a paradox. Jamaica is the largest country in the Caribbean, and it should be the political leader of the Caribbean. It has not become the political leader of the Caribbean because it has not been able to settle different problems and conflicts with itself. America is the richest nation in the world from the point of view of cultural input. Most of the cultures of the different people in the world meets here. Part of Africa, large part of Africa, large part of Asia, Europe. The country was made with leftovers and failures. And those in Africa who didn't run fast enough and got caught, they got shipped over here. So everybody failed one way or the other. The fact that you can make any kind of a country from all those losers is an achievement. But America has not built on this achievement to the extent that they have to stop thinking that this is a white, male, Anglo-Saxon country and really believe it is a culturally, ethnically mixed country. And let's draw on all of these cultures and draw the strength that will make this nation exceptional among the nations of the world. It has missed its opportunity. It missed its opportunity as shamefully and as needlessly as Jamaica missed its opportunity to be the headquarters and the leaders of the Caribbean Federation.
Can you say what the weakness of the Jamaicans who are the British were able to take them to Ghana to fight against the Africans?
No, what he's talking about now is the West Indian Regiment that went to Ghana in 1900 to fight against the Africans, and fight against an African woman, the last great war in Africa led by a woman, Ye Asantewaa. And they came into this war, and there was a Sergeant Gordon who saw the situation for what it was and tried to halt the attack. He eventually was sent back to Jamaica, put in prison where he died. But an Englishman ordered open fire, and they shot down her emissaries coming with their peace offerings. And this put up a case of bitterness again between Africans and Africans from the West, and Africa can't distinguish one from the other. If you came from the West, sometimes they condemn you. Whether you came from, they don't know whether you came from Jamaica, Trinidad, or Georgia, you know. But the Englishman has been very good at brainwashing. Why would you celebrate Queen's Day and all these British holidays and Empire Day, and you haven't celebrated the day when Kojo took the Maroons to the hills and refused to come under British rule? Haven't celebrated Manson, another Jamaican rebel, or Taki, another Jamaican rebel. In fact, a lot of the rebels who went to Haiti came originally from Jamaica. Jamaica was the incubator for Caribbean revolts. It culminated in Haiti, but a lot of the revolts started in Jamaica, because the British have not told us through their textbook who we were, and we argue that. Many times when we see a black American using one style of custom, we usually say the black American is not of our culture. If you're not talking about African culture, then neither one of you are talking about anything. You're talking about the British custom as against the American custom. We both are prisoners to that culture. But there's a whole lot of people don't even know about the existence of the famous West Indian regiment that was actually went to the colonies and fought against other African people and other non-European people. What you don't know about history hurt you. And if anybody says what you don't know don't hurt you, you should hurt him, because that's exactly what hurts you. What you don't know. Sometimes you're dealing with a fool, and if you knew you were dealing with a fool, you'd walk away and not stop wasting your time.
Any other questions?
Yeah.
Who said that? Laura? Go ahead. And then you jump.
What was the history like?
Now you got to talk so we can't hear you. I can't even hear you. Come on.
What was the history like?
What was the what?
Your history.
What, my history? I was a poor sharecropper boy from the backwoods of Alabama, miserably poor. And the farm, a storm blew the roof off of our house, and our father decided to bring the children to the city where he would work in brickyards and fertilizer factories to make enough money to go back and buy the land. He never bought the land, and the only free land he ever knew was, thanks to a 10 cents a week policy, was the grave we buried him in. It was all paid for. I grew up in Columbus, Georgia, near the big army post. Fort Benning, I used to be a caddy, carrying golf bags around, shiny shoes, making a living as best I could. I used to caddy for a major named Eisenhower. I thought he was a rather dull, mediocre human being. I still think he died mediocre. There was another major called Bradley, who later became John Omar Bradley. Mm-hmm. We always thought he was a senior officer because he tipped a quarter. Eisenhower tipped 15 cents. Seniority depends on how well you tip. That's the way the caddies looked at the customers. I came from a large family, and I was the one who chose to go to city school. That's a big thing in growing up. You live in the county, only one child of the family can go to city school without paying extra tax. I was the one that chose to go to city school, so I had to wear a little better clothes than the rest of them. And some of my brothers and sisters don't forgive me for that to this day. Yeah, he's the one that went to city school. And I learned very well, learned easily. I went to the lower 7th grade in school, and for economic reasons had to drop out. Eventually came to New York and went to night high school for a little while, had to drop out. Joined the Old Harlem History Club, studied under independent black teachers, gave myself the equivalent of a high school education and a college education. Went to college with a college equivalency. NYU, I became critical of the way they were teaching white history. Didn't expect them to teach black history at all. Got thrown out of NYU. Went to New York, New School for Social Research, and instead of going to class and learn history, they gave me a class and let me teach history. And I've trained 2 generations of people how to think better of themselves through an understanding of history. And I've traveled over large areas of the world, mostly all of Africa, parts of Europe, South America, Caribbean islands, all of the Caribbean islands of consequence, the big ones, some of the small ones. And I've lived on this earth over 70 years. Besides 3 children, had 2 different wives. Between writing and editing, I've authored 25 books, not including pamphlets and conference papers. Though most of my site is gone, I have finished 3 books since being declared legally blind. So that means you don't have to give up. If one facility leaves you, you just try for another one. When you come to nations, you have to remember, most of the nations people by, most of the people in this room, the Caribbean nations, African nations, Latin American nations, most of those nations have 10 times more than the Japanese started with. They can start with so little and go so far. What excuse do you have? They studied hard and they worked hard. They didn't boast about it, they did it solid. They're still not very boastful people. They go systematically about that way, doing what they have to do. They never say I'm going to hit you. If they plan to hit you, you know it after you hit you.
John? Do you think there will be a black president of the United States?
It is the question is, do I think be a black president of the United States?
And when?
I'm saying that a black president of the United States is not absolutely essential to black people getting all the things that do them in the United States. And while others might place this at the top of their priority list, it is not at the top of my priority list. Top of my priority list is to let African people know that they're just one segment of African people. That throughout the world, when you communicate with African people in the Pacific, in Africa itself, the large number in India, you number 1 billion people on this earth. And once 1 billion people come to power and begin to make their own shoes, make their own eyeglasses, produce their own food, you don't have to tell anybody they must be spoken to, treated with respect. People are going to do that because the consequences of not doing it is going to be too severe. They're not going to want to pay the consequences. Being president of the United States is something we do or not do. But it's not the most important thing we need to think about. He wouldn't do what? I don't think a black president would mess up the country. I don't even think Jesse Jackson would mess up the country. I think Jesse Jackson would turn the focus of the country around and pay more attention to people who work for a living, other than millionaires who make millions cheating people. I think it would be a new country under Jesse Jackson. I think that's what they fear. But I don't think Jesse Jackson is the only qualified black man to run for president. I think there's some more qualified than Jesse who wouldn't walk across the street to become president. Because they know they know the presidents don't run this country. Big corporations, all the money behind it, all that, telling them what to do. They just don't want to be a part of that kind of a network.
Okay, Vincent, and then Jeanette, and then...
What you think about reparations?
Reparations, we should demand it, and we should demand it on high reparations. Whether we get a nickel or not, we should keep the issue before the public.
That's right.
If other people got any form of reparations, the Jews did get some reparations from Germany, the Japanese did get some. Our labor have to build this country. Our labor have to make this country possible. We should keep that right out front.
That's right.
Whether we ever get a nickel, we should keep smearing our faces with it. Don't stop.
Dr. Clarke, I agree with you. And that's what I said in the same philosophy. When we get one nickel, it's a matter of keeping it before the public. Absolutely.
No one asked me about the paper they're writing. Any difficult you have. You're afraid I'm going to act like a college professor? Which I more than likely will.
Jeanette?
I want to know who was it that inspired you and what was it that they did to make you want to improve yourself?
Well, I wanted my life to say something to young men, young women of my class status and my ethnic background, that you don't have to have 30 degrees from the lowly, from a farm in Alabama, from a shoe shine boy that I was, from a caddy that I was, from a floor scrubber that I was. And by studying and working and believing in myself, I can climb out. And if I can climb out, you can climb out too. Not only what my life needs to say to scholars, I've trained generations of them. What can my life say to you? I don't care how poor any of you were, I have been, I will be. I was poorer than anybody in here has ever been.
Jerry?
So, do you think that Congress does enough about drugs in our black communities?
I don't think Congress does enough, but I think Congress sit aside and let it get started. We are not ready to deal with the agreement that was made with the mafia during the Second World War to use drugs as a form of mind control in the black community. And there may have been a second agreement because our community began to be flooded with drugs again soon after the decline of the Civil Rights Movement. This time we'll conquer their minds. We can't conquer their bodies, we're going to conquer their minds. I think we can use those same minds to conquer the disease. Because if you love yourself, you don't put no poison in your veins. I was a sergeant in the army, and I used to tell men that you walk this way like a king. You're too proud to carry poison in your veins and to transfer that poison to your woman who's a queen. You're also too proud to let people beat up on you. So I told them, if you forgive the reference, when you go into town, if you don't have a switchblade and a prophylactic, you're naked in the street. You ain't got no clothes on at all.
Lawrence?
Mr. Clarke, I would like to know, what is your opinion of the Afro-American of today, and how could we get out of this oppression or animals?
I think our best chance of getting out of the bind within is to what extent we make good connections with the African world outside of the United States and show the United States that your calling card to that world is how you treat me. Whether you get the minerals out of South Africa, it determines how you treat me. Whether you get the zinc and the manganese, the cobalt out of the Congo, is how you treat me. And we have to make the kind of contact with the African and send the kind of technicians to help the African. That will make the African say to the whites, I don't need you, I got my brother over here. He'll have to agree with the mind. When both of us come together, if you know what's happening between Russia and the United States right now, what England, Russia, and the United States, you will understand what I'm talking about. Europeans get together to save Europeans as Europeans, irrespective of ideology. We should get together no matter who's a Muslim, who's a Baptist, and who's a Protestant, or who's a Jehovah's Witness. I don't know how you get together with a Jehovah's Witness. So, my main point, if a Jehovah's Witness, black, downtown, try to get a cab, and you, black, Muslim, downtown, trying to get a cab, and me, Baptist, black, trying to get a cab, one chance is no better than the other.
That's right. That's right.
If you have to look at those black faces, he ain't gonna ask what religion you belong to. If the face is black, he said, I ain't gonna take you to Harlem. In fact, you don't even have to live in Harlem.
That's right. Listen.
Go ahead. Thank you.
One more question.
All right.
Teach, I'm gonna ask this. What you think we should teach what you think I should teach the children today? What you think we should teach them? With math.
Self-sustaining skills. This is the age of skill. People don't hire people who can do anything. People hire people who can do specific things. Everybody needs some kind of skill. So when they go to ask for a job, when the man says, what can you do? What have you done? They can say something that they have done well enough to identify.
Okay.
Even preschoolers, I mean, like pre-day nursery school?
Well, you start teaching them as early as you can, as early as you can get to it. Many times, if you see a child putting the wooden blocks together with some kind of accuracy, he might eventually be a good cabinet maker.
That's right.
Ain't nothing wrong with being a good cabinet maker. Have you hired any lately? Very expensive. These are highly paid people.
That's right.
These are highly paid people. Have you had a plumber lately? That did an order with a key. Now please speak to you about the leak in my basement, sir.
Are there any other questions?
Yes. Recently we saw Spike Lee movie, and the topic is "Do the Right Thing." To me, it's like do the right thing for the present situation. What do you think about it?
I thought basically the movie was an improvement on school days that was a disaster.
Very much. Yes.
Because he brought up too many themes in school days that he didn't resolve. He only resolved one theme, that was the seduction of a black girl. I think Do the Right Thing brought up a lot of things unresolved also, but there was a lot of opportunity for expansion, opportunity for explanation that he didn't get in. And I'm not talking about propaganda. It's simple explanation that could be good. But this person, you be talking about what a great civilization, this and that. What happened? 4 good lines put in the mouth of a character. Could have said, what happened? And then what you were told to an Italian, you could say that one of your countrymen, Christopher Columbus, who opened up the new world for the exploitation of Europe, did not play a minor role. Leave it right there. Don't preach on it, drop it. Let the public think about it. But I think Spike Lee needs encouragement. We don't need to bang him and criticize him forever. I think we need to praise him too.
Yeah.
Because I see him as a developing filmmaker. Now he said next he want to make an autobiography of Malcolm X. I don't think he knows what he's getting into.
That's right.
Because when Hollywood had bought the script years ago, they had an option on it, then released the option. A lot of the people in the life of Malcolm X are still alive. They're going to want a whole lot of money if you're going to portray them on film. And you cannot do anything on Malcolm with actors without showing competition. Now that's a great task. His sons are still alive, although they don't agree with each other. Malcolm X's brothers are still alive, although they didn't particularly agree with him in his lifetime. You have to show him interacting. His wife is still alive. And like most women, proper amount of ego. She wants her role prettied up.
In the play, Do the Right Thing, what do you think was the right thing?
The right thing was for the blacks to pull that money and buy the damn pizzeria. Don't burn it down, fill it up. You put in a damn picture that you want to after that. Put Paragon picture up there. Your pizzeria, your community. Do what you please. So doing the right thing wasn't just to put the place down. I said, okay. You've had your days here, you've made money. Let's make you an offer.
Making an offer that they can't refuse, right?
Yep. Said, if you don't give it to us at this reasonable price, nobody's gonna come here to buy pizza anyway. So sooner or later we're gonna get it at a lower price. Because you're gonna lose money. We don't know a great deal about strategy, and we talk about strategy a lot, but we don't use it. Strategy is something you talk to 3 people about, you distrust 2 of them. Which 2 to distrust It's a big job finding out.
Any other questions?
Well, I've enjoyed this morning with you, and I'm not above coming again if you dare to extend an invitation. I thought you'd have some more questions about the thing you were doing personally, and where information can be found on what you are writing about, what you are involved in. But be that as it may, the questions have been interesting and they've been intelligently put. And I'm glad to have been here to answer it, and glad to spend this morning with you. Thank you again.
Okay, we're going to wrap up now. We're going to definitely invite Dr. Clarke back again. He didn't get to speak on the time he spent with Malcolm X or Martin Luther King or any of that stuff. So you definitely have to come back and share those experiences with us. Okay? What are we going to do? We're going to have a 15-minute break.
I want to see Sanji, Veronica.
We're very pleased tonight to have one of the great Africans of all times, a great scholar, a great teacher, a great author, and above all, a great person. And that's Dr. John Henrik Clarke. Dr. John Henrik Clarke.
I wish tonight I had a message equal to your enthusiasm.
All right.
But I got to tell you the truth.
All right. Talk to us.
We reached a milestone
All right.
in our march toward liberation, and we've halted at the threshold of liberation, arguing nonsense,
All right.
doing nonsense things.
All right.
A few years ago, a brother out in the Midwest did a book called Why We Lose. Very few people read the book, and he borrowed against his pension to publish the book, and he still have most of the copies in his house. Very few black people dare to read the book, Why We Lose. As a journalist, I used to have a column called Misdirected Energy.
All right. All right.
How we put our energy in the wrong direction for wrong purposes.
All right.
The subject of my talk for tonight
All right.
is freedom is not free.
All right.
Once you understand the nature of victory, you have to understand how to protect victory. And once you understand the value of time and energy and resources, you have to understand how to pull it together and make it protect you.
All right.
When you understand the nature of time, you don't waste time.
All right.
The golden age of African awareness, the golden age of a reawakening to ourselves was the 19th century. The golden age of struggle was not the 20th century, but the 19th century. Struggle is the highest form of education.
All right.
We were educating ourselves through struggle. And we were learning through struggle. We've thrown the lesson away and misdirected our energy by not asking the right questions. Now I am very unpopular in places where I used to be popular because I dare to ask some questions of popular people who I say are first-rate con men.
All right. Talk to us. All right. All right. Go ahead.
I dare to ask, what are you doing with your energy? What are you doing with your time and your resources? What are other people doing? Why do other people with less time and less resources achieving more than you? You got 100 times more than the Japanese ever had. You got more land than they've ever seen. You got a greater potential than they ever had. They don't have enough land to grow enough vegetables. And yet they're almost self-sustained in food. You got all the land available to you. And yet you buy most of your food from other people and lose most of the land through taxation that you could pay. You lost something. And when a people lose this thing, a container that I call nation, and when you lose nation, you lose more than land. You use a concept of the mind. Why do people structure something away from their historical geography that you cannot do? Why then is it East Indian must come and run a store in your neighborhood and a Korean? And you complain about a job when you should own the store and the real estate. And if he owns the store, he should be renting from you.
All right. There you go. There you go.
All ethnic groups control at least the real estate in their neighborhood.
All right.
You don't own the real estate in your neighborhood, and there was a time you could have bought up every boarded up house.
All right.
All they wanted you to do is to fix them up and put them back on the tax roll. And you didn't do it. Why can't you see yourself as the managers of great wealth?
All right. All right.
Until you manage the wealth-producing resources of your neighborhood or your nation, you are not free.
All right.
When you are dependent on your former colonial master or your former slave master for the safety pin that holds your child's diaper together, you are not free.
All right.
To be a slave is not necessarily to be hungry.
All right.
A lot of people are hungry and they are not slaves.
All right.
To be a slave is not necessary to work hard.
All right.
A lot of people work hard and they are not slaves. To be a slave is not to be able to determine your own destiny.
All right.
Until you can close a door or close a community and say who goes here and on what terms, you have no sovereignty and you have no true freedom.
All right.
Now, what have you done with your time since we retreated from the golden age of nationalism in the 19th century? Let's look at that golden age of 19th century. Why did we do so much when we had nothing, not even basic freedom?
All right.
And why are we doing so less? Now we got all kind of freedom. We get lost in it.
All right.
We're killing each other. Where do we find all these guns? We don't make any of them. Where are we finding all this dope? We don't refine any of it. We don't own any of the equipment that takes the substance and makes it into dope. We don't control the borders that let it into the country. Why so easy to find? Because they control your mind, they control your body.
All right.
Give you the illusion. In the 19th century, we didn't think of ourselves as Caribbean people, African American people, and African people. All of us were African people.
All right. There you go. All right.
We didn't have our nose in the air thinking England was our motherland.
All right.
You fool, how can your slave master's country be your motherland?
All right.
We didn't think that way.
Nope.
All of us knew that we had one motherland, it was Africa. And we reached out to each other. We joined each other's freedom movement. We pastored in each other's church. We realized there's no solution until there's a solution for all of us. But the historical spot of our beginning was Africa.
All right.
We come to the 20th century. We do not study enough history of other people to understand how they succeeded.
All right.
The Japanese were put in concentration camps in the Second World War. They came out of concentration camps. They got all their property back. They got money, they got reparations. Not one march, not one leaflet, not one fist in the air. And all you know is you ain't got nothing.
All right. There you go. Talk to us.
What did they do?
All right.
In the so-called Holocaust, Jews got billions of dollars. Even the money to lay the basis for a piece of stolen property they called Israel. A land that never belonged to the Europeans.
All right.
But homeland. Homeland for who? If God promised anybody a homeland, they created the God that promised them the homeland and don't even worship that God anymore. God gave them some land. God gave some other people some land according to their folklore.
All right.
Didn't give it to a European. The European claimed he belatedly came converted to the faith because he didn't want to get in the war between the Christians and the Arabs. So he chose another option. Then he chose the tradition that went with it. He don't relate to Jacob and Isaac and all those people. He was happy in Europe. They started kicking his butt. Then he said he wants a homeland. When they was financing Napoleon's army, Napoleon wanted to give him Palestine. You can have it, he said. They said, who wants to see your sand? Now, why other people are successful while you fail? Because you lost an essential ingredient.
All right.
An East Indian comes here with a concept of having come from a nation.
Right. There you go.
He has in his mind the formation of a geographical piece of land called a nation.
All right.
In this nation,
All right.
he has judges, juries,
All right.
counselors, good men, bad men.
All right.
Put it all together, it spells nation.
All right.
The concept of nation has been wiped from your mind. You don't know how Africans controlled nations before they took that out of your mind. You will not read your history.
All right.
You read Europeans' interpretation of your history, which takes you out of history. Why did the Japanese succeed? 2 atomic bombs, defeat in war. Now, the people who defeated them are begging them for commercial space in the world. What did the Japanese refuse to let people take away from them?
All right.
The concept of nation in the concept of God as they conceive God to be.
All right.
You do not have an African concept of God, and you dare not think about one.
All right. All right. There you go.
You don't worship a single religion that has an African concept of God.
Uh-oh. All right.
Your Christian God, your Christian concept of religion was created at the conference in Nicaea 325 A.D. The Christ you worship was created a few hundred years later in Italy
All right.
by Michelangelo, an artist with a gender problem.
All right. All right.
Now, who between the conference at Nicaea 325 A.D. in the 1500s, when the Pope commissioned that picture to be painted, what did the people turn to for Jesus Christ?
All right.
Nobody, because they hadn't presented him to them.
All right.
Who they come? Why they get the whole Virgin Mary concept came out of Nicaea.
Uh-oh.
Here they Europeanized the faith and gave it to you, and you bought their concept, not your concept. And yet there's a body of great literature, some dealing with your concept that you will not read.
Uh-oh.
John Jackson devoted most of his life telling you your side of the religious story. People make concepts to suit the minds they hope to control.
All right.
Do you think the Christians dare to live by Christianity, the whites?
All right.
Do you think the Arabs dare to live by Islam? He wants you to live by it.
All right.
But the Arab is the bastard child of a bastard child. He's made from the waste matter of Europe and Western Asia, and he's every part of everything he ever slept with. He will sleep with anything this male, and sometimes female and male. And you followed after him like a fool. Think he's got some ways to lead you. You're misusing your energy. I just don't think you listen very well.
You're right. You're right.
Farrakhan made a speech last year and told you that your eyebrows and your hair, texture on your head, supposed to be the same. And if it wasn't, then you was cursed by some mysterious God. Because there are black people in the world with curly hair and dark skin who was not cursed.
All right.
Now he's creating a whole lot of mythology, but nobody knows enough to challenge him, except somebody like myself and Dr. Ben. Anytime you say God cursed anybody, you're a liar and a hypocrite, because gods do not curse.
All right. All right.
Which gets me back into why we waste our energy, go off following people without asking the serious question, leader, where are you leading me?
All right. Thank you. All right. There you go.
Why don't we analyze something?
All right. There you go.
I have no problem with the Million Man March if they were marching for something.
All right. There you go.
But if you use the word atonement,
All right.
who am I atoning for?
All right. All right.
What am I atoning? Let somebody atone to me.
All right.
We built the first society that blended the energy and the significance of man and woman,
All right.
and didn't put one over the other, and accepted the woman as the life giver. We built the first society where women rode at the head of her army, the first society where the woman headed the state, the first society where the woman was a god.
All right.
You gonna leave her out of something?
All right.
Are you out of your mind?
All right.
Hitler said that she's good for the bed, the kitchen, and the church. Are you going down that route?
All right.
Fool!
All right.
In Africa, she's not the king, she's the kingmaker.
All right.
She got to be one or the other. Have you ever studied the structure of the Baptist church? Who do you think make deacons? Deacons don't make deacons. Deacons go home and consult their wives. And the deacon vote for who the wife tell him to vote for or get out of their house. Do you think men run churches all by themselves? If the women leave the Baptist church, they close the doors, sell the real estate. All of a sudden, you join a religion as a male chauvinist murder cult and start imitating some damn Arabs. Gonna leave the women at home, you know, to pray and take care of the children. Either she go or it has no meaning. But if you're not going to collect anything, why go?
If you're not going to ask for anything, why go? Let's look at the strategic planning. There's not enough extra space in Washington for 1 million men to take a peek. All right, but all the people you got in Washington, march 1 million men into Washington. Suppose all of them wanted to urinate. Where are they going to go?
All right.
Hotels, where are they going to go? You got conventions in Washington all the time.
All right.
The one lone black hotel sometimes gets the spillover on the weekends from the white hotel.
That's right.
And it's about to close because it don't get enough in the week business.
All right.
Howard Inn, most people otherwise don't stay there anyway.
That's right.
Now say we're going to atone, what are we atoning for?
That's right.
Nobody atoned for us. The oppressor doesn't atone.
No.
He built a whole society on your blood, your sweat. The Japanese didn't march, they collected. The Jews didn't march, they collected.
That's right.
They came from a concept called the state.
All right.
Once you take that concept out of your mind, you are dependent on other people.
All right.
That East Indian, he can look back at Big Bad India, the second most populated country in the world. The Chinese can look back at China, the most populated country in the world. When you look back at Africa, you don't know what to look back at. You look back at Africa, I don't belong over there. Then the miseducated Africans say, you don't belong over here. Because the concept of state has been wiped from his mind. The educated African don't know what kind of state existed in Africa before the Europeans. I don't mind marching. I've been in a whole lot of marches in my life. Everything of significance, the fight for black liberation for the last 60 years in New York City, I've been a part of it.
All right.
Left and right. March with the communists, march with the socialists, march with anybody that I believed in.
All right.
But what is the march for? With slavery in Mauritania, in the Sudan, nobody is willing to march on a single Arab embassy.
Uh-oh. All right.
The Arabs not only kill black men, take their women, make them work in the field all day, and use them sexually at night.
All right.
The Arab is vicious in the sexual exploitation of black women. So what you getting so do-eyed over them for?
All right. All right.
You have to create the religion and it turned on you. You should reconceptualize it based on your need and not give a damn whether anybody lacks it or not. It will suit your purpose. I didn't say leave any of it. I said make it over to suit your need.
All right.
I don't care
All right.
whether people like it. One of the great flaws in the left movement that Russia said that they are officially an atheist nation. What fool would have such a little knowledge of people that they would declare themselves an atheist nation. Now, I hold all forms of organized religion in contempt. And yet I'm so spiritual, I won't even step on a cockroach. I love life so much. I don't think it was necessary to organize religions. They were better before you organized them and put one against the other. I know there's a force in the universe larger than me. I know I can't make the rain. I can't make a single flower or a petal of a rose. I can't bring back the spring or the winter. I know there's something there that I have to be beholden to. If you call it God, that's your privilege. I choose to respect it without necessarily calling it anything. In living in Africa, among the God people, I became a believer in their faith or belief system. They think God comes, only they don't use the word God, comes out of a body of fresh, lives in a body of fresh water, and that he renews his strength by each hour. And in difficulties, they go by a body of fresh water. That makes just as much sense to me as you praying to some God in the sky that you never saw. When we look at their lives, their individual lives, when they spell it out. When I went to the first wave, but everybody is a part of everything. When each time the widow mourns, women of her age group mourns with her. When they dance out the life of the deceased. And at the funeral, they walk through the neighborhood with big sheets and people throwing money on the sheets. All this is collected, given to the elders, and she spends 6 weeks at the home of the elders. She comes home, and now I knew where the custom came from. They've taken all the furniture out of the house, washed everything. She's not moved out of her house. They've taken care of the children during her absence. They give her new clothes. She must never wear any clothes she wore while her husband was alive. And they're singing, as long as there's clothes among your people, you have clothes. They present great bodies of food, platters of food, and each lady with a separate dish, quantity, and she have to taste each one. As long as there's food among your people, you have food. I said, this is Social Security built into a society. How dare you call these people uncivilized? Nobody's going to a relief bureau. She's going to her own people. She's not getting out of her house. She's not evicted. Cousins, uncles, all gather, make sure she's taken care of. So many uncles take care of the school fees for the children, so many does that. And the brother that's left is responsible for locating her a new husband, or taking her into his household as one of his wives. I don't care how this sounds to you, but at least you got one. You haven't got one. The society has made provisions for her never to be alone. Now you can understand why there was no prostitution in these societies until the foreigners came. When you obey the custom that you made, when you didn't have a word for jail, because you took care of these things within the structure of the family, but you became addicted to foreign concepts, and you lost the most important thing a people must have, the concept of the state.
All right.
And when you lose the physical state, you must never lose the mental state that you carry in your mind.
All right.
And when they take you away from the physical state, you can recreate the state away from home. What are the East Indians doing building stores in your neighborhood? They're doing what you're supposed to do. They're building the structure of the state. They're building in your neighborhood because they can get away with building in your neighborhood because you are not doing it. There's an opportunity here that you're not taking advantage of. You are not understanding the nature of your own culture. Now let's deal with that other march and something that went unnoticed. The Eastern Parkway March that they've been trying to kill for years.
All right.
They don't want it, period.
All right.
They moved the island. You've been to Harlem lately. They moved that island out of the middle of Lenox Avenue. They want to make Lenox Avenue broad enough for that. Then they're going to suggest, why not have it in Harlem where it started? Lenox Avenue still is not broad, even with the island gone, not broad enough for that march. And it shouldn't be there anyway.
All right. There you go.
They don't want you to celebrate culture if indeed that's what you are doing.
All right.
Because if you understand Caribbean culture, a few people do, Caribbean culture is not sexual gyrations down the street. Caribbean culture is heroic and beautiful. It's a long struggle. If you had a parade with emphasis on true Caribbean culture, the parade would last 1 year and that would be the end of it. Because you would tell of struggle, you would tell of Babis revolt, you would tell of Kojo, you would tell of Kojo's sister, Granny Nanny, you would tell of Mary Seacole, who came ahead of Florence Nightingale. You'd have a float for her. You would tell of the revolt that followed the facsimile emancipation, because emancipation in the Caribbean island was a fraud and a fakery. And by the time they got boasting about the fraud and the fakery, they awakened to discover that hell, they were still slaves. They were still on the same plantation. Now they had to take care of the clothing, the housing. They still had to work for a pittance, and there was no other place to work. But the Caribbean free man called their attention to this. And set in motion, especially in Jamaica, the Morat Bay Revolt 16 1865. When the beginning of the emancipation was 30 years before, then what are they fighting for in 1865? They're fighting for the fact that they realized the emancipation was a fraud. God, look at all the great culture you have. And one of the main reasons that culture succeeded in being the basis of the revolt, and why the revolts were so successful, they had an African culture continuity.
All right.
Because they didn't break them up as ruthless they broke us up here in the United States. They didn't outlaw the drum as ruthless they outlawed our drum. They didn't outlaw the African language. They could speak to each other in a manner that their master could not understand. He said, oh, that's just gibberish, you know. It wasn't gibberish. It's the African language.
All right.
When Toussaint Louverture, who needs re-evaluation because if it was today he'd be a middle-class cop-out, Dessalines was the real hero of the Haitian Revolution. But after they kidnapped Toussaint, a man who was streetwise for his day, Christophe, went to see Napoleon's cousin, Leclerc. Toussaint was naive enough to go with one coachman and got kidnapped. Streetwise Christophe marched a company of soldiers in Leclerc's living room, surrounding him on every side. He marched up to the Frenchman and say, Monsieur Leclerc, what do you want? He said, surrender the island. He spoke to Leclerc's servant in an African language. The servant was a captain in the Haitian army and a spy in Leclerc's household. He gave the spy an order. Give the order, burn Cape Haitian, burn the city down.
All right.
He started the burning, the French started retreating to the hills. And the Africans just beat those African drums, and each time they come close to the drum would retreat. These Frenchmen went stark, raving mad without firing a shot. African culture defeated them.
All right.
You can't use it unless you can preserve it.
All right. There you go.
So when you come to Eastern Parkway, what you are seeing is a grand and colorful show, but not Caribbean culture. You're seeing a great Caribbean show.
All right. All right.
If it was about Caribbean culture, it would be about Granny Nanny. They tell so many lies about Granny Nanny, it's hard to get to the truth.
All right.
They said people shoot a bullet at her and she would turn against the bullet and the wind from her behind would throw the bullet right back in the face of the shooter and kill it. But she was a great strategist, far better than her brother Kojo. I wonder we didn't have a float celebrating that.
All right. All right.
Of the great male rebels, Manson, Taki. The retreat from the hills. Different revolts on other islands. Oh, they were most numerous on the island of Jamaica, and more numerous than Haiti. Haiti fought a short period and won independence. Jamaica fought a long period and didn't. The circumstances simply wasn't conducive. Napoleon sent that first-rate army to Haiti a little too late. And besides, those Haitian generals outsmarted them. Sent dogs. Dessalines said that before it's all over, I'll make them eat those dogs. He surrounded the French army, deprived them of food and supplies, till in the final analysis, they were eating those dogs.
All right.
That's strategy.
All right.
Go have a Caribbean parade. That had to be part of it.
All right.
Sexual gyration is a private thing between you and your private mate with the room closed.
All right.
Has no business in a parade at all.
All right.
In this last parade, whose Grand Marshal was a Mediterranean mulatto passing for white.
All right.
If you think the Italian's a white, thing again.
All right.
You forgot to notice something on that screen. At the bottom of the screen,
Thank you.
there was a sign saying, all rights reserved. So that means if you wanted to video and sell your own culture, you have to have their permission. They've copyrighted it now. Imitation though it is, it no longer belongs to you. They wanted half of the money from the vendors. And the heads of the parade gave them the money. It's not yours anymore.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's a money-making scheme for the city.
All right.
The Jews are not going to stop until they get it off Eastern Parkway, period.
All right. All right.
What am I trying to say to you at a critical time in your history when we look at all the nations in the Caribbean islands, when we look at the Civil Rights Movement, the Caribbean independence movement, the African independence explosion, and you do not see one single African-oriented nation in all the world, because all of them are imitation European states.
All right.
Ruled by people with African bodies and European minds. Where do we go from here? Who do we follow?
All right.
People are hurt because I said, instead of marching, why can't we stay home, save the money, and buy up our community? Is it going to cost $40 bus fare, $20 food, that's $60. Add $60 1 million times, you got more money than the gross national income of Canada.
All right.
You got more money than the income of most of the nations of the world.
All right.
We can buy a supermarket for every major black community in this country.
All right.
We can buy the farmland to raise all the peas we want for the cans we want to put them in. We can drive camel out of the soup business.
That's it.
Using our own vegetables. We can employ at least 1/3 of all the blacks in the United States. But we're going to have to trust each other.
That's it. There you go.
We can have a banking system. A banking system. The rival of that of most of the nations in the world.
All right.
A credit union system. We should never go in the store and buy things $1 down, $1 later. Let the credit union buy it, you pay the credit union. If you're going to pay cash, you can bargain.
All right.
And the credit union will pay. You can get less percentage that way. The main reason we have not organized ourselves because we've lost that concept of nation and we do not trust each other.
That's it. There you go. There you go.
We do not trust each other because we've listened to our enemies interpreting us.
There you go. There you go.
I have been invited to the 50th anniversary of the 5th Pan-African Congress in Manchester, England. Out of the 5th Pan-African Congress, called by Nkrumah, Padmore, Amy Ashwood Garvey, Peter Abrams, Zeke of Nigeria, John Stone Kenyatta, later Jomo Kenyatta, came the concept of African independence, African states. Why were these states destroyed? Because the Western world decided they would never let the African handle the wealth of Africa.
All right.
Why did they let Nelson Mandela superficially come to power? Because they knew Nelson Mandela would not do the most essential thing to come into power, is ask for the restoration of the land.
All right.
Land is the basis of nation.
All right.
When he came to power, whites owned 87% of the land. They still own 87% of the land.
All right.
Nelson Mandela do not control his chauffeur.
All right.
Now you know why he had to get rid of Winnie Mandela.
All right.
She's a nationalist. He did more good in jail. Because in jail we had the illusion that he was a revolutionist.
There you go.
He came out and proved he was never a revolutionist at all.
That's it.
No revolutionist would come out of jail, become president of a country, and demand nothing.
That's it.
Black children are still being stoned for trying to get into previously all-white schools, all-white neighborhoods. Black Americans are going to South Africa and going into business with white people. They don't even know what's happening.
That's it.
Reverend Sullivan and his group, they are about pan-capitalism, not Pan-Africanism. They're the servants of the corporations.
All right.
The corporations got their seed money from the slave trade.
All right.
you can expect them to participate in African liberation one of the main reasons I'm being invited to come to Manchester, England to address the anniversary meeting of the Pan-African Congress is that there is an integrationalist group. Now everybody want to help Africans. Germans are in there, Dutch are in there. So when they become Pan-Africanists, the Dutch said that they are ordained by God to rule over the lesser breeds. How did they get in there? So the black group asked me to come to address the situation of Africa for the Africans. These whites were in there and tell the Africans, you have to share.
All right.
All the African had to do is say, I will share with you in Africa only to the extent you're willing to share with me in Europe. Land I will never share, because land is sacred as my mother's womb. You do not share land, and they're not going to make any more land. We have lost millions of acres of land because a lot of people in the north could have sent money south to pay the taxes, and they hadn't done it.
All right.
And the older people had to lose the land because they couldn't keep it up.
All right.
Couldn't keep up the taxes. We had land we could have kept.
All right.
Because we did not understand the significance of land, because the significance of land is concurrent with the significance of nation. We not only must listen, we must analyze.
All right.
Chancellor Williams, in his Destruction of Black Civilization, laid out a basic plan for the world movement of African people. Most people never read it. Sheikh Anta Diop, in his book, Africa, the Politics of a Federated State, showed you that the river bottoms of Africa can grow enough food for all Africa and 1/3 of the world. He raised the question, why is Africa buying anything from people outside?
All right.
Last time I was in Barbados, I went to a reception. What were we eating? Sardines from Nova Scotia. I go to the ocean, just stand there. The flying fish is jumping up, almost begging you to catch him free of charge. Please catch me and eat me. I want to be useful to somebody. Good white red snapper, right off the shoulder. Great varieties of fish. All you have to get in your boat, go out there and get it. And you are sardines from Nova Scotia. And that's the mind. The British train you to eat what the British want to sell.
That's right.
Big cement houses, 18 inches thick. Now, what in the hell is a climate like that? You 18 inches thick in a house.
That's it.
Same thing is true in Ghana. First year I was there, they imported $14 million worth of canned fish. You got tuna right outside of, in the ocean. I was out fishing and the Ghanaians catch a fish and threw it back. I said, why do you keep throwing this fish back? They said, that's tuna. I said, oh, it's tuna, all right. He said, we don't like tuna. Now the Japanese and everybody's out there taking that tuna, making a fortune. Some they don't like tuna. If you take a fresh piece of tuna, you never seen a can, marinate him, put a good sister on him, you got some good tasting fish. Because the sister lay her righteous hand on a piece of food sometime, you don't know what she put on it. All you know is you can't stop eating it.
All right.
She turns around to the left and to the right, and a little dash of this, a little dash of that. She can't even tell you what she did. All she knows, it comes out right. We've forgotten our tradition. We've forgotten how we built a state. We've forgotten how to listen.
All right.
Had we listened to the speech Farrakhan made at the Apollo, listen to the same Farrakhan speech he made in the mosque.
All right.
The difference, we know two speeches. Then what was this thing raising the fund for Betty about?
All right.
Trying to cover up the fact that Farrakhan helped to create the atmosphere and the attitude that led to the assassination of Malcolm X.
All right.
Trying to get himself off the hook.
All right.
And listen to a speech at Abyssinia Baptist Church. People think it must be the worst thing in the world that you would dare call Farrakhan a con man. And I did call Farrakhan a con man because I think he's one of the most unique con men of the 20th century.
All right. All right.
I didn't say he was dumb.
All right.
He is smart. He is
right.
clever. He is good. And he is still a con man.
All right.
If he brings off this march, he's going to say your only salvation is to become a Muslim.
All right.
And yet he would not criticize a single Arab.
All right.
He hadn't even explained to you what happened to the $5 million he got from Libya.
All right.
Leadership is accountability.
All right. There you go.
If you cannot be accountable to the people, you've got no business leading the people.
All right.
We're going to fall into another Arab trick, make the Arabs strong enough to take all Africa.
All right.
Now this might be hard on your imagination, but can you imagine an Africa without Africans?
Yeah.
Because whites and Asians and Arabs
All right.
will take over Africa
That's it.
and push Africans out of it.
That's it.
And they will do it with the help
All right.
of blacks.
All right.
Some converted to Islam. If we're going to survive on this earth, we must realize before there's nation time, there's going to have to be some serious thinking time.
All right.
Time to analyze what's happening to us.
That's it.
Time to ask the questions. Why don't we control at least the real estate in our community?
That's it.
We could have. If you opened a store in Chinatown, you wouldn't get one customer.
All right. That's it.
Why do they get so many customers in our neighborhood?
All right.
Ain't no mystery about Chinese food if that's what you want.
That's it.
A good black American cook can buy one Chinese dish and take it home and break it down, and the next day he can beat them cooking it.
That's it.
If Chinese food is what you want, we can give you that. Now I've seen it done. I've gone to restaurants and hey, the food was good. I said, I'd like to compliment the chef. A black man walked out there. All the Chinese food was cooked by a black man. Remember a place in Harlem used to call Carr's Corner? Chinese food was cooked by a black man.
All right.
And it was good food too. Let's stop making excuses for ourselves. Let's stop celebrating victories we do not have. Let's take each other seriously. Let's stop wasting our energy killing each other. Let's reserve our fire for our enemies. Let us realize that there's a war, not just on the black family, there's a war on the family concept.
All right. There you go.
And this war is being led by some disgruntled and disappointed women.
Uh-oh.
They're not only against black male and female relationships, they're against black male and female relationships, period.
Uh-oh.
And they do not understand what is norm. I just don't think a woman is designed to romance another woman.
All right.
Or a man, another man.
All right. There you go.
Now this don't make no kind of sense. And all these people saying that we had this kind of thing in Africa before, you show me one single case before the coming of foreigners. I dare you to show me a case of prostitution in Africa before the coming of foreigners. I dare you to show me one case of a social disease in Africa before the coming of foreigners.
All right.
You know what I mean by social disease?
Yes, sir.
Syphilis, gonorrhea, and the Africans had diseases from unpolluted water and,
All right.
sleeping disease. That kind of disease they didn't have. That every invader of Africa did Africa more harm than good. And the worst damage done to you, it made you forget how you controlled a state before they got there. When you came to power, you became the imitators of his method in ruling power. Those methods will never suit the African. Broke up African states into little mini unviable states, mostly landlocked. In the old African system before Europe, every state had access to the sea. No landlocked nation. Now you're going to have relaxed borders, but Africans are going to have to build Africans. You need a generation of Africans educated in Africa by other Africans for the express purpose of serving Africa, with no concern about who likes it or dislikes it. We made the wrong use of Western education. The Japanese took that education and turned it on those he got it from, and protected himself from those he got it from. We were not unique. We became a part of the trap, other than to use the education to stay out of the trap. Where do we go from here internationally? How do we tackle the terrible color fascination in the Caribbean islands? Different gradation, almost neighborhoods for brown-skinned people, neighborhoods for almost white people. How do you attack that kind of preference when people in their own family, they cut to pieces psychologically over shades of color? Nonsense. Our crude oppressor in the United States, well, he didn't do us any favor. He just wasn't smart enough, he wasn't clever enough to set up a scheme as ruthless as the British. You can admire the British if you want to, but they're as ruthless as the Nazis in spreading racism. They won't cut your throat with a dirty knife because that's poor form, poor style. But your throat will get cut. And you're just as dead. The crude American don't care. He put all those color gradations, all those hair gradations, half white, quarter white, put them all in one bag. And put one word on the bag: nigger. And you can figure it out. You want to fight over, that's your problem. He ain't gonna give you no separate neighborhood, separate for the brown, separate for the almost white, no separate job category for the almost white. I was in Jamaica and I bet someone $10. It was about 12 years after independence. I bet you I couldn't find one jet black bank clerk. He said, man, you know that's impossible. All right, put your $10. We wandered all over Jamaica, everywhere they had a bank. Not one jet black bank clerk over 10 years after independence. That job was a monopoly of the almost whites. You're independent of what?
All right.
Independent in comparison to what?
All right.
Still wearing blonde wigs in courts. The first thing you do when you are independent and understand the nature of your culture is to get rid of the trappings of your oppressor. And if you think you got to marry your oppressor's daughter, you're missing the point.
All right.
I hope we march for reasons. I don't like the word atonement, because the black woman did not come over on a separate air-conditioned slave ship.
All right.
She didn't have no separate auction block.
All right.
Her plight was the same as mine.
All right.
Her struggle is the same as mine. She's got no place to go except toward me and make some correction. If she have any grievance, stating them to anyone except me,
All right.
ain't gonna help.
All right. Thank you.
The white man has only three permanent positions in his society for her.
All right.
Give sex on demand,
All right.
clean his house,
Uh-oh.
and destroy black men.
All right.
Everything else in his life is temporary for her. And she's lying through her teeth if she thinks otherwise.
All right.
White women live ain't got nothing to do with you. You need a liberation movement,
All right.
stronger and higher than her.
All right.
You need a liberation movement that takes care of the internal problems within us. We've got problems, all right. There's some straightening to be done, all right. Black men need to socialize black men. Black women need to socialize black men. Then both of us need to come together and realize we have no destiny on this earth away from each other. We need to regain the concept of nation. We need to carry it wherever we are on the face of the earth. We need to train our children in the responsibility of nation. And when someone sees us, wherever we are on the face of the earth, we need to know there is an African person, that you don't stop ever being an African person. You never lose the geographical position of your beginning, because that is the historical womb
All right.
from which you sprang.
All right. All right.
That is the basis of your strength, the basis of your future.
All right.
Somewhere along the lines, in the march toward liberation,
All right.
we lost our way. We misread the signboards. We read somebody else's street signs. We have to go back to the fork in the road, read those signboards again. When we see a road, a sign saying Africa, saying solidarity, Pan-Africanism, African world nationalism, pointing to an African world community,
All right.
we need to breathe easy and say, that's the road that will lead us home.
All right.
On the half hour at about 12:30, we will open up telephone lines and also basically give those of you a chance in the live audience to pose any questions or comments to Dr. Clarke about his discussion today. That discussion, again, from the last chapter of the forthcoming book, which is now on pamphlet form, called Can African People Save Themselves? Let us welcome back Dr. John Henrik Clarke in the talking. WRIB, New York. Dr. Clarke, when you were talking a few moments ago, I guess when you touched on the issue of knowing our history, being in this particular month of Black History Month, which of course was initiated by Dr. Carter G. Woodson, I've heard some people from time to time have a criticism about this being one of the shortest months of the year and winding up being that month. But I don't think that Dr. Carter G. Woodson had in mind that we were only going to study our history in 1 month of the year when he initiated Negro History Week some years ago. Your thoughts about this issue of our history being studied all year round as a part of our natural way of life?
Well, I've been an advocate of all the year round, all along. Dr. Woodson, because Abraham Lincoln's birthday comes in February, and so is Frederick Douglass's, he wanted to have a week, really, embracing those two birthdays. He wasn't precise about when Lincoln was born or Douglas, because they weren't too precise about it themselves. But I think the idea was good, and the idea of the week set the month in motion. I think history is a consistent thing like living, and we should have history at our breakfast tables and have it at home in our churches. I would replace history with the Sunday school lessons, and instead of having Sunday school lessons, I'd have little printed lessons on history. All these social organizations and fraternities and sororities, instead of all this stupid initiation sororities and fraternities go through, you get in based on how much you know about history. And if you want to get into, tell me about Queen Nzinga and her battles with the Portuguese. Tell me about a king named Shamba Balongongo in the Congo. After they drove out the Portuguese, he took the Congo to its golden age. Tell me, what is a golden age? Name 5 books about Shamba Balongongo. The rumor is that, and the assumption that Chaka, the greatest of the Zulu warriors, fought white people. Do you know that most people got the information wrong? Chaka fought no white people at all. He fought other blacks in order to consolidate South Africa to save it from the whites. That's right. We get so many things wrong so easily because we don't read. Now, don't read the book, we don't read a book on the subject. We call this cocktail history. You know, your undergraduate degree is one cocktail, and your graduate degree is the second cocktail. You graduate, your PhD is the third cocktail, and you know everything. And he read one book.
You're listening to WLIB New York. We continue in the Talking Drum with Dr. John Henrik Clarke. The series again, Can African People Save Themselves?
I think we're going to save ourselves. We've got to first understand ourselves. We must understand the African freedom explosion in the world, in the Caribbean, and in Africa. Remember now, in spite of all the talk about blackness and the black revolution and the need for a black university, there's not a single black state in the Caribbean islands or in Africa. They're all imitation European states. We must bring into being the role model of an African state based on African values and African tradition. Our enemy fears a people with a value system more than they fear a people with an army. And when a people destroy your value system, they destroy something among you more valuable than your defense system. We have to regain our value system. People must say, I don't do that because we're just not that kind of people. And mean it. We have to restore some of the things we had in this country, in Africa, and in the Caribbean islands. The fact that everybody looked after everybody. If you understand that, it's kind of a community enterprise. If this little child hasn't got his clothes fastened, everybody's concerned about it. Until he gets to get himself straightened out, and somebody wipes his nose, and and they tell his mother's kid was out here unkept. Who was responsible? Whole community zeroing in on a single little item. A little child didn't have a clothes button. That was humanity. Now we say, touch my child, I'll kill you. I mean, you should be touched. We have to get back to the point where everybody's concerned with everybody.
Now you're coming.
And we might have to have a block by block organization. See a stranger in the block, say, hey, what you doing here? He might bother some he ain't got no business bother. If he's seeing a lady in the block, ask the lady, is he straight or not? No. Who is he? It seems like interference with your privacy, but we got along a little better when people cared enough to interfere sometimes, because sometimes your privacy needs to be interfered with to your benefit. So to save ourselves, we must get back some of the old community values we used to have. I came from a family of 9 children. I was never at home when a child was born, because on the eve of a birth, one of the neighbors took the children and kept them until the birth was over. Nobody asked them to do it. They just did it. In the neighborhood, if there's a feud between 2 ladies, if there's a serious illness, the feud is off. And the lady she's been feuding with starts bringing her soup. Now once she's well again and on her feet, then the feud starts back again. But nobody struck at you when you had serious difficulties. And when the community reprobate, the biggest drunk, liar, womanizer in the community died, he got a decent funeral. We say, it's out of our hands now. Let God take care of it. That was part of our humanity. I noticed this when my stepmother died. As children, we said, she's not going to die anyway, she's going to evil away. Finally, she eviled away. Went down to the funeral, everybody singing her favorite song, that she cannot be replaced. Her seat in the female amen corner should never be occupied because she's irreplaceable. I wish somebody would replace her. The biggest witch in town. But she's dead now, so nobody's thinking about how hard she used to whip me. It's all over now. It's forgiven. Then having studied African culture on the spot, and having studied the culture in New Orleans, the backwoods of Alabama, I know that we are beautiful people, and we've got a lot that we can use to save ourselves, but we've thrown so much away. We need to regain. There was no such thing as an invitation to a wedding. It was assumed that the community is invited. So the community came. It was assumed you're going to bake a cake. So you bake a cake, there was too much cake. But everybody had plenty of cake and some to take home. And nobody got hurt. And sometimes there's some confusion as to who's going to fix what. Then everybody fixed and it was too much, and so everybody took some home. But the bride and the groom didn't pay the money. Weddings cost thousands of dollars. It cost nothing. That was our humanity. We have to get it back again. In this country, the Caribbean islands, then we have to stop telling lies about each other, our respective development. The Caribbean islands, you had a majority. In Africa, you had a majority. There were certain things expected of them that they have not delivered. We in this country could not have delivered the state. No matter how wise we were, we could not have delivered the state against the odds that we have always had arrayed against us. We expected Africans who had enough number to gain control over the state apparatus. And that hasn't been done because too many people have been imitating the concept of government as laid down by their former colonial masters. We have to free ourselves from this period of imitation. We've had a generation of imitations. We have not looked back creatively. This is why we have not successfully looked forward. Had the members of the Civil Rights Movement looked back at that 19th century, that was 10 times more radical than they were.
Sure.
They could have built the 20th century.
That's right.
Yes. They didn't look back to their foundation. So that they couldn't build for the future because they didn't know the past. And ultimately they end up betraying each other. We have to look both ways, but we cannot ignore history. We cannot ignore that clock that we need to tell our time of day. And people who came before. We cannot ignore the fact in the 19th century we produced ministers 10 times more radical than Martin Luther King, Henry Garner, Rangel Ward, these men around Douglas. And at the end of the century, Bishop Henry McNeil Turner.
That's way back.
Because we have a revolutionary heritage among the ministry, as well as a revolutionary heritage among the people. Slave revolt, 250 slave revolts on record. We had the most successful slave revolts in the Caribbean islands, because in the Caribbean islands they could maintain a cultural continuity, an African cultural continuity. They wasn't broken up so often. Slaves were bought in large lots, and they generally kept the lots together. The slave master thought they could work them better that way. They were right, but they forgot one thing: they could revolt better that way.
That's right.
Because they kept their language together. They kept their drum together. They kept their habits and their customs together. This is why the first clear nationalist in the Western world, would appear. He would come from Jamaica, but he was sold to a plantation in Haiti. Boatman. He called for a black heaven and said if he found his slave master at the pearly gate, he gonna slay him right in front of the angel gate. So we talk about the Haitian Revolution. We give credit to Toussaint, Dessalines, and Christophe, as we should. But that revolution was set in motion by two slaves formerly from Jamaica, Macandel and Boatman.
Right.
And Jamaica fought longer and harder than Haiti and did not become free because the British could destabilize the revolt in between. And it takes 10, sometimes 20 years to mount the momentum for a revolt. Haiti's revolt unfolded over a 20-year period. And each time one leader fell, another one was right there to take his place.
Beautiful.
And it worked out that way. It had nothing to do with who was braver. Haiti was fighting that old silly, neurotic, fascist Napoleon. England had freed some of her soldiers from fighting the Spanish, plus the fact England had an internal army in Jamaica, and the descendants of that internal army is still in Jamaica and still causing some trouble that a whole lot of people won't talk about because they're a little bit ashamed of it. That is the Jamaican mulatto who had made up his mind where he belongs. He can't be English. He don't want to be Jamaican. He's contemptuous of being African. And he stands in between. But these are some things we whisper about and dare not discuss openly. But in a true fight for our existence, we have to tell all the fractions and the halves and the almost whites, come in the house and stay, or go out and stay. We haven't got that nerve yet. We cannot fight a true revolution with people with split loyalties. See? You either have to be for our cause or against it. If you're against it, you have to suffer the consequences.
Go ahead. That's it.
We might have to start dealing with the so-called black conservatives.
Yeah.
Here, we have to deal with the bastardized mind as against the physical bastard. We must deal with the mental bastard. We must deal with who are black and loyal to whites to the extent that they will betray us.
Dr. Clarke, could you, for a moment, take us into Brazil? It is an area in terms of South America that not many people really are clear about in terms of Palmares and Quilombo and that whole situation.
No, Brazil was the great human laboratory during the period of slavery and afterward, because, see, when the Pope said to Spain and Portugal, you take the East and you take the West, and you two Catholic nations stop fighting among yourselves, Spain got more than its share. Then when Portugal approached the Pope, the Treaty of Tordesillas, 1493, gave Portugal, Brazil. Brazil was so big the Portuguese couldn't manage it. Then there were two Portuguese slave trades, one supplying Brazil, one supplying the general Portuguese slave trade. Brazil was so big, many Africans in Brazil bypassed the auction block and went straight to the forest and the hills. Were never slaves. See, and here they found two distinct African cities, Palmares and Bahia. Palmares lasted about 110 years. And another thing, the Portuguese scraped the human barrel. I mean, took the poor Portuguese, the wretched of Portugal, the wretched of the whites. And when they got there and announced to these wretched people who hadn't been treated too well in Portugal, all of this is for the mother country. They said, the hell with the mother country, this is for me. So they began to separate Brazil from Portugal. And when there was a shortage of white women, the Portuguese petitioned the Catholic Church for the right to marry the black woman. And marry the black woman, she wouldn't marry them unless she was free. So you have the beginning of a free black woman, then she connived to free certain members of her family. Then convince the Portuguese that you're going into the hinterland, you got labor. The only way you can control them, you got to free them. So you see, beginning of the Portuguese, the free man in Brazil, who would feed the revolts in Palmares and in Bahia. And out of these relationship between the Portuguese man and African woman, two other rulers of Brazil emerged. Pedro I, Pedro II. There's a book by a man named Ramos called The Negroes in Brazil. Worth reading. The best known work on Brazil is by their greatest living writer. He must be 90 now, but he's still alive, Gilberto Fryer. The masters and the slaves and the shanties and the mentions. He's really the greatest documentary
on Portuguese history. There's a work by Richard Price called Maroon Societies in the Americas, dealing with runaway slaves who formed secret armies, including in the United States. So it's assumed that Maroon Societies existed only in Jamaica. They existed all over the Americas. They're best known for their existence in Jamaica. But Brazil, one of the largest countries, a country with a majority black population, but they managed to convince the black population that they have no problem. And that is their problem. Being convinced that they have no problem. No one has explained why they're on the bottom. If they have no problem, well, everybody else got more than they've got. But they're stirring now. They've got people in the Senate now, and one of them is a personal friend of mine, a great artist, Abdul do Nascimento. And I think he's doing some great things. He's a good writer. The one item that you might not approve of is that he's married to milk instead of chocolate. We'll let that one go for a moment.
Dr. Henrik Clarke is with us live at the World Famous Apollo Theater. We will break for a moment. We'll come back with the conclusion of Dr. Clarke's talk and also the chance for you to talk to them directly at our center stage microphone and of course on our telephone line too. More when we come up at the GBE at the Apollo on Top Radio of the 90 WJLI. Great crowd here. Good to have you with us on 121st Street. Our quick note, we'd like to actually acknowledge the presence of the students from the Liberty Partnerships program at Orange County Community College, Newburgh Extension. We are pleased to have them here today. Let's give them a big round of applause. It's good to have students, of course, with us, especially during this kind of time period as well. Also, an announcement, the Grand Council of Guardians is presenting a Gift of Life blood drive. It's going to be happening on March 9th between 10 and 4 p.m. in the press room at One Police Plaza on the second floor. Due to the demand of rare blood traits that are found uniquely in the African American community, the Greater New York Blood Bank has made an urgent appeal to the Grand Council of Guardians to solicit donors from the membership. Again, all uniformed and civilian members, family members also can give blood will receive half-price entry to the NYCPD Guardians Association Oldies with Goodies Night over at the Mark Ballroom. There will be more details to follow, but again, keep it in mind, March 9th, 10 to 4, the press room, One Police Plaza, a Gift of Life blood drive. We continue with our talking drum during African History Month. Our guest today, Dr. John Henrik Clarke, who concludes in the last few moments before we begin to take your telephone calls and talk with you directly on his lecture, Can African People Save Themselves? Dr. John Henrik Clarke.
Thank you very much.
We, of course, need to look at Brazil because it is the largest African country outside of Africa. It is the one country in South America where an African can become head of state legitimately without a coup. I mean, if they all voted, they could just vote him in because they got the numbers. It's just a matter of a political awakening. But we also need to look at the rest of South America. Guyana is a part of South America. Look at its background and its revolts. Look at the so-called Bush Negro revolts in Suriname. All these things were well written about, well documented. Because I read so many books being self-educated, self-educated mean formally educated people read what the professors tell them to read. I read all of that in the book the professors tell them not to read because they're dangerous. All the more reason why I would read them. So a good self-directed education is far better
done some formal education. Now, I'm not telling anybody not to go to school by all means. If you can get 2 PhDs, get it. It's just an academic passport. It's a work passport. And it makes things better for you. And you don't have to have any sense, but but if you throw up a certificate up that's a PhD, you got the job. In some cases. So I'm not knocking it, but I'm telling you it's not essential to having great information. Because the people who set in motion this inquiry into our history were people with the minimum of formal education. J. Rogers didn't finish high school, and he did more work on the black personality and human history than any man who ever lived.
Go ahead.
Charles C. Seifert, another one, from Antigua. Of course, Jamaica, a lot of Jamaicans don't know that J. Rogers was Jamaican. Seifert, who did a lot of work that didn't get published, including extensive work on the African contribution to the brotherhood of man. A lot of Caribbean scholars and South American scholars have done excellent work. We need to study. We need to study Walter Rodney's How Europe Underdeveloped Africa. And his PhD thesis, Slavery on the Upper Guinea Coast. We need to look at Raphael Powell, another forgotten Jamaica. His work on the human side of a people in their right name, because he was the first person to repudiate and debunk this word Negro. It shows that it had no meaning what we are concerned. We need to read Richard Moore, a new book on him by his daughter, his son-in-law, Richard Moore, Harlem Militant. We need to read his little work, The Name Negro, Its Origin and Evil Use. But we can put down some of these papers that slander and insult us, along to read some of the things that will make us feel a sense of pride in ourselves. Then we need to read some of the monumental work written on our cause by some neglected white writers. Joe Massey's 6-volume work, Egypt, Light of the World, Book of Genesis, Book of the Beginning, Natural Genesis. Long before Bonnell's work called Black Athena, there were pioneer black writers doing the same thing. Nobody paid the slightest bit of attention to it. Now that a white man writes a book on the subject, everybody's doing cartwheels. He takes a lot of his information from Dr. Ben. You read his work, but you don't read Dr. Ben, who he took the work from. If you think I'm scolding you, you're right.
That's good to meet these folks.
You really need to read our writers, read all good writers. But start with our writers. They have to eat too, they pay rent. Tom Edison don't make no exceptions. He's a writer. I'm going to let him use his lights free of charge. No such thing. But take a little time and pay a little attention to what I'm doing. And all this talk about Malcolm X, and if you forgive the modesty, I did a halfway decent anthology 20 years ago that now has been reissued. The situation hasn't been changed. I didn't feel called on to change a word of it. Because what I said then is still true. Would appreciate it if you read that. I got an old beat up brownstone, but I still pay mortgages and water. Would appreciate your patronage.
Dr. Clarke, what's the schedule for the book that you mentioned, which is coming out again?
Well, he said May or June. It's the African World Press. He's also bringing out a book of the lectures that Dr. Ben and I delivered in London new dimensions of African world history. We've added material to it over and above the lectures, and that's supposed to be ready in February. Now he said March. And of all things, a lot of people don't know, I used to be a poet too, so thanks to a lady from Barbados who lent me $360, I had a book of poetry published in 1948 that's now going to be reissued. The early poetry of John Henrik Clarke. That's supposed to be out in March also. So I'm going to have a lot of books in my 3 books on Harlem, in the process of being ready to come out again. Harlem Voices from the Soul of Black America, Harlem USA, Harlem a Community in Transition. So when you see them, and if your pocketbook is disposed to give me a hearing, I'd appreciate it.
Let us really express our appreciation for Dr. John Henrik Clarke today, live from the world famous Apollo Theater. Certainly one of our celebrated audience today. We will begin taking some telephone calls first. We have some people who have been holding on the telephone for quite a while now. We'll take those calls and then move into our live audience. If you have questions or comments for Dr. Clarke, you can line up at our center stage area microphone with whatever comments you'd like to share with him today. We'll start first with our telephone calls though right now, 692-9542 and 1-800-332-1023. Listening to Talk Radio 1190 WIB. I'm going to tell Gary Burger. This is the GBE live at the Apollo. Good afternoon.
Hello?
Yes, good afternoon.
Yes, how you doing? How you doing, Dr. Clarke?
Fine.
I appreciate you naming those books about what to get, what to read, and to keep it up. And also, I'd like to ask, did you say, I don't know if you or Dr. Ben, one of y'all said that there were people before Adam and Eve, and if it were, you know anything about it, what book could I get for that information?
Well, I didn't say it, but it's true.
And what book, where can I find that information?
Any book on the origin of man will trace that. You can get Dr. Leakey's work, and Dr. Leakey's son's work called Origins, Robert Leakey.
And every time I mention that, it's hard for people that I say it to. It's hard, and then what I want to be able to do is to pinpoint that information.
Well, you can pinpoint it in these books. Dr. Leakey's African Evolution of Man, and John Jackson's Introduction to African Civilization, his chapter on the origin of man. Now, if the Adam and Eve story is true, mankind is about 6,000 years old. Now, what are we going to do with the information that proves that in Ethiopia alone, functioning mankind is about 5 million years old?
To the caller. Thank you, caller. Talk Radio WIB, here on GBE Live at the Apollo with Dr. John Henrik Clarke. Go ahead, please. Yes, good afternoon. Hello, you're in the air. Go ahead, please.
Gary?
Yes, what's up?
Good morning, Brother Gary. And Dr. Clarke, there's one thing that I very rarely, if ever hear our historians talk about, and that is the amount and numbers of estimated Africans being eliminated from the planet, and the amount of Europeans that have been killed among themselves. I heard it once said that there was an estimated 100 million Europeans killed among themselves since they've been keeping records. And an estimated 300 million of us. I'd like Dr. Clarke, to speak to that. And one other thing, what did we do when the Europeans en masse invade Africa for the natural mineral resources? And what are we to do? And what is our people in the Western world going to do about loyalty then? And where would their loyalty lie then?
You're speaking from a military perspective.
That's right.
I understand. All right, thank you. Dr. Clarke?
Now, there have been several Holocausts in the world, and remember, no one has a monopoly on the word Holocaust. The Holocaust of the slave trade, if we're going to believe Dr. Du Bois' work, the suppression of the African slave trade to the United States. His estimation is from 60 to 100 million. There have been new estimations since then, using more scientific data, especially by young Nigerian historian Nkora, and he said that it could have been 200 million. And he's gone through the ship's logs and how many was taken out and how many was delivered. So his estimation is close to right. Between World War I and World War II, close to 2 million Europeans were killed at the hands of Europeans. Now, since colonialism, after so-called slavery, I maintain that slavery is still with us, that it was transformed but not eliminated. In the Congo alone, they must have killed 25 million or more, and that at least 50 million Africans died in the colonial system, not including those who died from starvation and deprivation. I maintain that Europe's impact on the world has been an act of protracted murder, and it still is.
Thank you for the call. The second question, of course, goes with the issue of European invasion of Africa. We better go and call it part 2 or something, Dr. Clarke, but he's posing what happens in the modern age if we ultimately see a military invasion of the sort occurring right now in Iraq and Kuwait, occurring in Africa at this time. What happens to the loyalties of African Americans here?
I anticipate before they give up the great mineral wealth of Africa, especially Southern Africa, they will invade Africa using black troops. And I maintain that some of these black troops will be reluctant and some of them will kill Africans. And I say that this is an internal tragedy within our community. We better start dealing with it. We better start dealing with it soon. Who is loyal to who? Because if this country turns on an African, in Africa, we should not let him ever walk the earth in peace.
Amen to that.
Dr. Clarke, just to put an exclamation point on that, in relationship to the initial conference that occurred, I think around 1884, where the colonial forces actually got together, had a meeting, and decided on how to carve up Africa. It's not a well-acknowledged piece of history within the educational system, but can you just briefly...
That's what Garrett's talking about is the partition of Africa, the so-called scramble for Africa. When a degenerate king, Leopold, needed some money to support the various houses of prostitution that he frequented, and his insatiable taste for women in finery, needed more money than the state could furnish him. Called a conference to see what part of Africa he could get. He was helped by Stanley, or the so-called Stanley-Livingstone fame. Now, if you believe the whole story about Stanley looking for Livingstone, then don't be my guest, because Livingstone wasn't lost. And when Stanley found Livingstone told Stanley to get lost. He went up in that Africa and hooked up with some lush and plush African lady. He was happy. He found a black paradise. The main thing is that all those nations in Europe with enough muscle, who didn't have enough of Africa, decided to make a claim. Portugal got more, France got largest piece, but Belgium got the Congo. The Germans got 4 big pieces. Tanganyika, that's what they call it, Southwest Africa, now Namibia, the Cameroons and Togo. Well, they literally split up Africa to themselves, and they had no part of Africa was left free. Liberia has always been an American colony and still is. Ethiopia was so under the persuasion of the West that you could not successfully call Ethiopia independent at that time. Not thoroughly independent now. But the idea was to keep the wealth of Africa under Western control. And that little drama in the sand right now is to keep that area of the world under Western control. And the confusion is that the people of that area, because of their oil and their riches, got associate membership in the white club. They think they're full members in the club. And they were slave traders too. For 1,000 years before the Europeans came and started their slave trade, the Arab slave trade lasted 1,000 years. But the brothers who are Muslim don't study Islam, they study Arabism. And they're not Muslim, they're Arabists. But they won't deal with this.
We're on the world famous Apollo Theater with Dr. John Henrik Clarke. We'll take a break, and then we'll come back with you inside the live audience with your questions and comments right after this in the GBE from Talk Radio WLIV. Let's welcome you back inside the GBE Live, the world famous Apollo Theater. And let's talk Radio LIV, WLIV. Hey, moving into your telephone calls just a few moments away. Of course, giving some final opportunities for our guests in the live audience to talk directly with Dr. Clarke today as well. Greetings, brother. Your question or comment?
I have a question. I'd like just a clarification. Now, from what I've heard, I'm trying to understand the best way for us to move forward as a people is to adopt some of the habits and the traditional interactions as a people. And based on that answer, I just have one other question. So am I understanding you correctly, Dr. Clarke?
We go back to some of the traditional things that held us together before our life was interfered with by foreigners. I'm not necessarily saying get another religion, because we had very good spirituality before the coming of foreigners.
Okay, now based on that answer, now obviously the state that we are in today, something at some point along our history had to have gone, drastically wrong. So we obviously can't adopt that whole concept and bring it back today, but what will we have to change so we will not see ourselves in the situation that we are internationally? What major thing you think we have to adjust?
We have to face the world as a unified African people and stop breaking ourselves up in little segments: Black Americans, North Carolinians, Trinidadians, Jamaicans. We are not responsible for those slave ships put us down. Because the slave ships didn't bring any Jamaicans, didn't bring any Trinidadians, didn't bring any Black Americans, didn't bring any high yellows or low yellows. It brought African people. We have to learn how to be an African people again. We have to learn how to communicate with the people in Africa again. And the Africans have to, especially the European educated Africans or the missionary educated Africans, have to start being African again, and not an imitation of Europe created by missionaries.
And that would bring us to the greatness that we once held.
That will introduce again the possibility we cannot reconstitute any society in total, but we can reclaim the spirit of it.
Now, just one
move from that point.
One other brief question. Now, do we have enough time? Because the bombs that we have in existence, will man destroy himself before we regain that? And that's my last question.
Take the time. Stop making excuses.
Thank you, brother. Everybody, we're live in Apollo.
Yeah, Brother John Henrik Clarke. I respect your work and respect your mind, I just want to say a few questions. I feel that black people shouldn't be afraid of death, because they syndicated death all over the world. Everybody can die. They syndicated funeral parlors, graveyards. Anybody can die. But our point is that we don't want to fail to realize that we don't want to tell the truth about the crook. The crook is the truth about the crook. The European was the crook. I mean, I told them before the other day, the crook do not wear sneakers. Remember that, the crook don't wear sneakers. He smoke a fat cigar, he got a PhD, and he got a big office building with a pretty car, and a chauffeur, and somebody doing his work for him. So once we realize that the crook is what he is, and we get our mind together, see, I found out one thing about us. When a person starts lecturing to people, first thing got to be done. You got to ask people that want to be free in the mind to stand up, that want to be free in the mind. Forget your body. First you got to free that mind, because everything comes through that mind. Once you free that mind, and then there's no problem about the brothers in Barbados, the brothers in New York, the brothers in South Carolina. The word won't spread, because everybody want to free that mind.
Let me jump in. Dr. Clarke, response to that one?
Well, I have no problem with looking at people who use power to take more than their share as crooks. But I have some difficulty with people who make heroes out of crooks and will not use their own strength to remove the effectiveness of the crook, who will not do the best by themselves and their children. I think we waste too much time with sheer nonsense. Time that could be more productive. We waste enough energy on the dance floor to build 10 cities.
Let's go right down. I want to move on. Right ahead. Your question or comment for Dr. Clarke. Very quickly, please. Tell us one.
I have said that a Chinese can have a PhD, but if you know anything about Chinese history or culture or language, he would not be considered educated. An Englishman can have a PhD, but if you know anything about English or English culture, he would not be considered educated. But an American black man can have a PhD, know nothing about his history, language, law, culture, not even about Charlie Parker. What do you think about that?
Well, that's true, because we're the only people who can be educated with no knowledge about ourselves. In fact, many times we are educated in order to escape from ourselves. We have to reverse the picture. I don't think you're truly educated unless you know your people's philosophy, people's folklore, know their history before slavery, and know their history as a consequence of slavery. And if you got that kind of education, the PhD is not essential to your education.
We have a young man with a question.
What can we do now?
We can unite right now, and we can stop telling lies on each other, we can stop fighting each other, and we can realize that we're up against the most evil monster the world has ever known.
Brothers and sisters, we're in our final few seconds. We have a telephone call standing by. We'll take that before we wrap up. Go ahead and please your interview with Dr. John Henrik Clarke.
Yes, good afternoon, Brother Gary.
Good afternoon.
And good afternoon to my hero. Dr. Clarke, I want you to join me in a prayer, and I don't usually pray. I want you to pray with me that Israel bomb Mecca and therefore bring everybody together in the final war so Africa can have its freedom. I want you to comment. Isn't that a beautiful thing? Pray with me.
Well, brother, this is a historical thing that I think let's stay out of it. If it happens, let's not accept any responsibility for it at all.
Dr. Clarke, you shared something with me. You shared something years ago, and I'd like you to comment on this. There was something you were talking about history, and on certain dimensions of history, we have to be careful looking for the good guy and the bad guy.
Yeah, because Hollywood has trained us to look for the good guy and the bad guy. And there are human dramas in the world, especially the war in the East right now, where there's nothing but bad guys. There ain't no good guys in it on no side. When you think it's the good guys who form the slave trader, I would not be surprised if, inasmuch as now Russia has joined the whites, joined the Americans. I said this to Henrik Clarke a few weeks, almost a few years ago, and he went off. He was so liquid with rage. I said, I would not be surprised to eventually
See, the Jews and the Arabs joined in an alliance against the blacks. Then when he calmed down, I said that great historians do the same thing as great lawyers. They cite precedents. After the Africans and the Jews lost Spain, some Jews went to Holland, joined the Dutch East India Company, became administrators of the slave trade. Many of the Arabs went back to Africa and reinforced the Arab slave trade. That's my precedent. It has already happened.
Dr. John Henrik Clarke, let us thank him for joining us. We're talking yesterday from the world famous Apollo Theater. Brothers and sisters, don't forget to join us tomorrow. Dr. Betty Shabazz will be with us as we pay tribute to our Hajj Malik Shabazz, Malcolm. Thanks for joining us. Life is the ultimate truth. Once you learn to experience it, you'll be able to experience it as the best teacher. I'm going to tell you, don't forget, this afternoon, special guest, Miss Phyllis Yvonne Sidney from the stage play Let Me Live. Actor Robert Jason from the Office of Public Affairs, Resources and Administration, and Deputy Commissioner Martin Franco in the continued effort to stop the violence. And also the representatives from the group of East End Advisory Council, so stay tuned. It's part time show starting, but what's not? What do I know? Definitely.
Take a few, I don't know how much time we have until our interview begins with, I think the Purnell family is in the back, and Reverend Sharpton will be with us on the telephone. I think we might have a few minutes before that to speak on whatever's on your mind. If the microphones are here, are they up yet? Not,
yes.
Is there one? Yes?
Yes.
All right. This is the day of Malcolm's anniversary of Malcolm's murder. It is also the first day of the rest of our lives. Anything you would like to speak of my African family, please come right up. Good morning, Sister.
Good morning. I'd like to say to Malcolm a poem that I wrote. He was so beautiful and so much more than just black. The sun was not reflected in his blackness. His skin was somewhat fair. White ancestry whispered through his features and fought for recognition in his hair. And yet, he was so beautiful and so much more than just black.
Thank you. That's a great point. Our blackness is a difficult part of us. I mean, it has to do with our spirit, but we are more than just that. We are much more than that. And that is, I'm glad, that's a bit of creativity, and she put it onto someone who has brought us guidance and inspiration. I remember not the first time, but when I first heard of Malcolm, I was kind of scared what he was saying. I really was. I said, I was in show business. I said, But in that fear, there was something else, because he caught me, you know, he made me stop and think. And the more I listened, the more I said, the more he made me slow down and listen and begin to think. And whenever I'd see him on television, it was a passion, you know. At that time, we had our people speaking so much truth. We pushed lies out. You know, we upset the system just by speaking truth. Can you imagine? And then when they wanted us to change, they sort of seduced us into giving us jobs, giving us things, now you have it, now cool out, relax. And as I said, we started to relax. Relaxed our minds, we relaxed our hair, we relaxed everything, okay? We relaxed so much we just went backwards. You know? Then suddenly in the 80s, we would say, what happened? What happened? You cannot relax. Justice and truth does not just come easily. It's something you have to constantly work at, because it is something that a lot of people grow fat when there is no justice. A lot of people grow rich when there is no justice, on injustice. And we, as the oldest people who created value systems, have to hold those value systems, because that is what will keep us alive. You see what's happening with all these great folk around the world, destroying the world. Good morning, Brother Man.
Good morning, Email. How are you?
Fine.
Good morning, fine. This morning I was walking down the street, and I looked at the headlines of the Post, which I don't read, and it was very disturbing. They had that the the GIs, they were in fear of dying. They had one over there, and that really disturbed me very much, you know. And I have a cousin over there, and really, it's very sad. And I think that we should come out today at 3 o'clock and support the, the GIs. The state office coming today at 3 o'clock in a rally.
Support the GIs.
Yes, not the war.
Not the war.
No.
And that's a paradox in a way.
Yes.
We support their coming home.
Right, that's correct.
We support their stopping this war.
Right.
Thank you
and
for that. And I understand that feeling, that sorrow that you have.
Because the best of our men will be dead over there. Our best of the men, like the educated ones.
Yeah.
And it's a shame, really.
It is. But we have to create an alternate. See, those brothers ran into the service because they had thought that they had no place else to go.
Right.
And where are our institutions which give them guidance? It hurts me walking down the street, see all the young brothers, standing on the street.
It does.
If we were organized, we would have some place where they could go. They would want to go. They're being trained and giving something to the community. That should inspire us to creativity.
Well, I think the churches should get more involved. The churches should get more involved in helping our young brothers and sisters out there, you know?
Yes.
It should.
Right. What can you do today to help?
What I did a lot of today and informing people to come out, the young people to come out today, yes.
That's good. But we have to start some kind of organization. Structure is what we need. Structure. Thank you very much for that, brother.
Thank you.
Any other comments? I know things are on your mind sitting here, sitting back. Good morning. Good morning, Brother Isaac.
I wanted to say something to I heard the brother just now make reference of getting out there.
Yes.
So funny that we allow other ethnic groups to do things to us, and we're so crisis oriented. It shouldn't be that we have to get on a microphone. I was so proud and honored when I seen the Haitians, just one phone call, and they blocked that street across the bridge. All we have to do the same thing. Shopping calls us, Wisconsin calls us. Let's get out there. I think the next call should be March 18th or 19th. I'll know by Monday. Albany, New York, because as you just mentioned, there's no place for our youth to go. The governor has cut out every single thing for the black community. And we should get up there at least just to show our presence, let them know that we as blacks know what he's trying to do. And I have made my commitments that I'm going to have as many off-duty black police officers to come out and be the marshals and talk to those police so they don't realize those people.
Great. We need to see you. That's very inspirational, the off-duty black police officers. We need to see more of them. We hear too much about those who are cooperating with this system of oppression. This is the time for us to put on our marching boots, you know that, and keep them on. Go to bed with your boots on. You understand? Because there's so much happening. We have gotten out of the habit of moving. Some of us have now. Some people here I see at different places, at rallies, at meetings, at organizations. They're organizing and doing things, and I don't want it to come in our minds right now and press us that we are not a people who have done this before. Throughout the years, we have been in the streets by the millions. This is nothing that we haven't done before. We just have to start it again. But come out with plan, with organization, with strategy. And also, as I think Brother Maddox said the other day, with our leadership in one place, creating the plan and the strategy, and the soldiers doing what soldiers do. The generals do what they do, the soldiers do what they do. Together, there's victory. And we must begin to organize some more in that way. If you'd like to call in this morning, we would like to hear your thoughts also. The numbers here are 692-95426, 692-9542, or 1-800-332-1023, 1-800-332-1023. These are times when we need to love each other like never before. If you love somebody, you take action. Love your people. Do we love our people really? It's hard after everything that's happened to us for us to really get out there and really put that into action. But this is what we have to do. It's action time, Action time. Organize, strategize, and action time. Correct action. Just so they had in the old virtues. Brother Malcolm taught us a lot. Who here, I think everybody is old enough to have seen Malcolm. Let me see. Did you all meet Malcolm? Did you all see Malcolm? Let me see the hands. Did you? Where did you? Come up, brother, to the microphone. Tell us when you saw him. Would you like to come to the microphone, brother man? No. Sister, would you like to come and tell us about when you saw Malcolm? Anyone here? Yes, brother. Come right on up. It's important when you first saw Malcolm, that feeling that you got, that he gave you.
Yeah, I saw Malcolm when he actually came to New York about 1956. My grandfather was the manager of what we used to call the Wayside Casino, which was the Garvey Club before that. And today it's the mosque on 116th Street. And
that's where the Garvey Club used to be?
Right. Yeah, I know the history of that because my grandfather was a manager. Also, I saw Malcolm many times when I'd shop on 125th Street in front of the Hotel Teresa. He started with a Sears and Roebuck ladder, and he would just stand up there and, just speak.
He was a street speaker.
Street speaker.
Yes.
And then, about 2 years later, the crowd started to form. He took over that whole corner, and then he built him a wooden platform. See? And on that wooden platform, as we all know, Dr. Ben used to sit there in the back and just listen to Malcolm.
Dr. Ben did?
Dr. Ben did. You can see that on some old films of Malcolm speaking. You can see.
I know, I see Farrakhan sitting back there.
And Dr. Ben also. Right. And I saw him in those days. We used to shop at, buy our shirts at A.J. Lester's, stores of that nature, because I'm a Harlem native myself.
And that's good to know. There are a lot of people here are not born in Harlem, so they don't know that particular history. Right. And when you saw him, what was your response to it?
Well, you stand there and you listen. First, originally people would just walk by, and then one or two people would stand, then 3 or 4, and that attracts a crowd. If you go outside right now, just look up in the sky. Other people will look up in the sky also to find out what are you looking at.
Well, looking at Malcolm was like looking up in the sky.
It was.
It made you look up.
Yeah.
It made you grow.
And I grew up on 118th Street between Madison and Park Avenues. And what happened was, when we didn't know exactly when Malcolm would be on the corner. So somebody else would be shopping, let's say 125th Street, and come in the block and tell us. And we'd come out the block in group, walk through Morris Park, and get there to the corner to get the knowledge of what Malcolm was teaching.
The man was phenomenal. They used to describe him as the most dangerous man in America when he was coming on television. And then the white announcer would sit there sort of quaking. Malcolm would sit there very composed, just destroy all of the lies, all of the myths. He was a tremendous man. I never met him in person. I never saw him in person. I only saw him on television.
Right.
But I felt it, and I was moved by what he said and taught by what his spirit. It's nothing like having a strong man. Thank you very much for saying that.
Right. One other thing. He came to New York City in 1956, and he needed some office space, and it was rented to him at the Wayside Casino. And then now the rest is history because the Muslims took over that building as of today. And that building is a historical building in Harlem. Check it out.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that Harlem history. There is nothing, I'm saying this as a woman, there's nothing like being in the presence of a man who knows who he is, and you get the feeling that if something happened, I'm not one of those people, one of the women who falls out, oh, say, really not. But that feeling that you know that this man is there, he would stand up for you. He would protect you. That's a fantastic feeling. And women, African women, needed to feel that more. So brother men out there, think about that. When they're in trouble, if they call, be there. that will change this world. That will give the women much more power, much more strength, and you too. So have that in your mind. We're going to take a break in a minute, and when we come back, we're going to, Reverend Al Sharpton will join us by telephone, along with the Philip Purnell family, live here at the Apollo Theater. They will come and be seated here, and the brother will be on telephone. Reverend Sharpton, I think, is on the line right now, so we're going to go directly to him. Good morning, Hotep Reverend Sharpton.
Hotep. Hello?
Yes, Brother Sharpton, we're here. Good morning.
Good morning.
African man.
Yes, ma'am. How are you, African woman?
I'm fine. It's good to talk with you as usual.
Good to talk to you.
Uh-huh. The Parnell family, I believe, is here in the back of the theater. They're going to be joining us in a minute? Okay. Reverend Sharpton, please tell us what's on your mind. What is happening?
Well, I'm here in San Francisco, California, because today at Berkeley, both of the Omegas and the Alphas, both black sororities, have brought us in to deal with the Persian Gulf situation. And for the first time, they're going to march together through the streets to deal with this question of how our people are being used as gunfighters in the Persian Gulf. We will be announcing here at Berkeley, as Dr. King and others did in the 60s, that we are giving the president a deadline to bring the troops home, or we will begin mass civil disobedience in 10 cities around the country. And we want people back home to know that we're going to be dealing with this. New York, of course, will be one of them. We're also going to be telling people to not use the yellow ribbons, but we're going to start wearing black ribbons all over this country to stand up for the amount of Africans that are being used in the Persian Gulf. So that's the first thing on my mind. Secondly, we'll be coming home on Saturday because Sunday night there will be a huge rally in Englewood, New Jersey, to deal with the Purnell case. We must not leave our work unfinished. The murderer of Philip Purnell, Officer Spath, goes to court next Tuesday. And many of us marched and were dealing with the case, but sometimes we start and stop. We cannot stop. So we want everyone to meet the Purnell family. We got all of the leadership of New Jersey will be there to speak, and Mr. Purnell and others can give the details on where, but I'll be coming back in to join them Sunday night, so we're ready to deal with the murderer of Philip Purnell there in Bergen County, New Jersey on Sunday night. It is foolish to me for our people to be fighting people that have done nothing to us, and then people that shoot our children in the back. We can't show up and fight them, but we can pack our bags and go miles around the world to fight for our masters and can't even fight for our children.
You're on point as usual, Reverend Sharpton. We will be speaking with the Purnell family here, but it's interesting to me you said the Alpha and Omega.
Yeah, this is the first time.
Together.
Yeah, both times, both groups have come together for the first time, and it is shaking up a lot of the so-called white leftists out here who've been meeting and talking with us, because we told them our position is different than theirs. We are not just for peace in some peripheral way. We want our children home because there's nothing in this war that has to do with African people. These oil companies are racist. They trade with South Africa. They exploit us in the United States. So it's time for us to stop this. If they want to have a war, have it without us, but bring our children home. And if white folks want to have a war, they can have a war. But we have nothing to do with it, and we're going to hang black ribbons all over America to symbolize that.
The rich get rich and the poor get poor.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Reverend Sharpton, thank you so much. The Purnell family is here, and we're going to speak with them. And we need to see you soon.
I'll be here Sunday to be at Inglewood. I hope everyone comes out and support the Purnell.
Thank you.
All right.
We're going to take a break for news. We'll be back in just a minute.
Buenos dias.
Oh, it's always good to hear you. And I see we have been joined by the third graders from PS 92, the Safety City program. Let us welcome them to the soundstage. Welcome, young people. Good to see you. Good to see you here. Come to hear part of our story. Let me read you some words from Langston Hughes. What happened to a dream deferred? What happens? Does it dry up like a raisin in the sun, or fester like a sore and then run? Does it stink like rotten meat, or crust and sugar over like a syrupy sweet? Maybe it just sags like a heavy load. Or does it explode? Does the justice dream explode? We have here the Purnell family. They have been victims of this injustice, the deferred dream. Let us please, family, welcome them to the stage. We have Thelma Purnell. Good morning, sister. The father, Philip Purnell Sr. Good morning. And we have the daughter, Natasha Purnell. Good morning, sister. And with them is Mr. William Alston David L. of the African Council. Good morning, all of you. Welcome here. Reverend Sharpton spoke of an event that's going to be taking place in New Jersey. And if you could tell us about that, and tell us also, how are you doing? We know this has to be a terrible strain on you over this long period of time. What has been happening in your lives?
Well, like April 10th of last year, that my son was like brutally murdered by the people that we paid to protect us. He was chased out of the park. He was ran up against the fence. The officer chased him out of the park, ran him up against the fence. He had his hands in the air. And that's surely a sign of surrender when you have your hands in the air. He was calling for his mother and telling the officers, please don't shoot. The officer turned around, planted himself, and blew his back apart. 16 years old, didn't have a chance to live. And from April 10th until now, it's been hard times for my wife, my daughter, a lot of sleepless nights, and there's no reason for it. I mean, if the kids can't go to the park and play, where can they go? And this is a terrible thing. And this rain is on our people of color. And I just walk a lot, I just cry, because I see on the highways that our brothers and sisters being spread eagle on the highways for no reason at all. And you ask the officer, like, why did you stop me? He says, you crossed the line, or your lights was out, or like, and then he'll bluntly tell you, like, you know, where you going? You're going the wrong way. You know, what it is a harassment on our people of color. And this has got to stop. 400 years ago, they brought us over here in the hull of a slave ship with yokes and chains. And I hurt for that. But we feel say we free. We're still not free. Our people of color, we still in just as much slavery when they brought us over here in the hull of the slave ship. It's up to our people that we gotta unite, we gotta get together, and we gotta put an end to this nonsense.
Speak with one voice. That was very, very, very moving what you said, brother. Mrs. Purnell, being the mother of the dead youth.
Well, being the mother, I go over and over the day before this happened. If I could have did something, or if I could have went down Teaneck Road, or if I could just turn back some of that time. But it's impossible. I know God don't make mistakes, so it's a reason for this. And it's not that because my son was slain, it's to put no inflection on the black young youth. It's because the way that this cop killed him, I'm sure that God put him in a line to stop these police from hurting and harassing our young teenagers. And it's up to these parents to listen to the young teenagers, because the way this world is now, they don't know which way to go, and if they can't turn to their parents, who are they going to turn to? Because many, many times, I was open for my son to talk to, but all the time, you can't get next to the heart. You don't know sometimes where the mind and heart is, but you have to take time to listen to these young kids out here, because believe me, they have a lot to say, and I understand that. I really do.
And they might be gone to the next moment. I suppose these deaths, these murders, we have to be jarred into action. And so his life was not taken in vain. We must make it right. We must use that to give us courage and direction to get up and move. And stand up and speak as a people. When people hear you respect yourself, then they begin to respect you. And this is what we must do. And we thank this young brother for being that, if you will, sacrifice. Now, Natasha, you're his younger sister. How did this affect you? And you and your friends, how do they respond to this?
What, my friends?
You and your friends. Would you come just a little closer to the microphone?
I think back on all of the times when I used to talk to him and like play around with him, and the memories is with me, and I can't, and then I think to myself that I can't play with him or talk to him anymore, or hang with him, or anything like that, and it's a hurting feeling, and we have a room at home that we put all my brother's stuff in, and sometimes, and all his pictures, and sometimes I just go in the room and just close the door and just look at his pictures and just sit and just cry.
Yeah. I can understand that. Mr. William Austin from the African Council, your group came together around this issue.
Yes, Philip and I have been friends for 20 years or so.
Excuse me, you're going to have to turn the mic around to you. Yes, that's right.
I live across the street from the family, and being raised under the Honorable Elijah Muhammad and Malcolm and a lot of brothers, and Minister Clarke, we as a black people, when things happen to our family, we have a tendency to, avoid the issue by not coming out and supporting each other until it happened to one of us. Well, it hit home when it hit Philip, because my son is 21. And when I sent him off to school, he was having the same problem. So we called for him and told him to come back home. When this death occurred, it was just like it was my son. And that's the way it should feel to every black Afro-American in this country. Because it's a matter of time, and the African-American man in America is an endangered species. Why did they have to shoot Philip in the back? These are the questions we ask. And until black people as a whole stand up and say, never again, because the Holocaust was nothing compared to the blacks that died here in America. And this country is our country. We have more rights than anyone because we put the time in. And until we stand up as a whole and say, we are one voice, one people, and never again, and they will back off. That's all we have to do. But all the different organizations around this country must come together, the NACP, the Rainbow Coalition, and join hands with Brother Reverend Al Sharpton, because truly he's a good brother. Because when the African Council was in the stages, they came to us and said, brothers, we support you, and we led 30-some marches on Teaneck. We led a march 77 miles to Trenton, and we're not going to back off. We're not farewell people. We are not going to back off by no means, because like Malcolm said, the price of freedom is death. If we're not willing to sacrifice, then we're not ready to be free.
That's right. What kind of life do you live if you're on your knees all the time? it is about family. Family. If we could only begin to come together in love with one another. When one of us is hurt, we are all hurt. We must stop that. The only way some people understand is that, yes, Malcolm said you have to speak in their language. If we have to first come together with that love that binds us and then speak with a strong voice. We are going to take a break for the news. We'll be back in just a minute with the Pan-African family.
In New York. Good morning. It's after 10 o'clock right now. We have 38 degrees outside. I'm Carl Ferguson.
Here, talking family business, sharing with one another some of our strengths and our pain. We've come to, you've been invited to join in prayer for justice. The Philip Parnell family needs your support in prayer. Now we are here, we have with us the guest of Parnell family, the family of Philip, 16-year-old youth, I believe, who last year was shot in the back by a policeman as he had his hands raised, asking not to be shot. Again, asking for his mother. He knew the danger that he was in. And so what shall we as a people do about this? He was our son. He was our brother, our older brother, our younger brother. What are we going to do? It's about taking action. And we have the family here with us. They have shared some of their pain, and some of their views and the history with us. What are we going to do? That's the question. We cannot not do anything. We cannot not support them. William Alston David, L, is a member of the African Council. And since this happening, he has begun to organize with other people around this tragedy. Tell us more about what's going to happen, please, on Sunday, February the 21st.
Sunday, February 24th at Shallow AME Church in Inglewood on 129 William Street. We're going to have a prayer rally, prayer for justice for Mr. and Mrs. Benell and Natasha, and to bring the family out and say, you know, we need your support, because we know that this trial is going to be about a year. And right now, Gary Spaff, the PVA, and other associations are taking care of this officer. Mr. and Mrs. Benell, the family are going through a tremendous burden when it comes to taking care of themselves.
Financial burden.
Financial burden, yes. And we don't look and say, look, brother, you know, it's not necessary for him to ask for something. Yes. We should be willing to give, take care of our family, whether it's in New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, South Carolina, Mississippi, or wherever. We have been abused all over this earth. And I think it's time that we take a stand and go about business as usual and do what we're supposed to do. Shallow Church, the clergymen in Inglewood are supporting us. Urban Lead, NACP, Reverend Sharpton and his movement, and some local officials. But at first, they thought we was a bunch of crazy radicals. That's what they call us. And
who called you that?
Well, a lot of the people in the community call us radicals. But we say, okay, now we see that they join force. So we sometimes have to forgive and say, okay, brother, sure, we're radicals. Somebody has to be a radical. There were statements going around that. We don't like Reverend Sharpton. I said, well, if you don't like Reverend Sharpton, then if you would stand up and be a man, then we would need brothers like Reverend Sharpton. And those are the things that we went through as an African council in Teaneck, because it was very difficult. Reverend Sharpton was considered to be an outsider. Well, we didn't actually come to America. You know what I mean?
We're outside.
We're not outside. We were drugged here against our will. And now that we're here, we must make the best out of a bad situation. And I think that with Philip's death, it shows us that when a family is divided, God sometimes come and take one from you to teach you a lesson. Marley said, how long shall we let them kill our prophet, or the book must be fulfilled? Well, we have written a mighty large book, and I think it's time in 1991 to do what we have to do. People don't know how hard it is on the Bell family, and I sometimes, can't even imagine, the things that they're going through, but it's rough, and it's not going to get any better, because going into this trial, this guy is going to try to get off. He said he's not guilty. They came back with an indictment of reckless manslaughter. If you can give us reckless manslaughter, why didn't you convict him on murder? The Mary Mitchell, the Eleanor Bumpers, the Michael Stewart, there's cases. And not only that, there's a lot of things that we are doing to ourselves that we first must respect ourselves. We know that the man is the devil. We know it's nature. And now that we know that, let's get about take care of our business. I look into all different types of fields. We're working with a lot of college students at Valley Dickinson and King College and Rutgers and stuff like that. And we're going to take care of our business in the state of New Jersey and throughout the Northeast, with the help of Reverend Sharpton and other brothers of that sort.
We have to, as a people, if we respect ourselves, we have to do this. Nobody else is going to take care of us. Why should they? We have to take care of ourselves. That's our responsibility. That's our job. And we have to, because of our experience here, many of us walk with fear. Fear of white people. Fear of their disfavor. Fear of what they might think. Fear that they might not smile at us. Fear that they might take our jobs. We create our own jobs. We won't have that fear. And we have to get past that fear of white folk. There's nothing to be feared there if we are together. And if it's known, really, that they are afraid of us. That's one reason why they behave the way they behave. But they behave that way because they're afraid of people of color. They're afraid of the lies that they've been telling about us for all these years. But we have to overcome that fear, our fear. They have to overcome their fear, but we have to overcome our fear so that we come, as soon as we hear something happens, we're right there. Just as now we wait until somebody dies, and then we come and we bring some cake for the wake, and we come and we sit. That's not it. These people, we all need to give support to one another. When we eat, they should eat. When we pay our rent, they should pay their rent and their bills. That's the way family works. And we have to get together to do that again. That's why at the beginning I said, turn to the one next to you and hug. And some of us couldn't do it. You understand? We have to throw open our arms and hug one another. Who cares? There was a statement some years ago, I think that Ossie Davis wrote it in one of his plays, that it's fun being black when nobody's watching, or something of that sort. It has to be fun, don't care who's watching. More fun when they watch. So this family needs our support. It's we who need our support. And it's going to happen on Sunday at the Shiloh AME Zion Church, 129th and William Street in Inglewood, New Jersey. The time is 8 o'clock. Let us go. Let us put something aside, whatever we're going to do, and be there to be with our family on Sunday. And there's a thing that we have now, sometimes we hear about praying. People say we got to pray. And people say, we done enough praying. Let us get away. We need some action. Prayer is action. See, we don't understand what prayer really is because it's been made something else over here. During the Middle Ages and other times, as soon as Europeans found out what was happening in Africa, they formed things called monasteries. You've heard of those monasteries? Where these supposedly religious people go and they pray all day. All day. And there are many of them all throughout Europe and South America. What do you think they're praying? They didn't pray until they learned it from us. Why do you think they're doing it? Because they know the power of the word. They know the power that it inspires you to action. And that there are other things that happen when you pray. And when we pray in song, go back to the Civil Rights Movement. You see, people, what are they singing about? Singing in word is power. Those people faced down the devil. when they were singing. You only had look at his eyes on the prize. Remember those times? That wasn't long ago. When we faced down those people who were beating us with sticks, and we got a measure of success out of it. Now we have to continue with that success, but we cannot put down that power. When you get together and you begin to pray, you create movement, and you inspire one another to go out, and you can go through anything. And so when the brother said, come and pray with us, go and pray, because you're creating power when you do that, and singing together, and saying words and saying your thoughts together. That's why I'm always saying we must tell our story, because there's power in telling your story. So be there on Sunday with our family here to help give them that power and help give you power, and then to move, help you to think of new ideas, new approaches, because we can't go along the way we've been going along all this time, doing the same thing, because they learned it. From the 60s, they learned what we could do a little bit, and they checkmated us. Being African spirit, we have to go back into our creativity and come up with something else. We've always done it. Let's do it again now, because this is the one more river we have to cross until we get home, until we get where we are supposed to be as a people. And we do it through family, through values, through principles. And this tragedy is giving us an opportunity to grow to where we're supposed to be, to stand up. Look at yourself in the mirror when you go home, brothers and sisters. I want you to see a new face when you get there. I want you to see power when you get there, and love in your people. And I want you to see that African manhood and that African womanhood that is there, and family. And then with that, nothing can stop us. Nothing can stop us from helping this family and preventing this from happening again. When people see that African spirit, all they can do is drop back. It causes confusion, because you have the power. We have that power. Let us do it. Brother Man, you have something else to tell us.
What I like to say, the place is, again, 129 William Street is at the Shiloh AME Zion Church in Englewood, New Jersey. The telephone number is area code 201-568-5560 or area code 201-569-6905. If you need information or direction to get there, I think there might be a bus. We talked to Rev about having a bus here at the Power coming over to Jersey if you need transportation. But it's very simple. If you want to go to the GW Bridge, you can take the 178 bus and get right up on William Street and walk right down the block. It runs right there from the GW Bridge.
Find it, people, find it.
Okay, it's necessary that we do that and support this family, because, like I say, we know that this is not the end. The police department in this city, throughout New York, they feel like Mary Mitchell was going to do them some harm, and we can't see that. You know, we're not going to let that happen. And black men, I say to you, we know why we are put in a situation with no jobs, unemployment, and no choice but to go to a war that's not ours. Like Reverend Sharpton said before, we're not going to benefit. We can't burn oil in the summer. We're not going to burn oil. We don't own oil companies, but yet and still we can control football, baseball, and basketball, but we do not have black management who control the athletes that play for white establishment. We can close America down tomorrow if we decided to. But are we going to stand up and do that? That's
I also like to tell the people what happened, that my son was no doubt murdered. The bullet ricocheted off his fifth rib. His lungs exploded. It went up off the fifth rib and cut the main artery in his heart. So he was no doubt dead on the spot. And this man said he didn't do nothing wrong. This was cold-blooded murder. It took us 2 grand juries, 10 months of hardship, and this just started. On Tuesday, the 26th, we're going back to court once again. But this perpetrator, that he's no doubt that in his mind, he knows that he's a murderer. But the system won't even let him say it. And this is a system that our young people got to come up through. I go by the courthouses, you see the lady up there, the scales of justice. You notice there's a tip on it. It means just us. And the people of color don't apply to that. I just want to say I need your support. We're going back to court on Tuesday the 26th, once again, to try to put this perpetrator where he should be. The last time that we went, when he was arraigned like 2 months ago, they had him in and out of there like in 2 minutes. If it had been us, we wouldn't have been going out, we would have been going in.
Yes.
They sneaked him out of there in a van. To take him back home, and like 20 minutes later, he's got 2 kids of his own. He made a statement in the paper that him and his kids was laying on the floor playing. And my son, with his backbone blown away, we can't play. My wife and my daughter, we can't play with him no more. So, to make this statement, what I'm trying to say, that all people of color, we got to protect our own. We got to get together and we got to protect our own. Because there's no justice in this white man system for our people of color.
And they shall have no peace. Let us thank our family for coming and sharing with us this tragic story, their pain, and their inspiration. Because their being here has inspired us. I've seen tears in your eyes, and they've certainly been in mine. It's because we do love them. It's because they are our family. So let us thank them and be there on Sunday, the 24th, Englewood, New Jersey, Shiloh AME Zion Church at 8 p.m. Put all else aside and be with your family. And bring support, because that's what they need. You know, when we're in trouble, sometimes they fire us from our jobs. Then all kinds of expenses come. We're going to take a break, and we will be back in just a moment. Let us thank our family.
Good morning, 10:31 right now. I'm Carl Ferguson, WLIB News. Well, Iraqi President Saddam Hussein has been addressing his nation for just about 30 minutes now. He started at 10 o'clock our time. It is billed as
We want to, I misidentified some young people here a little earlier, and I want to correct that. We want to welcome the students from PS 123 and PS 154 here with us this afternoon. They're part of the Community District 5 and Apollo program. We cooperate every Thursday. Our young people come here and perform or talk and explain what is going on. And I want to recognize their teachers, Mrs. Harwell, Mrs. Bernard, and Mrs. Marks. Please, thank you for bringing them. Thank you for coming with them. Good to see you. And we have as our guests on the stage here those who are implementing a program that has to do with safety in the schools. They're kind of dangerous places sometimes, or getting to them or coming from them are dangerous. So I'd like to introduce you to our guest, Teresa Tompkins, Assistant Director of the Injury Prevention Program at Harlem Hospital. Let us welcome her. And I'm not sure if I have this right, but Sheriff R. Whitaker, A. Thompson, that's the brother, that's you?
Ronald Whitaker. Ronald Whitaker.
Ronald Whitaker. Thank you for coming. It's good to see you. All right. And I am not sure where our other guest's name, what is your name, brother?
Andrew Sharp.
Andrew Sharp. Well, to the Apollo, to the Community District 5 program. Safety in the schools, what is that about? Why are our schools unsafe, or getting there, coming from?
Well, in fact, getting to and from school is quite a problem and quite dangerous for some of our children. In fact, it is motor vehicles are the leading cause of preventable death to children ages 5 to 14. That's citywide. That's more than fire and falls, which we hear about so often. So we're here at Safety City is trying to do something about that problem.
I see. Excellent. Mr. Whitaker, what is your role in this?
Well, I work with the Safety City program through the Department of Transportation and Board of Education. We have set up this program at PS 92, and I instruct the children on a day-to-day basis on ways they can make it to and from school in a safe fashion.
Right. You work in the schools then?
I work in the school system, yes, throughout District 5.
And you travel from one school to another?
Well, we have a program set up at PS 92, which Mr. Scharf can give a little more information about.
Safety City is a comprehensive traffic safety program for the third grade children of District 5. It's located at PS 92, but we serve all 14 elementary schools in the district. And our mission is to get children to be responsible for their own safety, to make choices which protect their own safety. And we do that in a hands-on education way. They come to Safety City. We have an indoor learning center where they participate in activities with Mr. Whitaker. And then they go outside where we've set up a simulated street. It's protected. It's been built on the play yard of PS 92. And it's a simulated street where a team of instructors, local police officers, traffic agents from the Department of Transportation, and crossing guards who volunteer their time, teach the children and instruct them how they can make safer choices when they're getting around the city, riding in cars, driving their bicycles, or to protect their own safety if they're faced with an adult who has been drinking and then decides to drive. So it's all about taking responsibility for your own safety.
What kind of safety prevention things what do you teach them to do, Mr. Whitaker, in your program?
Okay, at Safety City, children learn about decision-making processes. Children do not memorize absolute rules, so we teach them concepts and try to help them identify tools that they can use when they're in the streets, tools that will help them to cross the street, tools that will help them to move around in the street. I would like to touch on that a little later when I bring some of my students up, because they're our best example and best symbol of what actually goes on at Safety City. So I'll hold that information for a little while if you don't mind.
All right. Now, after something has happened, I imagine that we come to Teresa Tompkins at the hospital.
Yes, well, the injury prevention program comes out of the pediatric trauma unit. And what happened, we saw how many of our children were coming in from motor vehicle accidents. Our program was designed to help improve the parks. But we found that the children were being hit because the parks wasn't good. We started fixing up the parks, but then you had to reteach children to come into the parks and not into playing into the streets. So we got together with the DOT because they were looking for a site to put Safety City. And we worked with them with our injury data and with theirs to develop this. And then we will now do evaluations. Each time a child is hit by a car, we have a questionnaire. We ask them if they've been to Safety City, so that we can see whether children going to Safety City are still getting hit by cars. And so far, we have not had a child who's been to Safety City come in that was hit by a car.
So the program is working.
We see it working.
Okay. Who participates in the Safety City program? It's just young people, just elementary school?
Correct. The students are third graders because they fall into the highest risk category, and yet they're developmentally most ready to learn about decision making. And they're also out there on the streets. They are crossing and at times moving around the streets by themselves. So they are the ones who participate in the program.
What are some of the concepts that you teach them that guide the Safety City curriculum?
Well, as I mentioned before, our main concept is taking responsibility for yourself, that every child has decisions to make which impact his or her safety. So that when children come to Safety City, we ask them, is that the safer choice? You have a decision to make. I know the children here have heard those phrases over and over again. And in order to get the children to make a safer choice, we try and design activities which build up their confidence in their decision-making power and build up their self-esteem in their decision-making power. And that self-esteem building and confidence building has impact in other health areas as well. Nutrition, for example, choosing healthier foods, choosing a safer way to school is all about protecting yourself and loving yourself enough to want to live a long and healthy life. So that's what we're striving for, and that's what guides our activities. In addition, we urge children to take responsibility and help others, to share their safety information with parents, with their schoolmates, and we have some audio tape that we'll play a little later of follow-up activities that the children have done with their schools. And finally, we try and teach about environmental awareness, opening your senses to the world, opening your eyes and your ears, because when you open yourself up to those signals, then you can make safer choices and be healthy.
Just before we go to our break, are parents involved in this?
Yes, they are. As I said before, we give information to the children that they can share with their parents, and we're working on activities which will involve the parents, bring them to Safety City, working with the PS92 Parents Association.
Okay. We're going to take a break. This is Camille Yarrow sitting in for Imhotep Gary Bird. We'll be back right after this break.
There comes a time in every man's life. You're gonna do wrong.
District 5 concerning safety school program. And I want to turn everything over to Brother Ronald Whitaker right at this point, who's the community coordinator. Ronald.
At Safety City, students learn about safety as decision-making processes. Children do not memorize absolute rules. Rather, they identify tools and gain knowledge and skills which help them to be safer if they choose to use them. They learn to evaluate situations and choose a course of action, ideally the safer course of action. Every behavior has its consequence. The more accurate the children's information is, the more power they have to adapt their behavior and to achieve the results they want. At Safety City, the philosophy is think before you act. Students will develop their ability to make safer decisions and avoid undesirable consequences by gaining knowledge about their environment and about themselves. The sights and sounds of the city provide a wealth of information. When children open their senses, seeing, hearing, touching, and smelling, they become safety sensitive. This is one of our main objectives at Safety City. Today I'm honored to have a few of my past students with us. I have Ms. Carrie Thompson, Karan Nixon, Michael Bumpers, and Crystal Randolph today with me. They're from PS 123 and PS 154. And it's my belief that these children can show us even more valid information about what the program actually does by talking with them about what we've learned and what we've shared at Safety City. First question I'd like to pose it to Mr. Michael Bumpers, and I'd like to say to him, what do you always have to make before you cross the street? What do you always make?
Decision.
Always make a decision. That's excellent. And Crystal, let me ask you, what type of decision do you want to make before you cross the street?
A safer decision.
You want to make a safer decision. Okay, that helps us out a lot. We mentioned something about safety tools. Can you tell me something about safety tools, Carrie?
Your eyes, your ears, your mouth, and your hand.
These are all safety tools that the children use every day to cross the street. Sometimes they don't think about the fact that they use them, but once they've attended Safety City, they become to understand and realize the importance of using these safety tools. Are there other safety tools that we use when we're in the streets, things that are already there in the street that help us? Can you tell me some of those, Karan?
Crosswalks, islands, traffic signals, and
Okay, thanks a lot, Karan. Those are some of the things that are already in the street, and we have as street furniture at our location at PS92. We have created a street environment which includes all those wonderful things the children have just mentioned. And it's wonderful for me because it's been 6 months since I've been with these children, and they still seem to remember all the concepts and the ideas that we try to get across to them. One of the most important parts of our program is the follow-up to the activities that we do in the classroom. We have the children for 2 visits, and a very important part of the program is the follow-up. The teachers are asked to do follow-up activities with the children. This morning we have a tape of one of the follow-up activities that was done by a class from PS 123. They created a song in reference to traffic safety, and I'd like you to take a quick second to listen to the song that was created by Ms. Barnard's class at PS 123.
Okay, let's hear it.
We skip on our way to school, he said. We never like to be late. Whenever we reach a traffic light, we know the signal's away. The green light is over, the left is stop, the yellow light in between. We look to the left and look to the right, look left and cross at the green. Yeah, we walk in and into the stoplight to make the traffic go right. The very first traffic light was made by a black man. Daddy Morgan is into the traffic light. We took on our way to school each day. We never like to be late. Whenever we reach a traffic light, we know the signal's away. The green light is over, the red light is stop, a yellow light in between. We look to the left and look to the right, look left and cross at the green.
You know, Ronald, children got their own rhythm, don't they? Okay, Ronald, and then Andrew, any closing words, please, for the adults as well, who need direction as well as the children.
I'd like to extend a quick thank you to PS 200, Ms. Smith's class, who also contributed a follow-up activity, and also to Ms. Harwell's class, who invented a safety rap, which unfortunately time does not allow us to listen to today.
Well,
but they both participated very much in the follow-up activities.
Okay, we'll come back. I think that's very important. Andrew?
Sure. If there are any people who are listening who would like more information about Safety City or about safety education activities in general, both Ron and I are members of the Safety Education Unit of the Department of Transportation. You can get more information. We have a wealth of services available for free, and you can tap into that by calling 212-566-1890.
Repeat that again, Andrew?
Sure, 212-566-1890. And we'll be happy to help you. Or you can write to us. It's New York City Department of Transportation, Safety Education, 51 Chambers Street, room 1404, New York, New York, 10007.
Okay, repeat the address one more time.
Sure.
So we can get that.
51 Chambers Street, room 1404, New York, New York, 10007.
Okay, Ronald Whitaker, thank you. Andrew Shaw. I hope I'm pronouncing your last name correctly. Thank you. And to the young brothers and sisters, thank you very much. After this break, we'll be back with Numbers and You, and I have my very special guest, Brother Stephen Omar. Thank you very much. And it's incredible that it was 26 years ago today that he was assassinated in the afternoon at the Audubon Ballroom in the village of Palmer. Okay. You know, they always like to ask, where were you when President Kennedy was assassinated? For the brothers and sisters, where were you when Malcolm X was assassinated? I knew exactly where I was, exactly what was happening, and it's very interesting. But anyway, I'd like to introduce my very special guest. His name is Brother Stephen Omar. And he's opened up an art gallery. The man is a psychic. He is a handwriting analysis. In fact, we're going to analyze 2 handwritings, signatures that were given to us this morning. But before we even get into that, good morning to you, Stephen Omar.
Good morning, Lloyd, and it's good to be back. I haven't seen you in a while.
You opened the gallery. I mean, finally, you're kind of like a Renaissance man, huh? Where's the gallery at?
Actually, we finally got it together, Lloyd. It's a gallery that actually has been here in Harlem since 1986. It's owned by Islamic brothers. I'm subletting, and we're tying in the energy, Brother Kadir and myself. We're at 168 West, 136th Street. That's right here in Harlem.
Between what avenue?
We're right off the corner of Adam Clayton Powell Jr. Boulevard, aka 7th Avenue. I dislike using 7th Avenue.
Mm-hmm.
But it's Adam Clayton Powell Jr. Boulevard. It's right downstairs, a green building.
Mm-hmm.
And we opened in November. It's a spiritual gallery. We have many things for children. I am the Black Child Prince. We have the Harlem, USA maps. We deal with leather garments for children, spiritual candles, oils, Egyptian art on leather. As you can see, I have a portfolio here.
What made you open up the gallery in the first place? I mean, a man who was in the occult.
Well, actually, it's a spiritual gallery, and we in Harlem, I'm right around the corner from the Schomburg. And the Schomburg has been my second home ever since I came back to New York.
Mm-hmm.
And I was always interested in the arts. My former wife was a painter. And I was always interested, especially in the Egyptian culture, the Egyptian arts, papyrus, and also with the art, because we have a lot of brothers and sisters here in the Harlem community who are artists rather, and they don't have a place to show their crafts. In other words, here in Harlem, unless you are connected,
mm-hmm.
Quote underline connected, there is really no place where we can show our crafts unless we go down to Soho or Greenwich Village, etc.
Mm-hmm.
You see a lot of the brothers out on the street. They are very, very professional. They are highly motivated,
mm-hmm.
very artistic, and they don't have a place to show their art. So this is a gallery that's open to everybody, regardless of race, color, or creed. We would actually like to deal more with the African Asian art,
mm-hmm.
but we are open to everyone who has broad ideas. Our whole theme is Harlem, USA. Harlem is going through a renaissance right now.
Mm-hmm.
I can feel the energy, and I know a lot of the people here can feel it. So we've gone through a lot of troubled times in our community. Harlem is back. Well, Harlem has always been on the map, but when I travel throughout the world, in Canada, in Africa, in Europe, you have streets that are named after Harlem. You have boulevards that are named after Harlem. They used to have a club called the Club Harlem in Montreal, which was a jazz club, if you can remember back to Montreal in the late 50s, early 60s.
Mm-hmm.
So Harlem is very well represented. You will be surprised at how many brothers and sisters are not really into our rich culture. Harlem has a very rich culture. People like James Baldwin, County Cullen, El Haji Malik Shabazz, who, by the way, his widow is in the back. My son, Malik, was named for Brother Malcolm.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So we feature a lot of black, posters, African posters, which we're giving, by the way, to the children. The I Am the Black Child and the Malcolm X posters, those are the children that are still here. I wish that they would have stayed because there's no strings attached. I'm just giving that to them.
Mm-hmm.
That's my way of saying, learn more about your own culture. I'm not asking for one dime, but these are things that we are showing in the gallery. It's unfortunate, people are saying, gee whiz, there are no businesses in Harlem. That's a lot of baloney. There are a lot of businesses that have opened up in the Harlem community recently. We don't have the type of monies that we can advertise in the news media, so I want to thank you, Lloyd, for having me here. I don't have the money to advertise with the Village Voice or the Harlem, the Amsterdam News. First of all, comes to mind. So it's just through word of mouth that we call our people, and we have the flyers. They're not professional. My son did this flyer. It's very professional. You should have seen the ones I had out. But the bottom line is that, we are here in the community. We are maybe not, we're on the side streets. I see a lot of positive energy coming on the side streets.
Mm-hmm.
And, I love Harlem.
My notes for tonight are called Notes for an African World Revolution. I'm going to do a lot of dreaming and point to a lot of dreamers, because if ever you're going to make anything so,
You have to believe that it can be so. And we have suspended too much of our belief in the possibility that we can do things. And the main thing taken away from us is the concept of nation structure, nation formation, and nation building. Another thing that has been taken away from us is the ability to examine our adversaries and to move among them and still advance by knowing something of their technique. We have been rather naive in the meeting of people, and we have overlooked too many items in relationship to our own freedom, and we have not developed a technique of dealing with our own traders and cop-outs. If we couldn't do anything else, we could at least isolate them. Why is a Roy Ennis running loose? Why is he so free? Why is he walking among us and we won't even scratch him, let alone hit him? Now, years ago, when he advocated that blacks should join UNITA in South Africa against Angola, I was the first person to take a public stand against it and to say that by no means should one African ever lift arms against another African. And yet, except for a brief article in the Amsterdam News and his inept reply, that was just about the end of it. And yet we have not looked at Angola as we need to look at it. We haven't even looked at the present visit of Savimbi. Why is it that Savimbi is having some success? He's passing himself off as a black nationalist, and he's getting away with it. Why is he getting away with it in Angola? When are we going to face up to the truth about what happened in Angola? He would not be able to get away with it had the alleged political left group in Angola did a good job of communicating with the people. But who came to power in Angola? Not Angolans at all. Bunch of assimilados. Europeanized blacks, over half of them in the government, have Portuguese white wives. Most of them are Catholics. Most of them have never worn native dress in their entire life. How are you going to communicate with the people when you live a life alien to their culture? All right, now, this is not a main item. Savimbi is not a main item on the agenda, but you have to study the Savimbis of the world and the Roy Ennises of the world and see how they, in the Bad Rustins of the world when he was around to be studied. And we have to concede that some people have made their separate peace, and they're not a part of us anymore. All right, now, because we missed so many vital items that relate to us, and 20 years later, we wish we had dealt with it initially. I'm going to pick up an item and deal with it before getting into the lecture, because this item relates to
the kind of revolution that we need among ourselves. And we need to do what all people do. Ask the question, who is loyal to this house? Too many people walk among us, live among us, that declare no loyalty to us, eat our bread and sleep in our bed. And no one is asked, are you loyal to the cause of our liberation? Now, the American census is trying out something that can be disaster for us. They're going to have a new classification on the census. You can mix, if you mix, you can put down mixed. Now you have a whole lot of retreating blacks looking for the Dutch uncle, the Irish grandfather. You have a whole lot of blacks with Indian blood in them, relation to the Seminoles, relate to everything except Africa. And these mixes can be used as a buffer. Then a lot of us will overlook something which we need to know about our history in this country, about the role of certain mixed people in our history who were blacker than the blacks in their actions. Now, before we deal with mixes, let's ask the question, who mixed them? Inasmuch as they arrived here all black, and they had no names. The slave ships didn't bring any West Indians, East Indians, Black Americans, didn't bring any AKAs, didn't bring any Deltas, didn't bring any high yellows or low yellows. Who now, the person who mixed them, now going to put the mixes against the so-called unmixers. And where will that put most of us? Most of us have every gradation under the sun right within our own family. And a cousin who is mixed is just as much of a cousin who one's not mixed. What these people are understanding, they're understanding something at last that Karl Marx did not understand. While European life is based basically on economics and class, non-Western life is based basically on religion and culture. And if they can split us along these lines, they put one against the other. Now in South Africa, the colours discovered something. They discovered that they were being used. And when the apartheid government took them off the voting roll, took them off the housing consideration roll, they got the point. Now they prefer to be called black, and they live in the black neighborhood and don't distinguish themselves from other blacks because they suffer the same way. Now, the American census that intends to tend to create the classification of mixture are not prepared to accept the mixtures into their social order. You will see the mixers doing that work, but you will not see the mixers in their living room or at their dining room table. They begin to discover that once you put all the purely African people together, including the African people of Asia, 100 million people called untouchables. Once you put all of that together, you've got a formidable force in the world speaking. And the one reason which keeps them from greatness is that they have not been able to unify their culture and make a connection with Africa. When you look at the African people in the Pacific, some mixed with Polynesians, but some not mixed at all. You see them in India, some mixed with East Indians and some not mixed at all. If you classify all the mixed people of the world, that might be a major portion of the population of the world. Now they're beginning to use this against us, and now we have to figure out what are we going to do when they come. You see, it asks for this kind of classification. A lot of us gonna fall for it without knowing that it is a trap. Part of our total revolution in the world is to revolt against other people's classification of us. We have been named, we must be namers. We have to decide the name in the category. Then we have to look at our history in this country and in Africa itself. What did the mix do in Ghana? These mixed sons of German missionaries, the Rheindoffs and the like. In Ghana, and this is a case where serious study along the coast among the Fante people, where you found a lot of these mixtures. In public life, not a single mixed person ever turned on Africa in favor of his father's people. And out of these mixtures came some of the finest politicians that Ghana and Africa in general got to know. People like Casely Hayford, Horton Mills, the Kwesi Brews. These people laid the foundation for modern political Ghana. These committed mixed people. Now, are we going to ignore all of that? Can we deal with the fact that Gordon in Jamaica was a mixture? And he's one of the national heroes. And he was one that began to call attention to the fact that slavery had been, the emancipation of slavery had been a sham. It was a sham everywhere. So there's no point of telling me that my slavery, my emancipation came 30 years from yours. That means your sham came 30 years before my sham. Slavery still is going on. Slavery has not been abolished. It's been transformed. All right, now let's look at this country and let's look at some mixtures that we need to take into consideration. Frederick Douglass was mixed. Are we going to give him up? Bishop Turner was mixed. Frederick Douglass, maybe the finest leader to come out of the 19th century. Bishop Turner, the forerunner of the radical ministry, starting in the 19th and not dying until the early part of the 20th. Are we going to stop going to Tuskegee because Booker T. Washington was mixed? Look kind of trap we're going to get ourselves in. Now, when we look at the public servants, what would we have done without an Adam Powell? Arrogant, big mouth. He could pass for white any place, and yet he lived blackness smeared in people's faces and built a political career on it. When you look at Walter White of the NAACP, smug, arrogant, blue-eyed blonde, but always acted as though he was doing us a favor because he passed for black. Let's look at the good and the bad. Let's look at the mixed cop-outs. Then we should look at some black cop-outs too. Because color really wasn't the main factor. It was commitment and understanding of the nature of our cause. Now, what are we actually going to do when the census taker come and said that, are you mixed? You suffered as a black person. You lived as a black person. And American law said one drop of us makes you a whole of us. Are we ready to deal with the stupid racial laws of the United States? I thought I'd call this to your attention because it's trouble still to come. And the nature of this trouble sometimes is the inability to stay in struggle. I went out to Milwaukee some years ago and set up a Black Studies program. It was going pretty well. 3 years later, I went back. Most of the black fellas had white girls, and some of the black girls had white men. And I turned to one of the girls who was very active in all of this. And I asked, what happened? And she said, the brothers left us alone. After all, we are human. Then she turned to this white man and said that, to tell you the truth, she was married to him. To tell you the truth, I don't love him, I don't even like him. Then I said, why? Why the marriage? Why the relationship? She said, Professor Clarke, the struggle is so lonely. And people need people. I think we've missed taking care of some vital things in our struggle. We failed to do some housekeeping. She should not have been so lonely that she would marry a man she not only didn't love, didn't even like. Then we should produce a caliber of young people who can take the loneliness of struggle. A lot of people's struggle has been lonely. And a lot of people do what they do out of choice. I have said repeatedly, I've met a number of rich men in my life, and I never met one who had a better mind than me. All right, there. So if it was my choice to be rich, I think I could have made it. I have the mentality to bring it off. And yet I do not regret having walked down this course of action. I haven't regretted the nature of the commitment, for it has made me total as a human being. It has locked me into struggle in such a way that struggle becomes a way of life, becomes a birthright. And you leave as best you can your stamp in a partial message on a generation through your truthful participation in struggle. All right, now, these are some preface notes. I got to get to work now. I have come to talk about notes for an African world revolution. Make complete changes. So I'm going to dream a little bit and hope a little bit and let you know that if a people can bring off, I have the will to bring off any monumental scheme they've got to dream it. Then they've got to make it so. I'll start with the making of a spiritual revolution. Most of us, one way or the other, someplace or the other, associate with some form of religion and some form of church. I am not asking anyone to leave anything. I'm saying that everything that touches your life should be an instrument of liberation. And that making your spirituality an instrument of liberation does not make you one mite less religious, but more so. And I'm saying that we might have to step back in order to step forward. We might have to ask some questions. What kind of religion did we have before Judaism, Christianity, and Islam? How did we determine right and wrong before these religions? These religions, all made from elements of our own spirituality, dressed up, garnished, and brought back to us and sold to us as something original, when there's nothing original in any three of them. How do we get back and how do we transform what we've got into an instrument of liberation? And how do we understand that you can be religious without being spiritual, and you can be spiritual without belonging to any religion? Because the spiritual came first, before the formation of the religion itself. And the religion came out of the spirituality that was there before. How do we go back and pick up and utilize some of these values? Values of self-love, self-appreciation, appreciation for the family, a concept of unity and a concept of distribution of goods and service that was purely socialist before Europe. How do we go back to ourselves and find the mechanism of our own salvation? Maybe we need to look at other people and how they take systems from the outside and transform them into something they need inside. The Chinese tried Stalin's concept of communism, Marx and Engels' concept of communism. It didn't fit their soul. It didn't fit their culture being. Did they become less communist? No. They Chinesized their communism to the point where they altered it and made it fit the Chinese psyche and the Chinese soul. In this revolt, in the establishment of a new spirituality of liberation, can we make these alterations without people assuming that we're trying to destroy the faith, when in actuality we are strengthening the faith and building the faith? We have never said or agreed that religion was the opiate of the people. That can come from nobody but a European, because he's made it the opiate. Now, religion or spirituality, which is the more correct phraseology, spirituality was part of the totality of our life. It wasn't a Sunday thing. It was a total thing. And it determined so much of our life. How can we have a revolt, a spiritual revolt, without people assuming that we're trying to destroy the church, when in actuality we're trying to strengthen the church? Trying to give it a new mission and a new destiny and a new will. I do not think we study enough about how other people reacted to forms of oppression. I don't think we study enough on the rise of modern Japan. I do not mean that we need to imitate Japan. I personally think the Japanese capitalists are going to ultimately back themselves into a corner when they're not going to be nothing but brown-skinned or yellow-skinned Europeans if they don't halt at a given point. But what gave them the ability to rise and to organize are things that they still have. They still have a basic religion of their own design and choice. They still have national commitment, one to the other. They still have the fervor of a Japanese nationalism, a love of nation and self that cuts down on the friction between Japanese and Japanese. They believe in themselves as thinkers. Now you see the recent news item, some 24-year-old trainee on Wall Street learns enough information to feed it to someone else where they would engage in a $19,000 stock swindle. $19 million stock swindle. Do you know we've got 24-year-old people who don't think that they have the ability to handle $1,000? The structure of one man's brain is not radically different from another. These young people really peeped the system and made it work in their favor. And if they can peep the system and make it work in their favor, there's something radically wrong with the system itself. Because I am so uncapitalist, and because I know as a teacher that the modern capitalist world rolls on slavery and exploitation of all people, black and white, I have no vested interest in its survival. If it goes, it goes. And yet, I know that you cannot live in a capitalist society with any degree of safety and comfort without having capital. Now, it seems that I'm engaged in a contradiction. If I believe in socialism, and I do, why do I believe just as much in black ownership of black communities? Which seems to you is communism, it's capitalism. But to me, black ownership of black community places in the hands of black people the economic means to affect social change in their favor. Build a private school if you don't like the public school. Use your politics to bring more pressure on the public school. And always look back in order to look forward. How did African people rule states before this encroachment? They're as African as you, that if they did this, they had something you failed to have, and that is self-confidence. Self-confidence based on an understanding of both your culture and your religion, and your understanding that culture, religion, and your politics are all one and the same. And that all of these things have to come together to advance you in total. And this is practically all the Japanese did. Now, remember, 200 years ago, they didn't even have a good wheelbarrow. And look at them now. They committed themselves to mastering Western technique. But in mastering Western technique, they did not make the mistake you made over integration. They mastered Western technique and held on to their basic culture and their basic religion and their basic customs and way of life. And they altered them to suit themselves. But you thought that by being integrated, you had to put down your customs and your religion, even stop eating cornbread. And some of you did. Some of you love watermelon. Eat watermelon, no more. Live in pain without watermelon. Now, in looking at a spiritual revolution, we have to make our spirituality a part of the totality of our life and not a weekend matter of getting dressed up and going on Sunday. Must be a part of our total approach to life, how we treat our children, how we treat our wives, how we greet our uncles, how we deal with the evil ones, how we deal with the drunken ones. Now, if we're going to have a spiritual revolution, we're going to have a commercial revolution. Now, you want to know what's a socialist talking about, a commercial revolution? Because I know that without the mastery of the techniques of commerce, no country can function well, no matter what kind of government it's got. If we master our communities and control the basic wealth in our communities and see that a dollar turns over 8 times before it leaves the community, and sometimes make sure it don't even leave at all. Every time we have a shoe repair, we go to another brother to get the shoe repaired, and another brother fixing the car. All we do is a built-in economic system in our own community based on confidence in ourselves and based on making sure that the techniques, the skills, the basic crafts in the community are forever sharp. You got to do a good job if you want to keep the job. Now, let's look back and see when we had all these skills and for running nations and running them well and wasn't asking for any outsiders to educate our children. How we lost it and how we'll have to regain it, because our next assignment in history, no matter how you look at it, no matter if you try to avoid it, our next assignment in history is nation management and nation structure. And no matter how you try to avoid doing so, we have to look again at Booker T. Washington, Marcus Garvey, W.E.B. Du Bois, and Elijah Muhammad. These men all saying the same things, using different vantage points, different words, different organizational structure. Because people rise and fall within the context of the nation institution. And when they lose the ability to master and control the nation institution, they lose their freedom. This is why we are a nation within a nation searching for a nationality. This is why we can say American and don't add African to it. No German would ever say American without adding Germany to it. Prefacing it by, I'm a German, was born in America. All right, now, what did we do when we had states of our own? Let's look at the last cluster of states. For the moment, I am not dealing with the first great states, the Nile Valley states. Let's deal with those other rivers for a little while. And the great states on these other rivers, the Niger River states, Ghana, Mali, Sangay, the handling of the gold trade by Ghana, literally controlling the cross-Saharan trade in gold, creating a monarchy so democratic that it was the role model for the democratic monarchies of the world. And see what happened when Africans went into Spain with the Berbers and the Arabs. Spain, a sleepy, poorly administered country then and now, was put on its feet, given a university, sidewalks with lights, a financial institution controlled mainly by the grandees of the Spanish Jews. This would last for 800 years, Africans administering a country away from home. In the meantime, at home, it would be 1,000 years or over 1,000 years of great structures of states in inner West Africa. Ghana being the best known but not the first, assumed to be the first. But the state Mali, with its great emperors, Mansa Musa, Sekuru, Sundi Atta, the boy who started it all. Then finally, the emergence of the greatest of all the African states, larger than the continental limits of the United States, Sangay, its university at Sankore, its great scholars, its finest rulers, Soni Ali and Muhammad Ababiko Ituri. Can we look back at examples of African magnificence in the ruling of the state? And can we look at the records of what other people said about them when foreigners came into these countries? What did they say about what did they see? They would call the last of these great rulers the greatest civil administrator of all times. If you can produce, concurrent with slavery, a ruler who was called the greatest civil administrator of all times, why is it we have so little knowledge of him now? Why do we pull so little on the greatness that we have been in order to understand the greatness we still have to be? We made such poor use of our history and our heroes. Muhammad Ababiko Ituri, he was the greatest ruler of state of his time. Means barring none. But then look, what were the other rulers of state at this time? The emperors of China, Europe getting off of its feet after the Dark Ages. There were many great rulers. Why is it this African was called the greatest of them all, barring none, having examined all of them? And why can't we today look at his life and look at his rule and look at his state and begin again the whole concept of state formation? I don't mean that someone else came to collect his taxes. He did it himself. No one else came to develop his army. He developed it himself. No one else developed his marketplaces. He did it himself and revolutionized the whole concept of weights and measures. What I'm trying to say now is that we must pull on the total good as a people, yesterday's good, in order to create today's nation structure, in order to shape the kind of people we will have to be tomorrow. And we will have to learn that the carbon copy of our master's originality is wearing out, if indeed he ever had any originality at all. We have to study yesterday in order to create today. Now, these states existed concurrent with the beginning of the slave trade. These states in inner West Africa, concurrent with the slave trade in coastal West Africa. Now let's study what went wrong with our family communication. If we're going to have a whole revolution for social change, we have to look at when we had it as against when we lost it. We have to draw on the past in order to make the present and make the future. What can we learn from how we got into this trap? What can we learn about the Europeans of that day and their intentions toward us that has not radically changed in this day? The European has not changed. When the Russians and the United States meet, they're not talking about liberation. They're not talking about liberating anybody. Which one of them will control what part of the world and stay out of each other's way so that a conflict between them won't weaken them to the point where people can come from under their control? They are discussing power. Who will have it and who will dispense it? They do not envision the world being from under the domination of Europe. Now, if you are going to take the world from under that domination, then you have to envision yourself as having the ability to do so. And if you envision yourself as having the ability to do so, then you have to have some understanding of the world when it was not under the domination of Europe. And the nature of European domination, in that none of this has anything to do with the European having a superior mind, of having ability that you do not have. It had to do with he believed he could do it, and he gained enough confidence to do it. Something which you can do if you made up your mind to do it. Now, as a result of this rise, a revolution started in the world a revolution that we must now revolt against. And to revolt against it, you must understand how it started. How then did we lose our Africanness, and what will we have to do to regain it? How did we lose the concept of nationness and develop a concept of dependency? And what was Booker T. Washington talking about at Tuskegee with his education program? To free yourself from dependency, dependent on other people for your bread, dependent on other people for your shoes, depending on other people for your education, which is the most dangerous of all dependency, because powerful people never train powerless people in how to take their power away from them. So we're dealing with a contradiction in terms. It's a contradiction in terms to go into these schools and expect education. You get a form of indoctrination. You get certain basic curricula that you can use to educate yourself. So therefore, with us, most of the education have to happen in the homes, in the community, and in the church. You think the church is less a spiritual institution when it is engaging in education? It is not. It is more a spiritual institution. And there are many ways of praying, and there are many ways of serving whatsoever deity that you happen to choose. Now, what I'm looking at now is how we got into the trap, so I can see if I can at least estimate how we're going to have to get out of it. The major laws in the 15th and the 16th century was the concept of nation. The attaching of Africans on to other nations, the attaching some to England, the attaching some to France, some to the Portuguese, and then some to the worst of the element to come out of Europe, that they dumped into the United States. Europe was getting rid of its waste matter. It sent some to Australia. It sent some to the Pacific. We have to look again at what happened to the Africans in the Pacific. What happened to the Africans at Tasmania? Here's where an entire island was destroyed. The British sent a lot of Irish prisoners, oppressed white people, to Tasmania, to the islands near Australia. At Tasmania, where everybody was destroyed, every man, woman, and child, the British would knock a year or 5 years off of an Irish prisoner's sentence, depending on how many Tasmanians he killed. Bring 2 matching ears to the British, showing that you had killed a Tasmanian. And that's a year or 5 years off of your sentence. Now, here we see something we do not understand today, to the nature of oppressed people preying on other oppressed people in order to come from under oppression. When we use this word third world, we better use it carefully. Because there's a whole lot of people in the third world who want black people to be second to them. And there are a whole lot of people in the third world who, in order to ingratiate themselves to the oppressor, would gladly become an honorary oppressor, for we are concerned. And some have already done it. And yet with our goodness, our built-in hope, our beautiful humanity, our belief in justice for all people, we fall into their traps. And one of the traps we fall into is most about Hispanics. They watch and see you fight for something. And the minute you win, they come in and ask for half of it, when they weren't even in the fight. And a lot of times they get it, especially the Puerto Ricans. But even near the fight, give me half of your pie. You see, they want a parity, which means half. Because we have not learned to practice the essential selfishness of survival, I give no piece of pie until every member of my family has a piece of pie. Now, if you want to fight for a pie, then you go fight for it for your family, and I wish you well. But I fought for this for my own kith and kin, and they take priority in its distribution. Now, when we began to lose these nation lessons, we began more and more into a trap of dependency. And yet, into that same trap came the ingredients of liberation. We have not studied enough how the slaves in the Caribbean took advantage of the poor quality of the British craftsmen. How many times in places, especially like Jamaica, the British would bring over furniture from England, and this furniture made from soft wood became a dessert for termites. Just ate it up. Local craftsmen had to use that hard Jamaican wood. They had good mahogany then. They don't have it now because they overcut it and they have to wait for it to grow again, which is 20 or 40 years before they'll have good mahogany again, enough for furniture and distribution. But they had it then, had a good forest, and good mahogany. So they remade the British furniture using local wood as against the wood brought over from England. And these craftsmen not only learned to make furniture, they learned how to repair the sugar mills. They were great blacksmiths, and subsequently worked their way out of servitude and communicated with the Black American freemen who had done a similar thing in New England. Now this is where the real revolt started. This is where the whole concept of let us be a nation again, let us be a people again, let us build institutions again started. I'm saying that we need to draw some impotence on what we have already done in order to understand what we've still got to do. And I'm saying that these brothers in Jamaica and in other islands came together and began to form organizations, not based on who was from what island, but the fact that all of them, those in America and those on the islands, had the same problem. And that problem was oppression. And this is why a Bayesian, Prince Hall, would come here and build the first Masonic order and not call it the Masonic order, because it wasn't about socializing drinking. It was about social uplift. It was about trying to free the slaves still not free. And he called it the African Lodge. And Peter Ogden from Antigua will take a similar approach to the Odd Fellows. Now, if we're going to revolt today, we have to look back at a time when able African people pulled themselves out of it. And we have to study how when on the eve of the Civil War, it was these rebels who forced the issue. I'm not saying that the Civil War was fought over slavery. We all know better than that. We know no white man ever fought in a war with no black people. We don't even have to argue about that. But the emotional fervor around slavery had helped to solidify the whole issue and the whole concept. African people searching to be whole again and searching to be nation again. And when after the Civil War and after the British emancipation, when they discovered it was a phony, when they discovered that having been emancipated, they had no jobs, had no housing, and they still had to go back to the same plantation to live, then another revolution and another revolutionary period would begin in the Caribbean islands. As when we discovered over here that the so-called Reconstruction had been betrayed by the Tilden-Hayes election 1884, we knew that we had to fight for freedom all over again. And the African Americans at the latter half of the 19th century, far more committed than those of the 20th century, far clearer on what he had to do, and had no illusions about freedom because he knew that in spite of emancipation, he had no freedom. And he had no nation. Now this started a form of Pan-Africanism, migration Pan-Africanism, that we need to study. Blacks tried to migrate to Africa. Martin Delany, with the great Jamaican Robert Campbell, going to search for a place for settlement. Their respective reports still worth reading, especially Campbell's report, Pilgrimage to My Motherland. I'm saying that if we want to revolt, and we should be in constant revolt against our condition, there are examples in Europe and every place that we can use. But there are better examples among ourselves. That we did not need to leave home to get the concept of revolt or the concept of a social order different from the economic system that we lived under. And that these men in Africa, in the Caribbean islands, and in the United States were very clear on this concept. Where did we get fuzzy? At what point did we give up the original approach to revolution and began to try to integrate into the house of the oppressed? That led to the trouble that we're in right now. Early in the 20th century, African nations began to emerge, and a special study needed to be made of Ghana. Early 20th century politics in Ghana and the revolt against colonialism. Case for Hayford, father of modern Ghanaian politics. In his fight to have the exiled kings return, he converted that fight into a fight for independence. early part of the century, after they began to exile their kings, Prempeh and Ye Asantewaa, began to build a youth movement essential to every revolution. And when near his death, 1931, he wanted to turn the mantle of responsibility over to another Ghanaian. He turned it over to one he had trained, Joseph B. Danquah. Send for JP. The mantle of responsibility now belongs to you. Under J.P. Danquah came a young student, Francis K. Nkrumah. That's the name he went by then. He began to train Nkrumah to take the mantle of responsibility. They did not, as we do today, leave things to chance. They planned them. And they came out of a society that we need to reproduce today in order to bring about our revolution. Our children should be picked out and trained for leadership from birth. Even watch how that child handles a fork. See, watch how he behaves with his sisters and brothers. Watch his ability to share with them. Watch his ability to protect them and to accept the training that will make him do it better. We should spot leaders early and begin to train them early. There should be a priesthood of an effort. Now let's go back to how Baron Tanaka trained Japanese youth to create modern Japan. So many would go into oceanography. So many would go into the sciences. So many would go into higher mathematics. So many would go into industrial mathematics. So many would go into scientific mathematics and the chemistries. And they would roam the earth and see how other people did things. They would come home not so much to imitate them, but they would ultimately do it their way. They didn't produce things just to show that they could produce it. The Japanese had no skyscrapers up until recently. They don't have too many now. Didn't think they needed them. And didn't begin to build them until the island became so crowded they know that that's one way of saving space. Africa, there are a number of skyscrapers that if Africans build skyscrapers to show they can build them, all right, build them. But space-wise, you don't need them. And you shouldn't build them just to imitate other people. And what I'm trying to lock into is how people maintain certain techniques that make them believe enough in themselves and become less dependent on other people in order to be whole again. And that the nature of oppression robbed us of our wholeness, a lot of our confidence. And if we are going to have a cultural revolution, this cultural revolution must first be based on regaining our confidence in our ability to handle everything in a nation. This is why I have always disagreed with the approach to South Africa. That you need to fight more than apartheid. Apartheid is a real issue. Apartheid has caused misery to a whole lot of people. You sure need to fight it all the way. But while fighting it, you need to prepare people to take over that nation. A nation needs railroads. Who's going to do it? But if you buy steel from someone else, you got to pay a high price. Who's going to develop an internal steel industry? Who's going to master the mind? Who's going to market what comes out of the mind? All of this is the restoration of self-confidence, and all of this is going back to things that you have done already at a previous time in history. And this is why, especially in New York City and New York State, you are literally kept from your history. And if you expect the present-day school system to give it to you, you are dreaming. This you have to do yourself. The Chinese didn't go out in the world and beg people to teach Chinese studies or let them teach Chinese studies. The Japanese didn't do the same thing. People don't beg other people to restore their history. They do it themselves. And they learn something about freedom that we have to learn. Freedom is something you take with your own hands. You secure it with your own hands. And if other people's hands secure it for you, other people's hands can take it away from you. That your main ally and the most dependable ally in a fight for freedom is yourself. And when we look again at Ghana in the 20s, we would understand why that nation would come into being ahead of other West African nations. Why not Nigeria? Why didn't Nigeria become independent ahead of Ghana? Ghana had something Nigeria still don't have. A homogeneous structure. People who had conflicts with themselves, but they never had conflicts that were so lasting they would fight into death. Everything was stopped short of destruction. There are no wars in Ghana parallel the Yoruba wars, Yoruba against Yoruba, or the House of Fulani wars, Muslim against Muslim. And because the wars in Ghana were short-lived, they did not build up a whole lot of bitterness one against the other. So in a political setup, they could operate one to the other. And they did something which we have not noticed and would do well to notice. They created not only politicians of substance, they created the greatest body of political literature in any African country before our census. When you look at Mansa Sabar in his work, Fantic Customary Law, how to use the laws of the Fanti people to uplift the nation. Fanti Law and Constitution. Another Ghanaian wrote and laid out a blueprint for a nation toward nationhood in West Africa. These books are not hiding from anybody. They still can be read, you know. And most of them have been reprinted. Case the Hayford, the first nationalist novel, Ethiopia Unbound. Then another little classic work, worth rereading now, because you'd understand the difference between East Africa, where the whites took the land, and West Africa, where the whites could not take the land. It's called The Truth About the West African Land Question. Then Don Qua and Nkrumah's schoolmaster, looking at the religions, Akan's Doctrine of God. And in his little classic work, he personally gave me one evening while scolding me at the same time, Obligations in Akan Society. And when you study Akan Society, and study Yoruba society, these two African cultures sustain themselves longer away from home than any other African culture that I have seriously studied. It was the Yorubas in the can that brought off most of the slave revolts. What I'm saying that if you are going to change anything today, you have to understand the nature of change that we have already affected, and how this nation, Ghana, created not only a political apparatus for political change and revolution, but created a literature to explain it. And that literature is still in existence. Nigeria, some literature, especially the early works of Nnamdi Ezekwe, his work on the settlement of Nigeria, still worth reading. His book, Renaissance Africa, still worth reading. And in Southern Africa, another great body of literature, John Tingo Jabevu and Don Tingo Jabevu, father and son. Saul Platj's excellent work on the native problem in Southern Africa. Paulo Kagwa's work on the culture of Uganda, who literally stopped the wars between the Arabs, the Protestants, and the Catholics, and brought about a peace in Uganda at the turn of the century. Now, what I've been pointing to is that if there's going to be a world revolution among African people, we have to locate African people and connect with African people. And we, no matter what we call ourselves and what island we came from, or what part of Georgia or Alabama, we can still identify with these regions, but the overall identification is with Africa and with African people wherever they are on the face of this earth. We need to study how Pan-Africanism came into being in the closing years of the 19th century. We need to study H. Sylvester Williams again, and why did this Pan-African League start in Trinidad at a time when the East Indians and the Chinese were encroaching on the African population? What solidified it on those islands? And what are the early dreams of Marcus Garvey? And why did a Marcus Garvey emerge from a Jamaica other than some other places? And why did he have so little success in Jamaica and so much success outside of Jamaica? Why is it if Marcus Garvey were walking down the streets of Jamaica right now, alive, some mixed up Jamaican might stone him to death? Why did he have more success in the United States? It's not because we have different brains than others, not because we're more loyal or committed than others, but the nature of our oppression in the United States has told us very clearly, you are not wanted here. You were brought here to do labor. Now that machines made your labor obsolete, we want to get rid of it. In Jamaica, they still had the semblance of nation. They still thought they belonged to something. They belonged to an empire that was controlling the world. And the sun never set on it. They assumed that they were a part of it. They still do. It is not the matter of one being more committed than the other. Different kind of master, different nature of oppression. The British have a phrase, it's not only an administration of justice, it not only must be so, it must appear to be so. But the British created an appearance that gave you the illusion of nation. When the crude white man in the United States would even give you the illusion. He even put a sign on a water fountain, black, color, white, water. Look at the utter ridiculousness of it. Water, black, color, white. So we knew we had no illusions about him. He left us with no illusions. He left us with no illusions of nation. And when Marcus Garvey came preaching nation, if we responded to it better than others, it's because we needed it more than others. And yet when you study the structure of the movement, administratively, the Garvey movement was strictly a Caribbean movement, administratively. But his followers and his supporters financially was almost solely black Americans. While the administrators of the movement, the clerk were basically Caribbean. And yet this caused no conflict then or now. Now, we don't have to guess about Garvey's movement now. One thing Professor Robert Hill's 8-volume history of Garvey movement has done, 5 volumes already out, he has located the documents that ends the argument. So now we can go and examine the documents. We don't have to debate as to how the movement was structured and who ran the movement. It is important that it existed because part of our future revolution, part of our move toward nationness, part of our move toward self-reliance in our community will have to be based on a serious study of this movement and to what extent it got across the concept of nationhood. Then you've got to once more look at self-reliance as advocated by the educational program of Booker T. Washington, political reliance as advocated by W.E.B. Du Bois, national and international reclamation and the redemption of Africa as advocated by Garvey. Then look at their later students, the spin-off from the movement, the heirs to the movement, the inheritors of the whole idea, Elijah Muhammad and Malcolm X. And when you look at this in total context, you will come to a Jesse Jackson and partly see what he's doing. Someone called me today because I'm going to South Carolina to lecture tomorrow. So what do you think is the future of Jesse Jackson's Rainbow Coalition? I said it has a great future in awakening people to realize that the political mechanism is not serving them to the extent that it needs to. That it can awaken both blacks and whites to come together politically, who are not going to come together socially. And I saw this happen in San Antonio, Texas during my Army days. These were poll tax periods. And the black numbers man paid the poll tax for the blacks, and the Mexican numbers man paid the poll tax for the Mexicans. Together they had 30,000 votes in their hands before the election started. They could decide who would or would not be mayor of that town. And this went on for years until someone convinced the mayor. Now, my point in alluding to Jesse Jackson is that he is awakening in this country a concept that if poor whites and poor blacks have the same oppressor, if they put their political strength together, maybe both of them can knock off the oppressor. He's not asking them to marry. He's not asking them to live next door to each other. He's not even asking them to like each other. He's showing a political mechanism. But my friend called me from South Carolina, asked me about the rainbow. I said, I grew up in the South where I see rainbows almost after every rain. But have you ever seriously looked at a rainbow? Why is the black color in the rainbow? All right, you see a streak of gray, you see a blue, and sometimes a red. And yet, the symbol is good. But the blackness of the rainbow is missing. I'm talking about an actual rainbow now. I'm not talking about conversation. I'm talking about a rainbow. Because I've looked in the sky and seen enough of them to knuckle. The black is not that. And yet, I believe that Jackson, as well as King, is a part of our revolution and part of the political revolution that will lock into our cultural revolution and our spiritual revolution. That if we think that we can advance and claim those things that belong to us in this world without a drastic change that we call a revolution, then we are dreaming. And I do not mean you have to kill people, that you have to shoot at anybody, although that's a part of it, but not all of it. A revolution means social change, means a total change. In a revolution, you don't patch up old clothes, you find new clothes. And many times you don't patch up old ideas, you find completely new ideas. So we are an imaginative people, and we have survived by innovating. We're people on the stage of the world without a script. Many times we have to make up the script right in front of the audience. So I have not been talking about anything that we cannot do or have not been doing all along. I am saying that we must take a serious look at ourselves, and we must rehearse for nation by controlling our communities, by controlling the input into our education, by examining the curricula used in the school that train our children. And if it's not good, we have to either make it good or have it eliminated. By having political control over our community, and political control leads to other kinds of control. By learning some form of self-reliance, when we can employ large numbers of African people in service with other African people. If we understand the nature of our mission in the world, if we understand that Africa is a continent 12 million square miles, we won't have any unemployment for the next 1,000 years. All those railroads to be built, all the steel mines to be built, the refineries to be built, the oil to be discovered, Do you think there's less oil in the body of Africa than in other places? Probably more. The connection that we have to make with African people outside of Africa, especially the large number in India and the Pacific. We need a political apparatus that will stretch around the whole world, bringing African people together. The ultimate answer is Pan-Africanism. And with Pan-Africanism, what needs to feed into Pan-Africanism is a new kind of spirituality. In total liberation, religion cannot be left out, commerce cannot be left out, culture cannot be left out, how we sing, how we walk, how we act. Everything we do must be a part of a totality. And we have to learn how to relate to African people everywhere, wherever they are on the face of the earth. Africans who have one kind of product on one side of Africa need to send it to another part of Africa, or they can't use. So if you're going to do this, what you're going to have to do, stretch a railroad system across Africa. It has to be done by African engineers, African planners. If someone else does it for you, they're not only going to charge you for it, they're going to control you doing it. Part of the success of the raid at Entebbe in Uganda is that the Israelis had built that airport and had trained that army. It was no achievement to get in there and knock out that airport and so-called rescue these people who wasn't that much captive in the first place. But when someone else makes your roads, train your army, they have control of the mentality of your army. Your army is less valuable to you because you did not train it and you did not indoctrinate it. I'm talking about something that has to be universal and has to relate to the totality of our history. And we have to understand how history, as I've said before, is still a clock that people use to tell that time of day. It is a compass that people use to locate themselves on the map of human geography. When we bring about the total revolution that will be the ultimate unity of all of our people through a Pan-African concept, when we stop talking about, we can take pride in what island we came from without making a cut out of it, and we can take pride in being a Georgian. I often speak of myself as being a Georgian and an Alabamian. Not so much with pride, but the fact that I survived both of them. I survived 2 hells and 2 frying pans. I got double strength to live through that. And returning to the South, I saw the same thing, a spirit there that I didn't find other places. When I'm talking about that we can be different, and yet, while being different, we're all the same people with the same destiny. And Marcus Garvey said, one aim, one God, one destination. And that is true. But what we have to understand, no matter what we plan to be, no matter where we are in life and who we relate to, that you began by checking out history, where you've been, where you are, in order to understand where you still have to go. I maintain that the first step in liberation is self-discovery, and that history, in the final analysis, is the same as the relationship of a child to his mother's breast. Thank you.
Yeah, just a couple of minutes. We're actually going to stay here.
I'll walk downstairs and I'll come right back up.
Dr. John Henrik Clarke. I don't think I'm wrong, far off in my analysis when I say he's the Charlie Parker of the lecturers or the historians. For those of you young people, first of all, I'm very happy to see that each week we seem to be growing in our younger people coming to these lectures. And I'm very happy to see that. And I said that to say those of you younger people who doesn't know who Charlie Parker is, or that fact, the elder people who don't know who Charlie Parker is, I suggest that you do some research on that aspect of our music, because like everything else, we have allowed the European to steal that also and to distort it. I am very happy that Dr. Clarke has become a permanent part of our lecture series. He's been coming here for many, many years. And hopefully in September, we'll be able to duplicate that 10-week series we did in '87. I know that would thrill my heart, and I know that would really thrill your heart. While Dr. Clarke is taking a break, he's going to come back and answer a question and answer period. And when that period comes, I'm going to ask again, and I'm going to insist again, that you ask the question, and please do not have your own lecture, which many of us tend to do, which sometimes is good because some of us have the information that we need, that other people need. But we have to remember that Dr. Clarke works very hard, travels a lot, is up studying, and if you notice, he sits here, once in a while he has a piece of paper in his hand, but everything he says is coming from that automatic tape recorder or recall that he has, which is fantastic and it's a God-given gift. But also we ask here at the House of the Lord Church that when we come to these lectures, and I often know as many of us come to these lectures and we buy the tapes and we listen, but we do not share that information. And I believe that we have to share this. Often we say other people don't want to hear this. But I'm telling you from what I know from fact, if you talk it around your job and in your community, sooner or later, somebody's going to start listening to you. And sooner or later, they'll come to these lectures, and sooner or later, you'll find more unity within your community and within where you live at or on your job, and you can find something else to talk about besides, how much money Michael Jordan is making, and et cetera, and who won the game between the Lakers and so forth. That's interesting also. But we need to talk about other things than sports and how much money that Michael Spinks and them did for that 91 seconds. Yeah, well, it should have been 91 minutes for $40. I would have been mad. But anyway, that's where all that is at, and Dr. Clarke will be back in a minute. Brothers and sisters, I have been given instruction by one of the head ladies of this church, who been the backbone of the church many years, and she's right. She's asked me to say to you that when you finish with your plates or your cups or your napkins or whatever, please do not leave it on your seat, or please do not deposit it on the floor. We have a wastebasket in the back. Please put it in the wastebasket. If not, just take it to one of the back tables and put it there, and we'll pick it up from there. I thank you. I want to remind you of the July 13th date, at 7 p.m., when we're going to have a racial injustice community forum, the emphasis on the Tawana Brawley case. I also wanted to, somebody told me last week, the sister that had the video store in Queens, and I forgot the location, I wrote it down. Does anyone know that has the video store in Queens that has the positive? Do you know the exact address? Yes. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Linden Boulevard and 199th Street in Queens, and there's another. I have yet to find the name of the store on 125th Street as also. These are stores that selling positive videos, and they have. I think that I'm quite sure they have tapes of Dr. Clarke, Dr. Ben, etc., etc. I would suggest that you buy those and take them home and let your family or your children share them with you. Also, there's a brother in the audience. His name is Milton Gills. Where are you, brother? Right here. Stand. He has an African Artisans Company on 169 Warren Road in Hempstead, New York. And those of you in that area or live in that area, spread the word about this. But we need to support our own brothers who want to have their own businesses so that we can grow economically, and this brother can grow economically. I'm quite sure he's put a lot into this business, and he needs all the support he can get. Also, I want to make an announcement that the Pentecostal churches has a basketball league, and the House of the Lord Church just won the playoff game, and we're going to be playing in the championship on July 9th, it's a Saturday, 1988 at 3 p.m. at the Salvation Army. It's 110 Kosciuszko Street. I believe that's Kosciuszko and Beckett, I'm not sure. And the admission is $5. And I know you've all heard Reverend Dorsey speak, and all you've seen him lead the marches, but I don't know how many of you have ever seen him play basketball. And he plays. No doubt about it, he plays. So the House of the Lord is in the championship. We invite you to come out. And this is another way of sharing and getting together, because we believe that those of us that play together, a family that plays together, stays together. And we need to do more recreational things on that behalf. I will bring Dr. Clarke back for our answering question period. We're going to go for about 15 to 20 minutes. And please, if you have a question, raise your hand. I will recognize you and ask your question to Dr. Clarke, and Dr. Clarke will answer you promptly. I thank you. If you have any questions, just raise your hand where you are. Brother right here.
Oh, okay. Yes. Yes. Yes, sir.
I wonder if you ever heard of a concept called Kaoria. It's supposed to be something to do with culture. We believe that they're lacking in that. We need to move forward with and make this happen a reality. And I wanted to know what you thought of that concept and what you think it does it, or what you think another approach to culture could be implemented.
It is one of many approaches to African culture. It is as valid as other approaches. I think some wrong things have been done with it, and some wrong people have attached themselves to it. And I think sometimes Qaeda becomes a cultural cult and a hustle, like all forms of nationalism, in the wrong hands. It's nothing new. It was started by Melina Karinga and was picked up by Leroy Jones, who became Amir Baraka. I think a concept, it depends on what's done with it. I mean, when I look at the concept of nationalism, which I've always been, and right now I deplore the fact that many people are using nationalism to hide their Marxism. I have nothing against people being Marxists. If you're going to be a Marxist, go ahead and be one, but don't get nationalism mixed up with it, because the Marxists are traditionally anti-nationalists. I think Qaeda was a tension. It's an aspect of reclamation of African culture. The whole concept of Kwanzaa came out of the Qaeda theory, and I thought that was very good. I think that needs to be taken even further. I think we need to Africanize every holiday, Africanize Thanksgiving, because we had nothing to do with those people killing those Indians and living through the winter, using techniques that the Indians had taught them and turning against the Indians who had taught. We had nothing to do with all of that. And we're memorializing things. We don't know who we memorialize it, sometimes except our own murderers. Why can't we have a Memorial Day and memorialize our heroes? Nat Turner, Denmark Vesey, Gordon, and Captain Kojo, and Why can't we just memorialize it? Well, you don't have to memorialize me. I don't plan to go. I might go tomorrow, but I got planned to just to live forever. Later for memorializing me. Just make sure that I stay healthy enough to do the work for the people that I'm supposed to do. No. We need more talk on how different things are used now, and we can't just fall for everything because it has an African name, an art-sounding name. Make sure that there's a legitimacy behind it, and not just another hustle in the name of Africa.
Dr. Clarke, I'd like to ask a question. Given that we need to have an African world revolution, and given also that Europeans are not going to stand idly by while we try to take their power away, can you speak to the fact that there are going to be people that get killed? And also, can you also speak to the fact that the majority of Africans in the world fear Europeans? And also, can you, tell me why should we, let Europeans live in peace and harmony when we don't have it ourselves?
Well, while most of the Africans in the world have been under some form of European dominance, I think he feels more than anything else European weaponry, because he's proven that he's just as much of a man as a European. Well, I think once we free ourselves from European dominance and free our mind more than anything else from European dominance, European concept, we begin to develop concepts of our own. We will not care much about whether the European lives in peace. He's not going to live in peace like the Europeans in South Africa wouldn't be living in peace, because I don't advocate no unity between black and white in South Africa. And I don't advocate no sharing of power. I advocate that those Europeans who love Africa so much that they don't want to leave, let's accommodate them. Let's give them a piece of Africa that they can keep forever, the length of their body from head to toe, 6 feet under the ground. In a revolution, most of the things in the revolution that I'm talking about can be done without murder and without killing. And yet, if you rule out the fact that some people are going to be killed, then you really will have no revolution at all. Because no one is going to give up the massive power of controlling this world until you draw some blood. And some will have to go, and I might be one of them. And I don't know anybody else who brought off a revolution that didn't kill somebody. No, there's revolutions are going on all of the time. And all revolutions do not necessarily relate to killing people. But there's an aspect of revolution It must. Now, I don't think there's any peaceful way of liberating the people in Southern Africa. And I think a combined African army must march on to South Africa. There must be an internal army and an external army. I mean, one inside and one coming from outside. And they can't separate who was good and who was not, who was liberal and who was not. If you're in his way, you're supposed to be destroyed. Now, I don't talk about one man, one vote in Africa. I don't talk about majority rule. I talk about African power. Let the African come to power and begin to make decisions. No sizable white people going to ever live in peace under non-white rule. So he's going to go one way or the other. Once Africa truly comes to power, if Africa comes to power and leave the white apparatus intact, he is not in power. Many African states have white secretaries of the treasury, white head of the army. There was a white general, the head of Ghanaian's army, why they didn't rescue Lumumba. I'm not talking about, don't go halfway. You either got a revolution or you haven't got one. And a revolution is not a reform movement. And they're going to have to be an African world revolution. Relate to the African people of the world. The untouchable Indians, I'm not untouchable anymore. You think I'm untouchable, I'm going to touch you and break your neck at the same time. Just like after Martin Luther King made a speech, his famous I Got a Dream speech, someone circulated a speech they called by Bo Diddler's plan, Bo Diddler's dream. I mean, that means Bo Diddler is a common word for common ordinary, pool playing, loud talking, razor blade switch. But the one thing about Bo, he can fight. He's got a lot of raw energy. Then in one of the poem written about Bo's reaction to King's I Got a Dream speech, he said that I'm going to be a man in this old town, I'll burn the MF down. Now, Du Bois discovered during the Atlanta riot of 1906 that there was an energy in the common man that made him respect him. Because the whites had turned out the lights, they had turned off the water, the black community closed the stores. Bo Diddler and his crowd had opened up the stores, was giving out the food, women and children first, with their bare feet, with no spikes. They climbed up the poles until they find the right lever to get the lights back on. They go into enough manholes and got the right wheel to turn to get the water back on. Well, the middle class black was trying to get across town to ask their good white folks to stop the riot. Du Bois didn't get across town, but he went through a black neighborhood where the common ordinary black had shown himself to be the true revolutionist. He had done what had to be done. Open the stores again, turn on the lights again, turn the water again. And he wasn't crying about what's going to happen. What's going to happen when the white folks come? He had no time to think about that. He just did what he had to do. I'm saying that many times our revolution is going to come from some strange places. It may come from, might be a lot of winos in there doing some good job. The atmosphere of a revolution will change a whole lot of people. A whole lot of people will think twice. What's am I dousing my body with all this alcohol? You won't straighten up. Am I feeding poison in my veins? But we have to start the revolution. I think we have to start it with ourselves. And I guess I'm a poor person to be preaching, but every time I preach a sermon, I remember that I'm preaching something which I haven't fully practiced myself. But I do as best I can, and I'm always working on me. I don't think I'm anything close to being perfect. That's why I'm always working on me. Because if I can bring myself in line, I think that I can help to bring a few other people in line. That was another question.
Can we get a list of all the names that you had mentioned in the books and so on, information list?
Oh, given time, I have furnished several good lists to the different conveners of these series. When I did the African series, I furnished a good list. When I did the African American series, but I think I can, given a little more time, maybe sometime in July, a political, you really should know something about the political literature of Africa. The books I mentioned on Ghana and Nigeria, the books Africans written about African liberation. We need just to concentrate on what did the Africans say about all of this. And throughout Africa, there's a body of good literature written by Africans. It's well worth considering. I reread Saul Platjay's The Native Problem in Africa. It was written as almost as a letter to the British Labour Party, explaining how the British betrayed the Africans, but also telling the British that they betrayed you too, and that the British laborer is also betrayed. He isn't making no money. While he gets this whole little towns furnishing goods and service to Africa, but second-rate bric-a-brac and junk, but your life is not so rosy. So the British upper class, the capitalists, the imperialists, he exploits everybody, and he'll exploit you too. And that's what he has done in order to be rich. He exploited the British too. And Platjay's work it's in paperback now, so it's easy to get. Is a good explanation as to how both classes are exploited in imperialism. Not just the African. Among the Southern African writers, and also there's a body of literature, of history work written by South Africans, especially Thomas Mafolo, who wrote an excellent history of Chaka and historical romance, and Bantu's past and present. There's a lot of good African history written by Africans. And so there's a large body of African literature in Southern Africa. But the best political literature in all Africa was written in West Africa, mainly Ghana. Nigeria is second. And among the countries in Africa where the African teachers write the history books, the leading countries, Ghana and Nigeria. Nigeria leads in writing history books. Ghanaians lead in writing political books. Africans have said some remarkable things about themselves and laid out some remarkable plans for their own redemption. And the Black Americans have done the same thing. And the Caribbeans have done the same thing, principally. The Jamaicans, mainly because Jamaica is large and Jamaica has produced a larger number of political thinkers. Books coming from Jamaica on the subject. If you're ever in Jamaica, in Kingston, go to Sandstrom's bookstore. There are two bookstores. I know what the first one, the main one, is near the waterfront. But the other one is close to Old Hope Road, going up to Papad Market. But if you find one, you'll find the other one. You find a lot of good basic histories of the West Indies written by local people. And they are gradually turning away from that colonial interpretation to an indigenous interpretation of their own. I mean, they're slow on what we call Afrocentricity, but they're on the move, they're on the way. But the best Caribbean writers are in the United States. Orlando Patterson, the sociologist of slavery, is a landmark work in the subject, and his Slavery and Social Death is another, is his way of looking at slavery in a total way as against that affecting the Africans. But I tell you what I will try to do and leave here at the church for someone else to reproduce. I will do a good basic list on African political literature that you need to know about. If my health holds up, I will be associated, with the church in the lecture series as needed, beginning in the fall. I don't know what specifically, but I will be doing, but the brothers will work it out and they'll contact me, I've had invitation to go to many places and many churches because this is the only church that I have associated myself with for such a length of time, such a long series, mainly because it's a church of action. It's an action church. It's a church where a whole lot of things going on other than praying. I ain't got nothing against praying. But there's so many things going on here other than praying. So I think you watch as well as pray. And that's good. I think your watching is good and your praying is good.
Delay that any more than is necessary. Without further ado, let me welcome and let us all welcome the profound elder, Dr. John Henrik Clarke.
Thank you very much. It's always encouraging for me to be back with you again. I have just a little housekeeping chore, then I'll be on my way. A lady asked me to find a copy of my course called Dimensions of World History that I teach at Hunter College. And it was almost like my students, inevitably, when I go through the files to bring them something they ask me for, they don't show up the next time. Well, she never gave me a name, but I've had it last week and I bought it this week. So, if she, that I've fulfilled my basic promise. Another thing is that because I've integrated so much of the material of some of the lectures into other lectures, I find that I have covered so much that it gives me time, and I needed it, to insert a special lecture next to the end. So tonight's lecture, the Civil Rights Movement and the Dream Deferred. But the next lecture after the Thanksgiving holiday would really be a lecture on our search for history and our search for definition and how we as a people got lost from history. So next week, I will really be talking about the Black American search for his place in history. And when I talk about the Black American search, I'm talking about the whole African search for their place in history.
To open up
to get some corrections of the misconceptions and how the misconceptions keep coming up in spite of all that we do. Because to a great extent, how we look at ourselves determine what we do about ourselves. And we still look at ourselves in the main through the eyes of our oppressor. The best possible example is that silly, stupid movie, Shaka Zulu. 99% factually in error. But in order to straighten it out, you would have to read books written on Zulu life by the Zulus themselves. Mazoli Kamini's excellent work, Emperor Chaka the Great, and another work written by a South African writer, Thomas Moffalo, Chaka and Historical Romance. But there are many books. Maybe the best book written on the results of the Zulu Wars is a book by J. Omar Cooper, one of the few white writers who written something pretty decent on him, called The Zulu Aftermath. Then, inasmuch as there are so many African students in the country who are of Zulu extraction, why not talk to one of them? There's so many Africans in the country who are Zulus who are teaching in our schools. Why not just sit down and ask them what did happen? There were Africans on both sides of that struggle. And what we have to take into consideration is that the greatest achievement of the European was the conquest of the mind, the conquest of the mentality, and that there wasn't enough European soldiers in all the world to control places big as India, Africa, and the South Pacific. So they had to make you believe that you deserve to be ruled over by other people because you could not do it for yourself. Now, once military colonialism was partly over, another form of media colonialism came into power, the television, that has done more harm than good. The television literally made the civil rights movement, accentuated, then slowly destroyed it and demeaned it. Now, in the whole poll for president, when they mention the line of people that you're voting for who are eligible, why they never identify the others, they identify all of them by name until they get to Jesse Jackson. Then they emphasize that he was a civil rights activist, which is a code word. Black radical, don't vote for him. Part of the media conquest of the mind. Part of the media conquest of the mind is also unreal fantasies like Different Strokes and Webster. Now, you know, in real life, nothing like that happened. They're not that good. And because we have lost a feeling for what the mind can achieve. We missed our place in history because it was through the conquest of the mind that they convinced us that we were a minority. A minority convinced us that we were a minority. And we are one of the most dispersed people on the face of the earth. There are very few places on this earth where you won't find one of us. Then there's very few of us that don't long for one of us. It's a feeling when you're isolated with the other people for a long time. The feeling just to look at the face of one of your own becomes so overwhelming. Langston Hughes describes this need for cultural kinship in his book, I Wonder as I Wonder. He was going to China. He was on a boat with Europeans for about 3 months. Haven't seen a brother no place. He couldn't even see the cook. So he got to China, still didn't see one. And finally he's going to his hotel. He got a rickshaw and passed the rickshaw with a brother. And he said, "Hi!" The brother said, "Hi!" He never saw the brother again. But Lecter said that he felt good the rest of his trip. Good for the soul. And what we don't understand is that through the conquest of the mind and through the media, we've been told to avoid each other. Well, that's the only special kind of soul medicine we can have is the meeting and the friendship, one to the other. And if we ever united this and said that I won't buy a shirt except I buy it from you, I won't buy any shoes until I buy it from one of your shops, we could revolutionize our economy overnight. All this means is the restoration of confidence. Confidence in ourselves. And the seller of the shirt also had to have some responsibility to make sure that if he's selling to a brother or sister, he will sell a comparable, good piece of good so that the brother and the sister could come back and recommend other brothers and sisters to come back and keep him in business. The business is a form of catering. So there's some certain things we have to learn again about ourselves. Now, if one of us opened a store in China, I doubt if we'd get one customer. Open a store in India, I doubt if you could get one customer. In Korea, I doubt if you could get one customer. Same thing in Arabia. Then why are Koreans, Chinese, Vietnamese, and East Indians running stores in your community and making profit? And why not you? And the main thing is the lack of self-confidence. Confidence in yourself. There's no miracle about putting a store together. There's no miracle about buying. There's no miracle about bargaining. And that the man that's doing it is less intelligence than you, in many cases, less training than you, in many cases. So if he's doing it, chances are you can do it better. All right, let's go to tonight's subject, because what we're talking about is the rise and decline of singularly one of the greatest movements in this century, maybe one of the greatest movements in any century for a people. We want to look at not only the civil rights movement, but what happened to it. And what happened to the movement in the Caribbean, and what happened to the movement in Africa into the 80s, when the coups and the counter-coups began to overthrow governments after governments. Now, a brilliant young African was killed a few weeks ago, Thomas Sankara. Now, he was president of Burkina Faso, formerly called Upper Volta. Now, he had gone to a meeting previously with African heads of state. And at that meeting, he made a speech. He said, all of you are wearing shirts from France, shoes from England. I'm the only one here, African enough, to wear a pair of shoes made by my people with leather, tanned and processed by my people in our own country. Then he showed his shoes, just as good and just as good as and just as good looking as the other shoes. So why don't you Africans at least learn to make the clothes you wear? In less than a month, he was dead. Because no one intends to let African people program themselves, support themselves, clothe themselves, feed themselves, school themselves, no place on the face of this earth. We are a colonized people, and because we do not understand that we are a colonized people and our enemy is presiding over us, principally our mind, and that we came out of the nature of oppression, our survival being one of the greatest miracles in the history of the world. But that oppression has left a lot of us brain damaged. And we won't admit that some of us are utterly sick, lacking confidence in ourselves. I've seen it happen 10 times more over just to myself. I've seen a black person come up to me on the street, ask for direction or information. I give them correct information and go right across the street and ask the white person. Same question. Then they go, then they move. They lack confidence in information coming from another people, from another person of their own. It is a tragedy for people to be out of power so long. All right, now let's go back and look at that period when the civil rights movement began to lose its sting, when those who intended to control it began to get their acts together and to systematically buy it off or destroy it. The high ceremonial point was the March on Washington. A picnic on the grass, a publicity media miracle that achieved absolutely nothing. And because of the ceremony, all of the headlines, you got the illusion that we were moving forward when we were conceding something. Now, when Kennedy could not control the march, he integrated it. Now, all of this is in Malcolm X's message to the grassroots. One of the fine revolutionary messages of our time, still unheeded and unheard by most black Americans. Because he emphasized that a revolution is about land. A revolution is about self-sustaining. A revolution is about dynamic social change. Unless you are about dynamic social change, you are not about a revolution. There's nothing basically wrong with reform. But reform is not revolution. We got confused trying to figure out what was reform and what was revolution. Now, we kept asking for change, but all some people wanted is entry in their master's house, acceptance in their master's house. And this is what we have to deal with. Because if you deal with the March on Washington, in the integration of that march by trade unionists, Catholic clergy, you have to deal with the control of the content of the message that came out of the march. And the message that came out of the march was not revolutionary, did not call for revolutionary change. Now, we'll come to King's speech later, but there were certain things leading up to this. President Kennedy literally had the march integrated so he could control it. He put aside almost $1 million, presided over by a man named Curry. He was going to give a pro rata share to the 6 major civil rights organizations, with the agreement that none of them would take any massive action without consulting the others. And by tying their hands together for a pittance, they stopped being creative because neither one understood what the other wanted to do or would approve of. Each one being creative in its own way. They gave away their creative urge to do something new and dynamic by agreeing on a collective. And they were not the kind of organization that functioned as a collective. Different temperaments, different leadership, different missions, different programs. So Kennedy had taken the sting out of the movement, and besides, he had said before the march, he had given as much as he could politically. He had yielded enough to blacks and didn't intend to yield anymore. Now, Johnson, who gave more, and Truman, who gave more substantial change that's usable, both Southerners, both used the word nigger liberally, and yet both of them opened new doors for new progressive elements to move forward over and above Kennedy. A northern rich brat who got annoyed by the pressure being put on him by the movement. All right, they gathered in Washington. John Lewis had written a dynamic speech really dealing with the issues in the United States forthrightly. Not so radical it would be unbearable, but dealing with it totally honestly, no subtlety. He did not have a dream. John Lewis had a plan. Now in the classroom, I tell some of my students, soon after this King's speech, everywhere King uses the word dream, use the word plan. I have a plan. Then end with a threat. If my plan don't work, thus and so will happen. This is where Martin Luther King missed Mahatma Gandhi's point. Mahatma Gandhi, a ruthless politician, would go to the British and say that these are my plans. And if these plans don't work, there are 70 million people in the northwest frontier called Sikhs. And they held knives so well you'd think they were born surgeons. And the Sikhs were waiting up there and told the British, if his nonviolence don't work, our violence will. So having a violent alternative waiting in the wing, Mahatma Gandhi goes in to negotiate with the British with a power base. Martin Luther King had a violent alternative waiting in the wing, but he wouldn't use it. Big bad Malcolm and the Nation of Islam. They were straight then, they were ready to deal, and they had the weapons. If someone come to take a life, bring a life with you, because we tend to take some too. They were clear on that point. All right, now, a Catholic priest said that if John Lewis made his speech, he would withdraw. Now, the white trade union movement with the march, all of this is before the march, before the King made the speech, said if he made such a dynamic speech, pointing out errors in white approaches to the movement, they would withdraw. In other words, the whites came into the march to have their way. They came into the march to control it. And they decided they would either control it or destroy it. You have to end your illusions about friends. And once you end your illusion and realize that if you want a friend, look in the mirror. That's where you start. See what's looking back at you. And if you have no friend there, chances are you may not have one at all. That's the first one you need to depend on. All right. John Lewis altered the speech on the urging of A. Philip Randolph and Bayard Rustin and other people around him. They left Martin Luther King out of the discussion. Roy Wilkins was also there. Now, when John Lewis altered that speech not to offend the whites, knowing full well that all he was speaking was the truth, and if the truth offends you, so what? That was the beginning of the white dismantling of the civil rights movement. Now, Dr. King makes the speech. As oratory, as speech making, it was one of the classic speeches of the 20th century. But you need to compare Martin Luther King's speech with Booker T. Washington's Atlanta Cotton Expedition speech. Because Booker T. Washington, a skilled craftsman and a con man, was telling the whites, these are your advantages. And the blacks too, and the northerners and the southerners. These are the positive things you have that you can take advantage to, and that if you fail to take advantage of these things and pull yourself together and accommodate each other, that will be disaster. So as mild as people think Booker T. Washington was, as compromising as you think he wasn't above threatening. If you don't do this, certain consequences going to happen, and I'm not going to be responsible for them. Gandhi did the same thing. Now, I don't have time, and I'm not speaking, trying to prove specifically that King was not a follower of Mahatma Gandhi. I've done that in too many other places. But I'm saying that King did not even know Mahatma Gandhi. Now, I admire both men in their political setting. But I know that very little relationship one to the other. Now, what King was saying, he had a dream that one day on the red hills of Georgia, he'll see a black kid and a white kid side by side. In other words, I hope one day that you will accept us. We have to stop crying for other people's acceptance. And once we accept ourselves and build ourselves and strengthen ourselves, the question is not whether they will accept us, but whether we will accept them, and on what terms. And this is a point we continue to miss. We can build ourselves to the point where we can say, we'll consider accepting you if you agree to these terms. Otherwise, we can do without you. You got nothing that I can't handily do without. I can make my shoes, I can make my bread, I can fix my house. So what I need with you? Once we declare our own declaration of independence, we can deal with this. All right. Now, King continued his harangue about the speech. The speech was one of the best integrationalist speeches ever made. It was a plea for acceptance. It was not a revolutionary statement saying that we want nationness. We want something in the world when we will not be beggars of other people, but other people might petition us. That means nation status, manhood status, and respectability in relationship to the control of nations. This is why a Jamaican without a high school education and no college education could build the largest mass organization before our sins, because his focal point was the restoration of nation, teaching us to think again on national terms, on universal terms in relationship to the African people of the world, and not to those in one little corner called the United States. This is why they train our mind not to totally accept him then and now. This is why only less than 10 days ago, in the conference in Jamaica, when all the intellects were saying, hail Marcus Garvey, and writing essays, and what a great man he was. I said, come on, let's stop all of this nonsense. You rejected Marcus Garvey when he first tried to found his organization in Jamaica, and you rejected him when he came back after being deported in the United States. There's a political atmosphere in Jamaica right now where a Marcus Garvey alive would be stoned to death. Wouldn't be safe. And when your revolutionary men who call for revolutionary change, cannot walk among you in safety, you have no freedom. One of the things, when you look at England, a bunch of thugs, but when you look at England and find out what is the staying power of this nation that could commit so much wrong and get away with it. Part of the staying power was a kind of liberalism, is that when something, an issue, comes up, all sides can discuss whether it is right or whether it is wrong. And those who lose the debate can go home and sleep without being killed in their beds. And you got to give them that. Right now in the Caribbean islands, if you debate an issue, and if you're on the losing side, the chances are you are in danger. Walter Rodney was driven, literally barred from Jamaica. Went home to his own country, Guyana. All he asked for was a job as a teacher, and he was a great teacher. I just want to settle down. I'm tired of running around now. Taught in Africa, taught all England. I just want to come home now and teach in my own country. I don't want to fight nobody. I mean, just I'm a college teacher, just want a job. Got 2 children and a wife. I just want to live in peace. He was killed in his own town, in his own country. And that most of the dynamic radicals either must compromise to the local government or leave the country. Oh, now back to that later, but let's look at this aftermath on the march on Washington. Because soon after the march on Washington, certain national things going to be set in motion. Less than a year, Kennedy is dead. And his death remains a mystery. You think this country is ruled by presidents. You have illusion. David Rockefeller has more power than 10 presidents. He can pick up a telephone and affect more change than any 10 presidents. The money master of the 20th century. You don't have to own a lot of money to be a money master, although it helps. You have to control it and know how to control the men with it, because many people with it don't know what to do about it or with it. All right, now, digress for a minute. What went wrong in the Nixon administration is that Nixon turned to the new millionaire class. The new millionaire class had no power, what I call telephone power. They can pick up a telephone and change the nation around. They didn't have that kind of power. They hadn't been out there long enough. Even a Texas thug like Hunt was out of it. He just got his power, got his millions day before yesterday. But those crusty old New Englanders who still got money left over from the slave trade, they have some real power. The new millionaire hires a publicity man to get his picture in the paper and to make him look good. The old millionaires hire a man to keep that picture out of the paper. They don't want anybody to see them. You might pass their house and see them washing their cars or mowing their lawns. And they and God got most of the money. But they've got power behind that money. Now, had Nixon known how to turn to the right people, he might have been able to stay in power, because the country was on its way to fascism anyway, still is. Authoritarianism is what threatens this country, not communism, because they're so weak and confused, they're the greatest threat to themselves. All right, now, what's this got to do with the issue? It's a lot to do with the issue, because many times people get your mind hung up discussing something that is totally irrelevant. The relevant things is who owns power and who can use that power. All right, the death of Nixon, the death of Kennedy, not only signaled the decline of a possible liberalism that might give us a semblance of upward mobility, but it signaled not only the downgrading of the threat to whites, but a threat to blacks at the same time. Now, it remained a mystery. Now, I don't believe that Oswald, the man they accused of killing him, had the brains to plan anything as big as this that required that kind of skill. I think he was a patsy, but that be that as it may. You can debate that the rest of your life, that's if you want to. He was a patsy. You have to have brains to plan the killing of a president and to know the routing, to know the timing, to know that you got to use a special kind of a high-powered rifle and to aim from that distance and to bring down your target the first shot. That takes some skill and it takes some planning. He didn't have that kind of skill. So somebody else psyched him into doing it. All right. Soon after, Martin Luther King is assassinated. Now let's look at the scene. But before the assassination, something else is happening. King is losing favor in the civil rights movement, especially the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee. They're pulling away from this concept of violence, of nonviolence. The Deacons for Defense, some of the younger people no longer see any feasibility in this kind of violence. Gandhi's nonviolence and King's nonviolence cannot be seen in the same light, because Gandhi had a violent alternative he was willing to use. King did not have a violent alternative at all. It was ideal and would have been ideal for an ideal world had it been appealing to liberal Christian people who actually wanted to practice the Judeo-Christian ethic. It would have had a point, but he wasn't even appealing to people who believed in it, let alone practiced it, and had no intention to do so. Now, the bombing of the young people, the 16th Street Baptist Church in Birmingham, and when King said that if blood must flow, let it be our blood and not the blood of our white brothers. Now you can see the disfavor in the question that is being brought up. Now, near the end, the last 2 years of King's life, you need to look at. You need to look at these last 2 years, because Martin Luther King in those last 2 years was becoming a revolutionary minister and a revolutionary force. And our oppressor does not intend for any revolutionary force to emerge among us, least of all in the personality of a minister. Because a minister can say things over and above that of others and get away with it. All right. His association, not only with the garbage strike in Memphis, but his speech on Vietnam and his calling attention to the waste of funds, his calling attention to the moral deterioration of this nation. Martin Luther King was gradually being transferred from one status into another kind of status. He was still a Christian. Make no mistakes about it. Martin Luther King was a Christian and a good Christian. But I'm saying that he was a poor realist, but a good Christian. But he was asking for a humane approach to the war in Vietnam. And he could see the utter stupidity of the war itself. When he began to advocate a poor people's march on Washington, including poor blacks and poor whites and poor everything, he was then on a collision course with power. He had challenged the establishment. And if he continued on that course, he would have been a political power in this country, and no one intends for political power to emerge with understanding among African people. I said before, we are a nation within a nation, searching for a nationality. And if we function as a nation, we could deny the Senate seat or the congressional seat to any Southerner in the South and many of them in the North. We can just tell them, you're not going to Congress next time. We have decided that you won't go. And we can make it stick. Now, before they let us exercise that kind of power, they will take the vote away from us. And they will rationalize it in the eyes of the world. All right, now, Martin Luther King is in Birmingham. He's in a black hotel. The black hotel is painted white. A white man in a white car kills a black man in a black neighborhood and gets away. What does this tell you about Martin Luther King's security? And what does this tell you about the possibility of your mind? Why did this man get away clean? When do we protect people who go out of their way to protect us? King was moving away from this concept of solid nonviolence in asking for revolutionary change that challenged the establishment. And every time a black person in this country shows his people the true face of power and what to do about it, he's either assassinated, driven into exile, or driven to suicide. And had we learned this, we'd have had a guard around him 24 hours a day. In the first place, no white person would have gotten close enough to him to shoot him. And if a white person registered in a hotel in a black neighborhood, we'd have been suspicious of him, let him register, but have some brothers who know how to handle guns. And so when he raised, before he could raise it up, he would be dead. Now you can see the dismantling of our revolutionary leaders and potentials of revolutionary leaders. In the dismantling of the movement, we spent so much time celebrating the movement, we did not spend enough time protecting the movement, and our scholars did not put enough time in building a political floor for the movement. So when it changed, those young people will know the political meaning of that movement. And they didn't. All right, now, there's beginning to be rumbling in the movement. Call for some form of black consciousness that ultimately would lead to a call for black power. No one should call for black power unless someone had made up their mind as to what you're going to do with it when you get it. Beyond the slogan, what is going to be. We became a sloganizing people that substituted slogans for action. We shouted, black and beautiful, black is beautiful. That don't frighten the white people. They know you're beautiful. They'll make some cosmetics to make you more so and put the money in the profit in their pocket. The world is not ruled by beauty or blackness. The world is ruled by power. So they control education and they control the mind. This is why the fight over textbooks is so fierce. You can't get a decent textbook in New York City. You can't get a decent textbook in New York State. Then why did Kenneth Clarke sit quietly by and let them rule the Africans and the Asians out of the history of the world and a new global history of the world? And you got a black man sitting on the regents who didn't lift his voice. So what is the use of having black people in strategic power and strategic positions who don't handle that position correctly while we are concerned? There's no point of having them there. All right, now, with King gone, Kennedy gone, not that he was doing that much for us, Malcolm X, the greatest significance can be attached to the assassination of Malcolm X because he was a true revolutionary leader. All of this is dismantling the civil rights movement, being dismantled because we did not understand the movement in the first place, do not understand. You can build a house, but it has to have a foundation. The foundation is the political meaning of its existence. And this is what Malcolm X called for in his famous message to the grassroots. Revolution is about land. It's about nation. We were asking for an integrated ice cream cone, an integrated toilet, an integrated hamburger, but we did not call for nation status. All of the African people in the United States put together are more than 5 states in the Caribbean. Not in the Caribbean, in the Scandinavia. So you're more than a nation, you're more than 5 nations. All of the Jewish people in the world, and you can get this from the United Nations yearbook and from their yearbook, all of the Jewish people on the face of the earth are less than 1/2 of the black population in the United States. Israel gets 10 times more aid than all the African nations in the world put together. They got that political thing together. We don't have ours together. They understand the one thing that we still grapple with, the concept of nation formation and nation management and nation significance. In essence, that's about all the Garvey message was about. And that's why he had to be literally chased out of Jamaica. And if he were alive today, he'd still be chased out of Jamaica. Now, people have tried to resolve the problem of Marcus Garvey by saying 8 American intellects signed a petition for him to leave the United States. That's true. Asking for his deportation, that's true. Are you willing to deal with the fact that as high as 25% of the officers or the people, the personnel administering the Garvey program were on the FBI payroll, and none of them were black Americans? You ready to deal with that? Or you're saying that he brought black Americans a program, he came here and found us with a wishbone and gave us a backbone, which is a lie? But are you ready to deal with the Caribbean betrayal of Marcus Garvey? No, you're not ready to deal with it. Because people have propagandized your mind into assuming that he failed solely because 8 black American intellects signed a letter to the president asking for his deportation. None of them had any power. And the president didn't even answer the letter. We are people who hesitate to deal with truth. But as King gone, Malcolm gone, most of the gains were being taken away. Johnson no longer in the White House, a stubborn old Southerner who got some good things done, although he never could learn how to stop calling you. He couldn't even say nigger, he said negro, you know. But he got some good things done. And so did Truman. I have no love affair with either one of them, but I do have a love affair with truth. This is truth. The legislation that came through Truman and through Johnson did more for us than any 2 presidents ever to sit in the White House in this country. That don't mean that I like them too much as Southerners and still racist bigots, but enlightened enough to realize it was time for a change. Once the United States saw the civil rights workers, men like Bob Moses, brothers, James Foreman, going to Africa, coming back and praising Africa. They began to set up a cleavage, a propaganda cleavage between the black American and the African, the black American and the Caribbean American. That cleavage still exists. It is useless. It is uncalled for. And it is absolutely stupid. Makes no sense at all. All of us are reacting to different slave masters. And when we try to prove that one is different from the other, better than the other, all we are saying is that my slave master was better than your slave master. But if you're against all slave masters, you don't get into stupid conversations like this. And sometimes we get into the point so that those people have no culture. Neither one of us have an African culture. Both of us have the manners of our slave master. Now, we were talking about an African culture, maybe we'd have something to discuss. If we were talking about the difference in African culture, we're talking about the difference in the manners of our master. That's all we're talking about. We say, we don't do things like this because this is not part of our culture. What culture are you talking about? You're talking about your African culture or your British inherited culture? Now, the United States had effectively diffused the most political African group in the world. The most political African group in the world, not because they've got any super brain, the most political because they had to do certain things in order to survive that other African people did not have to do. The black American built more institutions, independent institutions, including a great church institution, the largest property owning group being the church and its adjacent organization, not because we are that astute, but because we either had to build it, build our own schools, or have no schools at all. Now in the West Indies, you went to a school that was partly built by the British because they controlled the school. A curricula designed solely by the British because they controlled the school and controlled the mind along with it. Now our mind was being controlled also by in the same method, but we exercised some independence because we did have a few schools that we built with our resources and maintained partly with our resources. Because we either had to get schools that way or have no schools at all. And while in the British area, they made a point to make schools, that the schools existed, but they controlled the schools and subsequently controlled the mind. Our mind was controlled too, still is, as yours still are controlled. In a different way. Foundation education in England is basically better than foundation education in the United States. So the foundation education in the West Indies was better than that over here. That don't mean you came from a higher culture. You just came from a different slave master with a different system. And now that we've got statistics on this, nobody reads statistics except old fuddy-duddy ex-college presidents or college teachers. Most people don't even look at it. And it takes years to get all this proof together. It don't mean much to most people. because the assumption was that the Caribbean child made better in the school system than the black American child. But they're dealing with a restricted area. In most of parts of the United States, there are no Caribbean children at all. And there's still black American children excelling in school. And so when you make a comparison based on the numbers, that don't hold water. So the foundation education in England is reflected in the Eastern Seaboard, Detroit, Chicago, and some other, but generally it's not reflected in the population in the United States straight throughout. And the comparison between the two people and the educational stimulant, both of them are stimulated by the general society and their masters and what they have to endure. All right, now the decline of this movement forced a different kind of reality on us and forced us to realize that to some extent integration was misinterpreted and had set us back, and that other ethnic groups benefited more from affirmative action than we did, and still do. And that many times in the appeasement of the white woman, they take a job from a black man and they get away with it. We fell into a trap because we misunderstood the nature of our mission, if indeed we had a mission other than integration. Integration itself was not a worthy mission. Had we asked for justice, integration would have been in that package to take or leave, depending on how we saw the situation. All right, now, let's go to what happened in the Caribbean islands after the decline of the concept of federation. Because some Caribbean people think my extra arrogance qualifies me to be a Caribbean person. Sometime I pass for a West Indian. So when the debates were in London, I went with Felix Cummings from Guyana, who was then Chetty Jagan's man. And I got into the same debates as the rest of the Caribbean people. I knew every island, read every book of consequence on the respective countries. And I was a good West Indian defender. After the whole thing went down and the big personalities fighting among themselves made a fool out of themselves, and we knew that they'd blown the Federation, and we all went out and had a drink and see what we can do and see if we could chase somebody. I mean, we just thought we needed an outlet, somewhere. But we pretty much knew that it fell on the basis of personality. Then people need a haven in the world, a political haven, a cultural haven, an economic haven in the world. So from then on, with the Federation gone, they began to tie that destiny with the former country, England. England is in so much trouble itself that wasn't much of a success in a lot of cases. And besides, America was taking over the money market and taking over a lot of British market. America had replaced England as a major imperialist country, while giving lip service to anti-imperialism. Biggest liars in the world in that regard. Now, while psychologically they were still depending on England, but they were bidding for American tourists, American trades, and American goods. But another imperialism was not only setting in the Caribbean, but it was imperialism that was setting in throughout the world. The imperialism of American music and American soft drinks. Coca-Cola imperialism, Pepsi-Cola imperialism, and the imperialism of American popular music, mostly black themes. And so America began to get a cheap reputation as a culture figure for projecting some things that had nothing to do with culture at all. And the only thing that can be called a culture was really the music. And even that was souped up or watered down to the point where the creators of the music didn't seem to know it anymore. But it was becoming popular on the market, and images were being used to capture the Caribbean mind. The Caribbean mind is just as much a captive mind as the mind in the United States. The greatest achievement of the European was the conquest of the mind. And once we liberate that mind from dependency, we will liberate the people, because we will once more convince them that they can control nations. Now, when you go to Africa, you have to understand that certain things we were supposed to do in regard to ideology we failed to do, or failed to understand that we needed to do. When on the night of March the 7th, 1957, when Nkrumah said, "At last the long night is over. Ghana, our beloved country, is free forever." The country called the Gold Coast is now called Ghana. The idea came from Nkrumah's schoolmaster, Joseph B. Danquah. Once that happened, a lot of ideas we had needed to be reassessed. And one of the ideas most need a reassessment was the idea of Pan-Africanism. Pan-Africanism developed in the West in a formal sense was a motherless African child. Once Ghana was independent, the motherless African child had found a mother and a home. All of us now needed to sit down away from Africa, crying for a mother. How do we behave psychologically from this point on? We are no longer a landless people. We're no longer people creating ideologies that have no home. Nkrumah, a Pan-African president, is head of a country. He's walked among us. He's visited the Harlem Y. He went to a black school. He understands to some degree the nature of our oppression. We hail him and parade him as a great hero, but we did not understand the need of all African people throughout the world to come together and make a principled statement behind that man in the beginning of nationness. Because we lonely people away from Africa needed a home, someplace, whether we went to it or not, We needed a home in the world. Our souls were lonely. Our dreams had no foundation because they had no home. And the concept of African world unity, developed by black intellects outside of Africa, the concept now had a home. The motherless child had a mother and a home, and a supporter in a president of an African country who understood the nature of Pan-Africanism, having lived in the United States, having read Marcus Garvey, having attended some of the meetings, having walked down Lenox Avenue, listened to the soapbox speakers, argued with some, agreed with some, disagreed with some. Now he would start a Black Star Line, and he would say that Garvey's ships never got to Africa, but our ships will get to America. We did not understand the significance of the event of Ghana. We had to also understand that the Western world did not intend for any African country and any African leader to be free of their domination. And they had already begun the plan to put him down through spies, through betrayal, through the army, through propaganda. And after the great start, after his speeches, after his action, and I'm glad I visited Ghana during the time, 58, because you could cut the confidence with a knife. It was so thick and so beautiful. You go into office after office, people are proud of themselves as Ghanaian and as African people, and made you feel proud. Something had to happen from our enemy's point of view to make us stop feeling pride, to kill that pride. Africans were coming into power almost by the week. Each week, there was a different African independent country until nearly all of Africa was independent. When Nkrumah bin Bella had a meeting in Tanzania, and they were talking about an African Bank of Reconstruction, and bin Bella said that all of this is good, but what you need is a blood bank. If we're going to free South Africa, all of us going to have to put an expeditionary army together and march on South Africa. My country pledges 20,000 soldiers. What will the rest of you do? And when African countries coming together under the OAU began to pledge soldiers to an expeditionary force to march on South Africa, everyone that made the pledge was out of power within the year. bin Bella was in jail. Nkrumah was dead. Nkrumah was deposed. Had he stayed at home, he could have rallied the government, rallied the people, and saved his government. He extended himself too far, too fast, trying to solve international problems before he could solve domestic problems. But yet he was the noble dreamer that took Africa for her walk in the sun. He moved maybe too fast, too far, without successful planning. In the disruption action in the Congo, the Ghanaian army was headed by an English general, Alexander, who prevented the African soldiers of Ghana, the Ghanaian soldiers, from saving the life of Patrice Lumumba. This is show you something about the folly of giving authority to someone to handle your armies other than an African person, other than a member of your own respective group. Now, what I've been talking about is the decline of a massive evidence, a massive effort for Africans to be free throughout the whole world. And why and how this effort failed. And it failed because we did not think like nations or act like nations. For our next mission in the world was to assume the responsibility of nations, nation formations, nation concept, nation management. Because no people can exist as the protracted guest in another people's house, though they were brought to the house against their will. I'm not saying leave the United States. You made the United States. We built its railroads. Our labor laid the basis for its capital and its industrial might and its scientific achievement. That no matter where you live on the face of this earth, all of us, no matter what island you came from, you are distinctly an African people. And when we think as an African people and support African sovereignty, we will be sovereign everywhere. We have to build some place in this world for our children and their children. And we have to start this by reclaiming our own communities. Maybe the mistakes of the civil rights movement, the Caribbean Federation movement, the African freedom explosion, are lessons to us. Lessons that are very expensive. I hope we have learned this lesson because we cannot continue to repeat the same mistakes generation after generation. And gone their separate way, they are no longer a part of us except they look like us, they wear our complexion, but they have no commitment to us. And I think that they're going to be driven to reality, and I just don't think there's a capitalist solution to our program for our problem. I don't think there's a communist solution either, except with that one which we control. I don't think that we are people without hope. I don't think we're people totally without plans. But we're people who are great dreamers, and I think we have to face reality more realistically than we've ever faced it before. And also face the fact that we have few, if any at all, friends in the world, and we have to begin by being first friends to ourselves. I think this consciousness of what we have to do for ourselves, by ourselves, is growing. And if I didn't think that and work toward it, I don't think I would have a strong reason for getting up in the morning and continuing to live.
Good evening, Dr. Clarke.
Yeah.
I really enjoyed your lecture. I'd like to ask, speaking of Ghana, what do you think currently of Flight Lieutenant Jerry Rawlins?
I think he's a young man that should never have been head of a state. I don't think he knows what a state is. If he did know what a state was, I think he might do something about it. I don't believe that the military can ever rule a state, because the military man by design is not a statesman or a statecraftsman. I've been in the country twice since he's been in power, and I'll be back there again in April, God willing. But I think Ghana has gone progressively back with each coup and each change. Ghana has lost. I think someone needs to put Ghana back on the road again. And I just don't think the lieutenant has the mental capacity to do it.
Dr. Clarke, if we can't get rid of the enemy names, how can we get rid of the enemy himself?
I don't believe that the changing of the name, although symbolically good, is absolutely essential to freedom. I think it's a good thing to happen, and I think systematically it's going to happen. Now, both of my children have African names, and I imagine their children will have African names. But because my name is a professional name that I'm known by throughout the world, I didn't feel called on to change it. I really don't think the name changing is the greatest issue. The greatest issue is the changing of the mind.
Can you just briefly talk about Nkrumah in this book by, I think her name was Magdalene Bryan, Garvey, Lumumba, and Malcolm, Black National Separatists. She heavily criticized Nkrumah about the fact that he sent some white soldiers and a white general to overthrow Patrice Lumumba. I mean, to help Patrice Lumumba.
It was just a white general. It was Africa. It was Ghanaian soldiers.
Could you kind of talk about that a little bit? What happened?
Nkrumah was getting an army together fast, and he had hired a British general who had formerly been a general in the colonial army. I think it was a mistake, but it's nothing unusual because the same thing happened in Spain after the Africans and the Arabs lost Spain. The Spanish had no generals, so many of the Africans and the Arabs stayed on in independent Spain in general and stayed on in other capacities in Spain. So there's nothing historically unusual about it. And if you understand this, you might understand the character of Othello, a misunderstood character in history, because most people don't believe that a black man would be in charge of a white army in Europe at that time, but it was nothing unusual for black men to be head of white armies. And but he had one reason, but Alexander had another reason. Alexander was still a colonial Englishman wanting colonialism to stay in Africa. And had he not been in charge, Lumumba could have been saved. I think it was a mistake to have him at that juncture in history.
Dr. Clarke, I want to thank you last week for giving us something to ponder, and that was you said you asked us a question, why is it that Marcus Garvey will not let us bury him? I want to thank you for giving us to ponder over.
Thank you very much.
A lot of pondering this week. Now, the question I have at this time is, I had a Jewish lawyer to ask me, why is it that so many blacks keep wanting to be Muslim or go the Arab way when the Arabs were the worst of the slave masters during the time that we were taken from African slaves?
Well, a lot of Jewish people, lawyers and all, have asked me the same question. But we are in a revolt against the slave masters' religions. And because we do not have any detailed knowledge on the Arab slave trade, many blacks who don't want to be Christians assume that the Arabs were not also slave traders. But remember, the Jews were slave traders. work.
In introduction to John Jackson's book, Introduction to African Civilizations, Dr. John Henrik Clarke writes, the distinguished Afro-American poet, County Cullen, began his poem heritage with the question, what is Africa to me? The new writers of African history must extend this question by asking, what is Africa to Africans, and what is Africa to the world? Asking these questions emphasizes the need for a total re-examination of African history. In his more than 40 books, in his lectures, and in his dedication to telling the truth about African people, Dr. Clarke has given us a solid foundation to build upon in our re-examination of African history. We, the Social Action Committee of the Compton Avenue Baptist Church, are honored to have as a guest lecturer this evening, Dr. John Henrik Clarke.
Dr. Ben will be at the City College on Thursday at 7. Professor George Simmons will be at the college at 1 o'clock on Saturday. Monday night, our sister, Dr. Alex Sanford, will be back here as a continuation of the Compton Avenue series. And then we have Booker Club in sometime soon.
Tuesday at Bethany.
And Tuesday
Bethany.
At Bethany.
Yeah, the fundraiser.
Fundraiser for Dr. J.
Yeah.
Okay, John.
All right, thank you very much. We have quite a lot to do, and if we devoted a week to it, we would not have enough time. I'd like to begin the discussion concerning Black women in history by saying that the fact that we are discussing her separate from Black men proves that discussion is out of order and we are outside of the cultural container of our original development. If we were within the culture container of our original development, we would not discuss her out of context with discussing the man. Because no more than we would discuss one half of a peach or one half of an orange without consideration of the other half. We're not talking about one thing dependent on the other thing. We're talking about something that balances the other thing and makes it whole. We're not talking about someone's better half. We're talking about the other half that gives balance and meaning to the other half to create a whole. We came out of a cultural incubator that said this, did not preach it, created no dogma around it, did not formalize it with a whole lot of literature, but wisely arrived at the conclusion in relationship to it and lived it out. Because we did not create massive literature around it, the assumption is that we did not know it, but we knew it so well, we did not have to proclaim it in dogma, in literature, and inasmuch as we were living it out, we understood that the role of the woman, while being different, was equal in importance. And there were times when the role of the woman and the role of the man was one and the same. There were times when we recognized the woman as the life giver. Then as the life giver, we recognize that role as being over and above something that man could do. And in turn, woman recognized the man as the planter of the seed and the carrier of the seed through which life would emerge. But she fertilized the seed and nurtured it into a human being and shaped the human being. No one had to debate this. The debate over the role of women, the categories of man and woman, the creation of confusion about relationship between mother, father, mother, son, came out of Western sociology and psychiatry, mostly middle-class Jews of Central Europe. Because we do not look as well as we need to behind the history curtain, behind the slavery curtain, we forget that history is being interpreted through the lens of people who were from the beginning afraid of the woman in power. While the African was not only relaxed with her in power, permitted her to go as far as her mind could take her without feeling the slightest insecurity. But in a society of plenty, in a society where land was enough, water was enough, women was enough, he could feel secure. The European who imposed his will and created a literature containing a protracted rationale was afraid of the woman in power, and so he created for his women the same kind of rationale to justify his domination over her as he created to justify his domination over non-European women. In other words, what has happened with the European everywhere he has gone in the world is a process that can crudely be called niggerization. Having reduced most of the world to the process and the status of niggerization, he reduced his women to the same status. Now, because the African did not have to do this, he had a different attitude. And the African today, in his relationship to women, have some of the same faults as the European he's imitating. In fact, the great drawback is the African with these faults. And the one in the Western world have added to these faults of being an imitator. This is why I have repeatedly brought up a lecture I gave a few years ago, some meat-clad sorority women, on the historical origins of black teenage pregnancy. When I looked at the historical origins of black teenage pregnancy and they came there to hear me crucify the black man, and not even mention one, because he had nothing to do with black teenage pregnancy historically. And there was no record of any black teenage pregnancy existing in his society before the coming of foreigners. There was no record of deserting women before the coming of foreigners. And so therefore, every foreigner that came into the society that he had fashioned engaged in a form of cultural pollution. When he gained, after this cultural pollution, the African, under the power of the foreigner, thinking that the only way to survive is to imitate the foreigner. Now, plural marriages existed in Africa honorably before the coming of the Arabs. But the plural marriages had honor and dignity to it, and they were started with honor and dignity because they lived in a society where the head of the society, or the king or the chief or whatever they called the head man, decreed that every woman would be under the protection of a house. It was man's responsibility to give her shelter in the home. And he did not have to set up a physical liaison with every single one. No man's got that much energy anyway. This is why I think Walt Chamberlain is the biggest liar who ever lived. If you in one lifetime do, he's talking about 20,000, if you in one lifetime do full justice physically to 20, you are ahead of the game. He might have met 20. He might have been alone with 20,000. How many were satisfied? Now, because man's physical relationship was something private, personal, confidential, and discreet, it was not a public matter. Dogs meeting on the street don't close doors because they are of a breed that don't give a damn. And when you begin to parade that activity as a public matter and shout in the street, you're reducing it to the same status. When two human beings to themselves, away from the crowd, negotiating only with themselves, can be a beautiful thing of human relationship and human explosion if it's done with tact, with common sense, with each, with the knowledge, the fact that this beautiful thing has its dangers, and both have to take this into consideration and be able to handle the dangers. Now, what I'm trying to do is to take the present and go back to the past, because we have guided so much on Europe and the characterization of the European man and his relationship with women. We have forgotten that he is no guide, because deep inside of himself, he oppresses women because he is afraid of them in a position of authority. And long before he wore a shoe or lived in a house that had a window, we had not only proven that we had no fear of her in authority, we had put her in authority and made her a god. We had given her assignments that symbolizes our faith in her. When the goddess Nut was given the assignment to take down the sun at the end of the day, put it in her stomach, and get in the morning, take it out and hang it back up again. That assignment went to a woman. You give her the assignment to light up the world. You trusted her to do that job. Otherwise, the world would be in darkness. Now, if we understand the beautiful symbols of respect that the African man had already given the woman before he became so entangled with this confused woman hater out of the icebox, then we start checking ourselves and realize the wife beater is not me. The wife deserter is not me. Those who impregnate teenagers and walk around away from them is not me. Because my culture did not produce that kind of character. And that kind of character is in existence and is doing a lot of harm. What then can we do about it? You cannot tell a black woman whose face has been slapped, you can't give her no damn lecture. She don't want to hear no lecture. She don't want to hear about the historical this and that. She's hurt. Now, how do you get the here-ness and the now-ness across? And how do you build a society where this man will be held in check and instructed until it gets across to him that we are out to build a new society? And you cannot build a new society and imprison the mind or frustrate one half of that society, that is the female half. That does not mean you're going to let the woman rule over the society, run roughshod, disobey every rule in the society. She has the same obligation in the maintenance of the society as anyone else. And when she violates the rules of the society, she must be called to task the same as anyone else. But she must not be looked at as the object of abuse. And you must realize that you have some responsibility to her. And when you touch her physically, and even if it's with her consent, both of you can either change the world through your action or damage each other in such a way neither one will ever be cured. So it is a major responsibility when the two of you get together. And when two of you are taken out, destroy each other, you have destroyed 10 generations or more. Who knows? You produce 5 children, and those children in turn can marry and produce another generation. It might be generations indefinitely, because a man and a woman consist of a gene pool. So together they can set in motion a population that will extend beyond 10 generations. I think we need to seriously read Cheikh Anta Diop's essay on the matrilineal in the cultural unity of Africa. Read it seriously And don't read it in relationship to what you are seeing today, because what you are seeing today is madness created by women hating men who are not too sure of his manhood. Because of Hollywood, because of the mass media, because of the gangster movies and the cowboy movies and the creation of the Western heroes, most women, black, white, and otherwise, cannot distinguish between maleness and manhood. A male can excite a woman. A male can with job make a woman feel good. All you need is maleness. Nature endow you with that. But to be responsible, to be protective of her, and to take the consequences of the meeting requires manhood. And inasmuch as sometimes both man and women are confused on this item, we have to start learning something about that distinction. Now, let's go back to what the subject needs to begin, because I have often decried the fact that too many times people point to the top of the tree before they examine the roots. Now let's examine the roots. Now, the top of the tree is to make you understand that there's a whole lot out there in the branches, but the heart, the soul that keeps the tree alive are the roots that draws moisture from the earth that feeds the leaves at the top of the tree. Now, when we look at the beginning of organized societies in Africa, now what is an unorganized society? A society is unorganized when it has no direction, no order, no set procedure. But once we pick it up at the point of organization, we see the beginning of a structure that will lead to the family. We see them coming together based on kinship, based on regions, based on bloodlines, based on regional groupings. And we see now the village, a cluster of villages coming together for protection. But we see an evolution of something in Africa that did not take place in Europe. And this is why there is permanent damage done to the female psyche in Europe, and the permanent damage done to the African psyche away from home. I'm saying that taking the African out of the cultural incubator of his creation did permanent damage. And what we're trying to do is to get back to that incubator. You don't have to get back to it physically. If you could just get back to it mentally, psychologically. You don't have to physically go back to Africa, although it's a good idea if you did. But to feel relaxed. One summer, I took a group to Africa, and at the end of the summer, I set them down. I said, you notice all the children are smiling. No children are fighting each other, or pulling over, pulling at anything. No child is stalking away, angry because some child mistreated them. And they are poor. Why are they smiling? They are in the cultural incubation of that creation. They know the things around there. They know the food around there. They know the people around there. They know every parent is a parent. They do not feel out of place and lonely. They never heard of an orphanage, and they never will until some foreign fools start disrupting their societies and killing off the mothers and the fathers and the relatives, cutting off one from the other. Then I asked the group, all summer, have you ever heard the word MF? No one slandered no one. People disagreeing, people having fierce arguments, but not the same kind you've been hearing. They're in the culture that produced them. When you take a people out of the culture that originally produced them, they become imitators of an alien culture, and they turn on themselves. What would those young men who are shooting at each other be doing at that age in Africa? In a properly run African society, they would be preparing for the responsibility of manhood, preparing for the take on a wife, to preparing to support a home. Some would be in apprenticeship to their uncles, learning a trade. Some would be already in the marketplace, wheeling and dealing. But they wouldn't be shooting at each other because they wouldn't be angry with each other. And these over here are shooting at each other because they are afraid to take on their real enemy, which is not themselves. Because the worst thing they ever heard said was said about people who look like them, and the God that hangs in their church looks like the cop, looks like the judge. The society creates a fear in him, and he won't launch a knife into the heart of a cop because the cop is the same color of the Christ in his church. And so therefore, religion at this point becomes a form of his imprisonment. But before he came in contact with these people, before he understood anything about those societies, Africans had already created an enduring society that had no word for jail because no one had ever gone to one. These societies existed so long, over half of human history was over before anyone knew that a European was in the world. The propaganda of Europe was so strong and effective, they would take out of your historical memory the time when you were ruling the state all by yourself without starting World War I, II, or otherwise, without starting any wars comparable to the wars the Europeans have had among themselves. They would make you forget, and they would propagate a concept that the world waited in darkness for the European to bring the light, when the opposite is the truth. everywhere he went in the world, he put out the light. The world would be better. The world would be better had Christopher Columbus and those thugs left the people in the West Indies alone. You had an indigenous population of Asian migrants throughout what is now the Caribbean islands. Different islands, flourishing civilization. The same thing is true of South America. South America, North America, people, different nations, mistakenly called Indians. These people had names, and throughout this whole area. So the Europeans did no favor, and Christopher Columbus discovered nothing, and yet they were so convincing in their propaganda. After he destroyed these people, the African was brought to replace them as the labor supply. Now, further contradiction, a friend and a colleague is head of the commission to celebrate Christopher Columbus's discovery. And he's not one of these almost white Jamaicans either. He ain't no brown Jamaican either. He is black. A very honorable man. Been accommodated by the Queen, called the Honorable. When we were leaving Senegal a few years ago, and white people waiting in line to get their tickets, very impatient, think they can't get on the plane. Rex Nettleford standing calmly behind the line, talking to his friends, and when he got good and ready, walked past everybody, went to the top of the line, got his ticket, walked on the plane. And white folks said, "Who is this man? What did he? How did he do it? What did he do?" And we said, "That is the Honorable Rex Nettleford." They said, "How did he become honorable?" And we said in unison, "Because we said so." It is high time we knight people ourselves if we want them knighted. He's honorable because we said so. That's the end of that. But I still can't understand my dear friend and colleague, the head of this damn commission to celebrate Columbus. Let's get back to the lecture. I don't know. I don't understand Jamaica anyway. That's all right. I don't understand it. That's all right. Now, there's something that happened early in this formation that gave the African woman not only an edge, but her early participation in these societies gave her some recognition in the society over and above that which other women got in their society. Because she was the forerunner in the domestication of plant life and animal life, and because she would go to the forests and find out what leaves and what oils, and what herbs could cure her man and sustain him, he became rather dependent on her. She would tan the leather, which was part of his clothing. And so when Dr. Nichols gave us this beautiful example of what happened to the European woman 10,000 years ago, what happened to the African woman 10,000 years ago. I don't think we analyze it too well. Because 10,000 years ago, if the European woman, if her man tell her to get out, she have to cop a plea. Because she get out, she's in the cold. And those other people are not going to take her in. But the African man, the African woman, tropical climate, she's done so much for a man, he wouldn't dare think about doing without her anyway. And he said, get out. She looked at him as a fool. Get out where? Who's going to take care of you? She had to cop a plea. And besides, even if she did get out, there's plenty of land, there's plenty of food, and she got 11 cousins and uncles, so she don't have to tremble. So from the very beginning, this society was structured to give her not an upper hand, but an even hand in her relationship. Now this continued to develop until monarchies, dynasties was created. And she would play a major role behind the scene when she did not play a major role on the scene. Because the Africans' belief in a form of balance, you could not solely be a king, a god, without a goddess. You couldn't be a goddess without a god. Because the Africans saw man and woman balancing each other and couldn't see one without the other, now you can see why there was no misunderstanding and no gay or sadness in relationship to sex until foreigners came. What you gonna be confused about? You can look at the design of a woman, look at the design of a man and understand they were literally designed so that certain things can fit. But man and man were designed that way. So when some people from Western Asia, what you call the Middle East or Western Asia, before they built the Suez Canal, and for most of its existence, that was Northeast Africa. People keep asking, if you're born in that area, you know, we wasn't African. Well, there was nothing separating you from that landmass. You could walk from one to the other, and the populations mixed until the Indo-Europeans began to come down into that area, to the Saracens, and all the human waste matter of Europe began to filter down there because they're looking for something to eat. People always move among us to improve their condition, then turn on us when they get strong enough. We feed them now. Want to get their belly full, they don't want just the food. They don't want just the shelter. They want everything now. And what I'm saying is that with the making of the dynastic period, the woman began to play a role behind the scene and many times on the scene. It was really not until the 18th dynasty, last part of the 17th, but in the 18th dynasty, she began to emerge as a figure of state. While in the 18th dynasty we have dealt with Hatshepsut, we have not dealt with Amos Nefertari, who was an able queen and an able handler of power. Take into consideration, Europe has produced two great female handlers of power. You don't have to like either one of them because neither one of them were likable. Queen Elizabeth I of England and Margaret Thatcher. They knew and did what all heads of state must do to justify being heads of state, to hold the state together by any means necessary, and to crack whatever head interferes with you doing your job. Elizabeth had to cut off the head of her ace lover, and all she asked for was an apology. He thought he couldn't obey a petticoat, and off went his head. Now, my point is, in looking at this 18th dynasty, almost Nefertari, but look at Hatshepsut on her way to head a state, hanging around her father, Thutmose I, learning the basics. He's wounded in the war that drove out the foreign rulers and the Hebrews. I'm using a word wrongly now because there are people of the Hebrew faith of every color under the sun, and the European who claims monopoly over the faith might be a minority within the faith. But they claim monopoly over it anyway. There's no proof that Abraham and his flock belonged to this faith before they came into Egypt. And so if they left Egypt with the faith, left Egypt with the language, left Egypt with the culture, Egypt was the training ground and the proving ground of all that we know as Hebrew culture and Jewish culture. Now, Hatshepsut, on her way to power, was the messenger for her father, who said, after me, this girl should be trained to be Pharaoh, not queen. She had her supporters in court, and he had his. His wasn't as strong as he thought it was. So when he died, and she married Thutmose II, who didn't treat her so well, and she did not forget it. And after his death, she had to deal with Thutmose III. It was technically his turn to come to power. And when her support proved stronger than his, and he was young in the first place, so she had his head shaved and sent him to the temple and somebody teach him how to pray. But during the years of her reign, 21 or 31, depending on what book you're reading, she sent him on errands. She sent him to observe different things. When she died mysteriously, and he came to power, thanks to her training, He was one of the greatest pharaohs Egypt ever knew. A warrior of the first class, conquering all of Western Asia, now mistakenly called the Middle East, consolidating the land to the south. And yet her name stands out as the first great female ruler in history where we have a good record. The records of almost Nefertari is not that good. The records of the other great female warriors are sporadic and not that good. They could have been better, but we're talking about the records now. What did Hatshepsut do? She sat down south, what is present-day Somalia, had her grandmother come on a state visit. The men of that day drew the picture, drew the grandmother sitting in state on deck. So no question about it. So she came from the south. What was grandma doing way down in the south? Grandma lived there. Well, that's where the relative started from. I'm saying that all the time, the greatest strength in these dynasties came from the south, and they came through the female line. Now, after Hatshepsut passing, she had instituted certain things that we still enjoy. She sent emissaries to a place called Kameh, now called India. She started trade between West Coast, the East Coast of Africa, and China, and this trade lasted 1,000 years, was broken off, started again, and lasted another 1,000 years. It wasn't broken off until the 1600s AD. We have evidence of this. She was interested in all forms of plant life, the different birds in the south, had them brought up to Egypt. She was interested in the peopling of the labor supply, interested in the peopling of the south. And she came from the south. Egypt had been on a great turmoil. Each time Egypt was rescued, it was rescued by a force from the south. Now, after her passing, another queen, Queen Tai, would give birth to a sickly boy who didn't really want to be a pharaoh, Amenhotep IV. But what we have to remember now is, let's focus on the mother, Queen Tai. I've got myself into a lot of trouble by saying that Queen Tai because her picture is so famous. She got that universal pouting mouth that you can see all over the African world sometimes. Ain't nobody can pout like a black woman when she want to pout. It's a work of art. She can send you all kinds of messages without saying a word. Just sit that lip a certain way and that eye a certain way, and that's a telegram. And you're going to get it too, one way or the other. Queen Tai, looking at her son, trying to bring a new force to Egypt, trying to bring a new concept to Egypt, getting rid of the corrupt priesthood of that day. And she didn't agree with this new religion or the new interpretation of it. And when some of the people thinking they could solicit her against her son, came to her and she let it be known that she did not agree with her son's religion. She did not agree with the rapid way he was changing Egypt. But she let it be known, I am his mother. He is flesh of my flesh, blood of my blood. And if you touch this precious fruit of my womb, I will bring all the forces of heaven and hell down upon you. That was a mother. I personally have disagreements, but I will not join you in harming him in any way, because I'm his mother. But as his mother, I have a right to criticize him. I have a right to disagree with him. So I disagree as a mother, you disagree as an enemy. She made it, let it be known, there's a clear distinction. I will not join his enemies. And she did not. Maybe of the three great women of that 18th dynasty, she's the most neglected, overshadowed by Hatshepsut, overshadowed again by the half-Asian woman called Nefertiti, who we probably haven't seen anyway, because the picture you know of Nefertiti is a Greek fake. There's no definite proof that she was Asian. The assumption is she's Asian. Now, the point here is that the woman was playing a major role as the head of state. Nefertiti did serve in partnership with her husband. Her husband, Akhenaten Amenhotep IV, he was homely by almost any standard. He had, his features were out of balance, elongated head, large protruding lips, large nose, out of proportion to his face. Yet she thought he was the handsomest man who ever lived. They humanized the Egyptian monarchy. They were sculptured, holding hands, with children on their knees. He told the sculptor, don't pretty him up. Do him justice, and they did. She mysteriously disappeared, but he left his mark, and she also left her mark because she played a major role with this king who believed in peace so much he would not crush a flower. So, but the woman continued to play a major role as the dynasties changed. But in the 19th, on the Ramesses, the 20th to the 25th, it's kind of holding dynasties. But we have to look at great rulers to the south. Makeda, known as the Queen of Sheba, around 960 BC. There's a whole lot of nonsense about who Queen of Sheba was, mainly because the biblical version is the one you read, and that's so much Jewish folklore is mixed up in it, you have a hard time getting to the truth. And you mix the story of King Solomon with it, and she becomes incidental. I don't particularly like this story of King Solomon, nor do I like King Solomon, nor do I believe he was wise, nor do I believe he was a gentleman. But if you read the real story beyond the propaganda and the Hollywood myth, she emerged at a time when a group of people were trying to put together a kingdom called Judea. They had taken this piece of property because a God called Yahweh told them to do. That's their land. Now this God who gave them their land was soon discarded, and not a single Jew on the face of the earth, black or white, worships Yahweh today. You got some misguided African Christians worshiping Yahweh. We are in search of a God that's different from the Christian God, which is the most natural thing you can do, in as much as the Christians are your enslavers. We should search for one different from Islam then, because they are also big enslavers. If you're trying to find a God who, where the people are not your enslavers, then you wouldn't belong to any form of organized religion. Because all forms of organized religion has been your enslaver one way or the other, mentally or physically, but one way or the other. Let's look at Makeda just for a little while. Let's look at her without the romanticism of Cecil B. DeMille's and Hollywood. She was the queen of Sheba, but the empress of Aksum. She's the queen of one region, but there was a larger region that she still had influence over, which made her empress. Aksum was part of present-day Ethiopia. That was her little headquarters. Let's take the real historical reason for her visit to Solomon. Solomon had been supplied with a special kind of reddish gold from Ethiopia he was using for decoration. The Ethiopian trade commissar at the time was named Tamaran. Solomon kept giving Tamaran some wise saying instead of paying Ethiopian money. Tamaran goes to his queen and asks the queen, can you go and collect the money that's owed Ethiopia? And he said, incidentally, when you're there, check out his wisdom. The incidental becomes a part of history, and the real reason for the visit got lost. Now, Solomon invites her and then he propositioned her to let us join to get our respective nations and rule together. Judea is the size of a postage stamp in comparison to Ethiopia. Her train leaving Ethiopia, just her entourage, porters, keepers, her private bodyguard was larger than the armed forces of Judea. What kind of deal is this? Let's join our nation and rule both Ethiopia and Judea together. She ain't gonna buy nothing like that. He feeds her food with excessive salt. She gets up in the middle of the night trying to look for some water. And he assaults her. He no gentleman. He ain't dealing with no scrub woman. He dealing with the most powerful woman of the age of that day, whose country is 30 times the size of Judea. That means he got no respect for her. Now, is he wise, or he's just another bunch of scum on the throne? I mean, when you call a man wise, you got to show some wise thing he did. You know, two women came before him arguing about whose child, who a child belonged to. He give them a sword, said, cut the child in half. Ain't nothing why, that's stupid. And yet you say, wise as Solomon. Wise, what made him wise? From this assault on her, it was rape. Let's just stop playing games with it. Let's stop playing games with it. Solomon raped the lady, raped the queen, had no more respect for her. To come to his house, all the way from Ethiopia, bringing gifts as was the custom, and get raped. Out of this rape came a son, Menelik the first of Ethiopia. He would send missionaries to Ethiopia later. And that was from that part of Western Asia, there would not only be a string of people converting people to Judaism, but there would be a string later converting them to Islam. And this accounts for the Falashi, the Bet Israel, the large Ethiopian Jewish population, and the large Muslim population in Ethiopia. She would not fade from history because she became a great mystery, but this woman was a fine head of state, and she needs to be studied with some great degree of seriousness and respect. She would never have said, I'm black but comely, you daughters of Jerusalem. He wouldn't have said it either. At this juncture in history, no one boasted about color, no one apologized. Because some contemporary person is projecting something into the past that wasn't there and logically would not have been there. The finest thing you can say about the Jewish people, they are great record keepers. Another thing you must also say that they are great record changers when it comes to that convenience to do so. And they involve themselves through literature into something because you won't read, make you believe something which not only wasn't so, could not possibly be so. When Clarke claimed the pyramids, you didn't say nothing because you don't know that. It's very simple. When Abraham entered Egypt in the 13th dynastic period, all the pyramids were built between the 3rd and the 7th dynastic period. In fact, they've been built 1,000 years before they got there. If you knew chronology, historical chronology, you say that's not possible. You didn't exist as a people when that was happening. Nor did the Europeans exist as a people. They didn't even have shoes when the pyramids were being built. They're still coming out of the ice. Well, all right. Egypt's influence in the north, in the south, began to wane. Castor Pianki Taharqa went up and conquered Egypt. And what was the main cry? That they had to adhere to the laws of Maya. Can you imagine now? Fighting a war, conquering Egypt, showing Egypt how to be a nation one more time, taking her for her last walk in the sun, and basing their claim on the teaching of one of the last of the great female gods. Now, after this occasion, the Assyrians came back after they pushed Taharqa to the south. The Assyrians came, now called Syrians. Disruption, culture polluters. Then the Iranians, then called Persians, came 550, the Assyrians, 666 BC, then the Persians, 550 BC, then the young Macedonian with a gender problem, Alexander called the Great, great for what, I don't know. Now we see the depression of the role of the women in the society during this period. After the Greek period, the Roman period, the Romans began to kill people for being Christians. Finally, so many Romans joined the Christian church, they stopped the show and joined it. Constantine made Christianity the official religion of the Eastern Roman Empire. Then they began to fight among themselves, and a little known war occurred that history has forgotten. A war between the Romans and the African Christians for control of the church. But no matter what the European is on the face of the earth, he wants to control. You better get this through your skull. Communism fell over one weekend. All the fight, all the FBI, all the CIA, all this thing, stop this old big boogaboo called communism. It was a sham. It's like the sham between the Democratic Party and the Republican Party. There's only one party, the white party. But into this, at the end of this, there were more Africans killed in the amphitheaters of North Africa than Romans killed in the arena at Rome. No one wrote any romantic literature about this, but they wrote the romantic literature about the arena in Rome, and Cecil B. DeMille made several spectacular movies about that. There were African gladiators killing Christians. There was Africans being killed by the gladiators. There was Africans on both sides. Color wasn't a factor of consequence in the Roman Empire. But during this early formative period of Christianity, a woman emerged in North Africa that the world has chosen to forget, Hypatia. Because she was so powerful, they paint her as a Greek. She wasn't a Greek. Now check this out with several people, including Beatrice Lumpkin, who's a specialist on women in history, especially women in mathematics, because she's a mathematician at Malcolm X University in Chicago. And she said that no Greek woman held a position of this caliber at this time in history. She opened up an academy. Her father was a mathematician, and she opened up an academy teaching the basics of Christianity. She is the originator of what we now know as the Sunday school. There's some work on her in North African, in a book called North African Prelude. I had reason to check this out recently when writing an introduction to a book called The Arab Conquest of Egypt. Another on a short history of North Africa, and there's about 4 or 5 books I just happen to have on my shelf. But the propaganda against her became so intense, her influence became so widespread, a Roman zealot called Peter the Reader. Why did they call him Peter the Reader? There were so very few people who could read. If you could read, you were outstanding. Led a mob into her academy, killed her, raped her, They scraped the flesh from her bones, threw it in the sea, burned her cattle, and thus died Hypatia. Her life is begging for a biographer who would do it justice. But this is the kind of information I've been digging up and living with, and I put down as much as I can. I was running like a house of fire, you know, thinking I could change the whole world before I leave. And faith interceded and let me know what I was trying to forget. I'm human like all the rest of you. And I'm a little less than God. Although I would appreciate some of his awesome power if he could spare it. Now, in the period after the beginning of the Christian period, I would say that Hypatia was maybe the most outstanding of the women. But the last woman of note, but not the last, are the greatest. In the closing years before the advent of Christianity was Cleopatra II, the seventh. There were 8 Cleopatras now. Cleopatra Bernice, her daughter, who married a Roman, who was then ruler of what is now Mauritania. Cleopatra VII, and everybody's arguing about it. Snowden has denounced me all over the country for saying that she was white, she was black. I did not say that. I said up until recent times, every time someone depicted her on the stage and in the movies, it's a white actor with brown makeup and a nappy wig. And Claude Colbert in 1932 played her for the first time as a pure white woman. After that, there's been a whole lot of Cleopatra, redheads, blondes, and everything. Then, looking at the situation, looking at Cleopatra, I said she still needs to be recognized as an African woman because she had African commitment. She used her charms, her political skills to manipulate both Caesar and Mark Antony and keep the worst aspect of Roman rule from the backs of the Africans. This manipulation, starting as a teenager, was skillful and well done and was done in Africa's behalf. And I'm saying you cannot, even if she had a Persian mother and a Greek father, even if she didn't have any African blood, I'm not too sure about the Persian mother they've assigned to her. I think she had an African father, had an African mother and a Greek father. A bunch of Greek generals named Sesostris changed their name to Ptolemy so they can sound African. But the important thing is that she knew Solomon. She knew that Mark Antony had no chance of taking that scrubby Egyptian army and taking on that mighty Roman army. And she warned him against it, yet he still, for his beloved Cleopatra, he took that chance. And Mark Antony's brother-in-law, Octavius, who's going to become Caesar Augusta, came into Egypt and told him, if you don't come home and do Roman work, you won't be a Roman citizen. And that's the man who was going to meet him on the field of battle because he was married to Octavius' sister, and he had deserted her the night of the wedding. Hadn't even concluded the deal by spending a whole night. Here, 3 years later, and 2 babies by Cleopatra, He's meeting her faithful brother-in-law, who's not too pleased by way he treated his sister. Now you can see the bitterness. In his death agony, Mark Antony discovered that Cleopatra had tricked him. She spread rumor that she was dead. She was dead. And when he heard that she was dead, then he began to commit suicide. He learned that she wasn't dead after the second plunge of the knife into his stomach. Now Hollywood have her dying because she lost her beloved Anthony. You know, this woman was so powerful she could order a man like you order a sandwich. Send me another one. Her great love was Egypt. Her great love was Egypt. When she discovered that the Roman Octavius was going to turn Egypt into a colony, take away the privileges she had fought for, she would no longer have control over judges, no longer control over taxes. All she had yielded to the Romans was a foreign policy. She would not enter into any kind of treaty with the enemies of Rome. That's all they got from her. She kept her judges, she kept her ability to collect her own taxes and turn over to the Romans what she decided they should have. She went to Rome and was in triumph. Now she's back home now. When she see the curtain falling, it was then over her lover. Egypt was her lover. Egypt was her mission. Egypt was her priesthood. Now, Dr. Ben and I are the greatest friends, but he thinks she was just a high yellow slut sleeping around with some England, with some Romans. And I'm saying that even if she was, she got more benefit out of it than anybody else I can remember. And she deserves some consideration as an African woman, because she did plead an African cause. And when on her deathbed, she would say, I will now join my father, the sun. That ended the argument. Culturally, that's African. The worship of the sun god and its derivative as a religion is African. No Greek woman would have ever said that. I think she needs reconsideration and stop claiming her as black, black, black. We use the word black too much. Let's come in from a cultural basis. We use the word black every time we say, was Christ black, was Christ black? Don't worry about what he was black. Establish the fact that he was not a Roman, he was not a Greek. That's the most important thing. Once you establish that, he had to be one of those other people. So he's non-white. If somebody else want to argue about the shade, you got other things to do. So I'm busy right now. So you look at people in that cultural incubator. Now, an Italian is a brunette and a Swede is a blonde. Now you gonna argue which one is more European than the other? I've seen some Italians that look like Uncle Willie. That whole Mediterranean is mixed. That's why they're the handsomest people in Europe. Got a little bit of blood in them. And that helps a lot. You know, we can tone down that pallorness in the complexion, you know. You can wear some color. You walk around like the living dead. We will lighten up the situation. Now I'm about to conclude because I shouldn't have taken on anything this big. I will come another day and devote the greater interest to great women of the 19th, 20th century and do justice to it. But I had planned the notes in my mind. Now that I don't write anymore, I just sit and think about what I'm going to say for an hour or so. And that's my way of substituting my extensive reading, because I've already done the reading down through the years anyway. And I just go back and sometimes read some older notes and check some new things that come into the house. There's an excellent book on the struggle of women in Southern Africa, and Beatrice Lumpkins has done some good work on African women in mathematics, and Claudia Solowski has done also some works on women in mathematics, but mostly with the West African contingent. I had planned to do an appraisal of Zenobia, her influence in Asia, Kohana, who started the fight to drive the Arabs out of Africa, Nzinga, who fought the Portuguese 52 of her 83 years and saved this part of Africa from the slave trade, Matilda Newport, who tried to keep the French and the British from stealing the little land that Liberia had. Liberia is Nigeria is 1/3 of its original land surface. 2/3 was taken away by the French and the English, while America didn't do anything to protect it. I was going to do something on the women in the Zulu wars, and I was going to end with Yale Asante-War, who led the last Ashanti War, and deal with African women in the 20th century, especially those in the struggle in South Africa, deal with Chaka's mother, Ninda, and deal with one of the great women warriors of Africa, forgotten now, is Nihanda from Zimbabwe, who fought the British so well, so many years, and was spitting in their face as they were hanging her. She was spitting in their face. Never gave up, never stopped fighting. Putting a noose on her neck, she's spitting in the face of the people trying to put a noose on her. They hung her, but they hung a good one. We have to remember all of this. All of these people of courage did not die in vain. And we must tell our children. About 3 weeks ago in Japan, going into a hall where I was going to give a banquet address, someone met me at the door. Young man, all tuxedo down with his staff, and he introduced me. Told the staff I was his original teacher, that I also was instrumental in getting him to teach in Cornell. He appreciated, the fact that he could teach in the same school with his teacher, who was instrumental in getting him there. I'm just flippant, glad to see him, of course. I said, well, but what the hell are you doing in Japan? And so he handed me his business card and smiled and said, I'm now Zimbabwean ambassador to Japan. I said, well, all these years from sharecroppers farm in the backwoods of Alabama, the lives I've touched, and the students I've turned out, and those doing good work, and most of them, it's been worth the trip. I may not finish my book on the black woman as a figure in world history. Now I'm going to do the African woman as a figure in world history first. Then I'm going to do the woman and the diaspora second, because I'm going to finish my novel this summer, and I've done about 3 books of short stories. I hope to edit one of those this summer, and I'm finishing my second theoretical book, Conditioned Reflex, The Dilemma of the Africans Away from Home. And I've been reading textbooks, and a lot of my old books, people ask me, it's coming out again, so I'll have my hands full. But one of the main reasons I became interested in this question of the black female in power is that I had 3 female deities in my life: my mother, my great-grandmother, and my 5th grade teacher. And I understood something about them that most men don't seem to understand today. But if the woman pulled out of our churches, some of them would have to close their doors, pull out some of our lodges, because they're the service unit. They're not taking away man's prerogative, not taking away his manhood. They're buying him time to be a man and to be a better one. I wish we could soberly solve some of our problems based on the fact that neither one of us have any place to go except toward each other. And we have no lasting partnership except with each other, and no lasting alliance except with each other. I hope I live long enough to see there be no woman problem or man problem, be the collective problem of both of us, and one will not outweigh the other, but we would affect a blend between us. And the problem is collective. The problem is neither women or man. It is a problem of bringing that family back together again. And we have done some beautiful things in cooperation, one to the other, and we gave the world its first humanity, cooperating one to the other. And we should at least entertain the idea that there's a possibility that what we've done before, we can do again. So thanks for inviting me tonight.
Let's not exaggerate. John wasn't that good tonight.
To prepare you for the learning experience of yourself as an African descendant that can be used as a key to unlock your mental door of who you are and from what you come. Dr. John Henrik Clarke is our guest speaker for this evening. Our elder, our scholar, and a multi-genius. And I ask that you help me by standing and giving a round of applause for our scholar, Dr. John Henrik Clarke.
Thank you very much. I'm pleased with the invitation. We have a lot of work to do, and we're going to go directly to the work. I have often said, history is a clock that people use to tell their political and cultural time and day.
It is also a compass that people use to find themselves on the map of human geography. The role of history is to tell a people where they have been and what they have been, where they are and what they are. But most important, the role of history, properly learned, tells a people where they still must go and what they still must be. Something has happened to us that we pay little attention to, and we are forever knocking at the door of other people, borrowing cultures, borrowing ways of life inferior to the ones we lost. When you see the strongest thing about a people, look on the flip side and you'll see the weakest. The strongest thing about African people in relationship to other people was their ability to be hospitable to strangers. The weakest thing about African people is that they did not understand the intention of those strangers. And those strangers disrupted our society from Western Asia for 3,000 years before the Europeans. We are always adopting people and following after people who don't know where they are going. And we are always equating ourselves with other people, not knowing that it is not a matter of being better or worse, it is a matter of being different. Now, I have searched for the definition of African people in the history of the world most of my life, starting with my search in the Bible and with my great-grandmother, who I love as a deity, even to the point, if faith was kind enough ever to show me the true face of God, and it turned out to be Grandmother Mary, all I'm going to do is to shrug my shoulders and say, Grandma, of all the tricks you played on me, this is the greatest. I suspected that you was God all along. What we fail to do is to see greatness and godliness in ourselves, because we have been programmed into someone else's incubator. When you are born into one cultural incubator with a special kind of cultural chemistry that goes with your makeup, your personality, and your surroundings, and when you are taken out of that and placed into another culture incubator, alien to your culture, you take on traits you never had before. Some time ago, some meat-clad women, all perfumed down and jewelry down, middle class and up, whatever that is, asked me to speak on the historical origins of black teenage pregnancy. They expected me to come and hang the black man out to dry, condemn him down through the ages, and I didn't even mention him, because there was no black teenage pregnancy in Africa. There was no white beaters in Africa. There was no men referring to women by the B word in Africa. Then where then did we pick up these traits? If it didn't come out of our original incubator, we picked it up in the second incubator, because the condition in the second incubator
influenced our makeup. We became beings most unlike ourselves. Now, my mental notes for this lecture is called Law and Order in African Societies Before and After Invasion and Slavery. And I'm pulling on the fact that I have traveled in nearly every country in Africa except South Africa. And I have lived among people, so-called primitives, who were the most civilized people I have ever met, because at first they recognized my humanity. When you live among people you've never seen before, when they make you welcome, fix special foods for you because they think you came from an alien land, they have to fix something American for you. When they fix oatmeal for you, one of the few foods I didn't eat growing up, and I grew up poor, and you eat every bit of it out of courtesy. You know that here is a people of warmth and kindness. And the interesting thing about this encounter is that I was in the hinterlands between Ghana and Togo, and I was with a man of the Ewe culture group. I don't use the word tribe because everybody in the world came out of a tribe. French is a tribe, English is a tribe. But when you use the word tribe toward us, you use it derogatory. So I just don't use it at all. When you use it for everybody, I use it for us. Now, the interesting thing is that they had put me up in their home, and the wife was kidding the husband because he was a clerk in one of the local Barclay banks. And she said that every time when you married me, you promised to teach me to read. She spoke better English than he, and she did not know how to read. And she said, every time you promise me you're going to teach me how to read, you get me pregnant again. No more babies until you keep your promise. She wrote me back a year later and said that she had given birth to a child. She had learned how to read, and she had actually written the letter she had sent to me. And I remember the humanity of that meeting showed me how Africans behaved among Africans before Europeans came. And this is what we have lost. How did we behave among each other before this interference, and we began to imitate other people's manners, other people's clothes, other people's food, and sometimes, tragically, other people's women. At what point did we become dissatisfied with the people at home? Because in that second incubator, you lost the original values of the first incubator. I wanted a lot about this change. And one day in Ghana, I was visiting the superintendent of prisons in Kumasi, the capital, the cultural capital of Ghana. And I heard of what I would consider a minor crime, barely worth a long conversation. 3 men were working on a job. One man faked an illness, and the other man finished his work and gave him his share of the money. On the way home, they saw him in a bar, drinking it up with the natives. That was not only a violation of law, it was a violation of something in Africa that is stronger than law: custom. You want to know how then did we control each other before the Europeans came, before the Arabs came, before those other Middle Eastern thieves came to take over our country? We controlled each other through custom that was larger and stronger than law. The family itself was a small, contained nation. The uncle was equal to the father in dispensing discipline. Everybody belonged to something. And there was no idleness because everybody had an assignment. And all girls after a certain age had a husband. And if she didn't get one automatically on her own wits and charms, the old ladies and the uncle chose one for her. This might seem unromantic to you, but at least she got one. Do you have one? Society furnished everything that you needed. The society was a mini state in itself. And then some foreign fool and faker had to come along and create the I love you marriage. And love sometimes lasts a season. But the I respect you marriage kept on lasting, and there wasn't no word for divorce in that vocabulary. When you married a lady, you didn't just marry her, you married her family. And you brought together not just two people, you brought together goats and cattle and chickens, and all those things came together by virtue of the marriage and the uncles related. And you did not tell a lady the things we tell ladies now, because we do not understand that in African society, the matrilineal was created. The concept that the lineage comes down through the female side. And the king's son cannot be king, but the king's sister's son could be king. Therefore, eliminating any fight between family or within the family. Now back to this case in Kumasi of the three men. Because I was living in the home of the superintendent of prisons, he attended the trial when they took this man to his head chief. The trial lasted 3 nights. And I wondered what the trial was about. The man had apologized. That wasn't enough. He said he'd give the money back. That wasn't enough. And the trial kept going on. And kept bringing in witnesses and witnesses. Then finally, near the end of the trial, in African court, in the customary court, the accused can examine everybody in the court, including the judge. And the case is not over until the accused has called his last witness. The accused called his last witness, his wife. And remember now, if she don't vindicate you, you are guilty as hell. She appealed to the court. She said that he's a generous man. He'd like to think of himself as being rich. He's always setting up the ladies. But he always brings enough food and clothes, money home for the family. He don't forget that, you know. He knows he can spend only so much, then he's got to bring the rest home. So his eyes are weak now. He has been reduced to a child. His mouth is bitter. He has not spoken the truth. He would like forgiveness. But the men said that they would forgive him. But the wife said, that is not enough. You must not only forgive him, but you have to agree to work with him again. Because if those two men fail to work with him, he is dishonored. And other men will not work with him. And when they agreed to work with him, he shook their hand and hugged them both and thanked them. Then the wife thanked the court for restoring his honor. What was at stake? I went back to Accra, to the home of Ghana's great lawyer, J.P. Dankwa, who had trained in Nkrumah. He was then in the opposition. And I asked him, what was the trial about? And Dankwa, a typical school teacher, says, John, you're acting like a Western fool. Don't talk to me like a white man. You should know what the trial was about. Send me down into his library, said, read this, read that. Maybe you'll find out. Finally, I read a little pamphlet he wrote called Honor and Obligation in a Can Society. When I came up, his wife was fixing dinner. He was holding up the dinner for me to find the answer. I said, Dr. Dankwa, before the coming of the Europeans, African society was held together by honor and obligation. He said, you got it right now. At last you got the answer. We'll have our dinner now. Why I emphasize this is that we do not look for enough at ourselves. We do not look back far enough. We created societies that had no word for jail because no one had ever gone to one. We created these societies that were so competent, crime and punishment such as existed were taken care of within the structure of the family. And the family was not only a miniature industry, but a miniature nation. And nobody had to go on welfare because no one ever heard of welfare. The family took care of those in need. Each family took care of its own. We had created these kind of societies that had every element that went into the making of socialism and communism, every element that went into the making of Christianity before the first European wore a shoe or lived in a house that had a window. I am emphasizing this because you have been so brainwashed in years away from home and lacking knowledge in your own culture, you think you simply cannot make it unless you depend on Europeans or follow after them when they don't know where they are going. Every society, every great idea, every humane idea that they ever touch is corrupted. They have proven that they are totally incapable of understanding or practicing democracy, Christianity, or looking humanely at other people
you as equal to themselves because they are so insecure they have to pretend that they are better than other people.